Hello and welcome to Off Meta Month. This is the fourth event this month, if I'm not mistaken. This is going to be some random access memories. My name is Andre, generally hailing from the Metchball grid. I go by he, him. Very excited to be with y'all today because we're just 5 or so minutes away from a really exciting draw. To explain what's going on, firstly, I'm with some nice friends here. Firstly, Cold Lava is joining us in chat, organizing the event. Cold Lava, how's it going?
Good. How about you? He, him as well.
I'm doing well.
I'm excited for today. It's gonna be fun.
We're also joined by Juniper. Juniper, how you doing?
We're doing fantastic. I'm so excited. Favorite format. Really excited to see this.
It's a wild format. So for how this works is that this is not only a tournament in which you have to play some Netrunner, but it's also a deck building tournament. So how this is going to work is in just about 5 minutes, there will be a random drawing, and it's about of 14 different Netrunner sets. 2 of them are going to be deluxe sets, and then the next 12 are going to be smaller sets. So either data packs, which are 20 card packs back from the days of Fantasy Flight games, or they're going to be null single game sets, which are about 60 cards, so a fair bit bigger. And then within 2 hours, players using exactly and only that card pool with no banned list, no restricted list, no other overarching things to worry about, they have to go build tournament decks that they'll be playing in a tournament. Cold Lava, how long is the tournament? Do we know? How many rounds?
I'm expecting 6 rounds single-sided Swiss based on the numbers on ABR, but we'll see how many people actually register and submit deck lists by the end of the 2 hours. And likely a 4-person single elimination cut if we have at least 16 people, which I think we will.
Super cool. So that is going to mean a couple things. Wait, I totally blanked on what I want to say here. That's totally fine. We're starting. We're going to be drawing the decks in 5 minutes. Very notably, for the 2 hours at the beginning of the stream, we're going to be doing deck building live on stream. So we did a test run of this on the Thursday. We actually built 4 decks that were totally fine. But if you're watching this right now, if this came up in your notification feed, sorry?
Sorry, no, 3.5.
3.5 decks. Yeah, that's probably a bit more accurate. But if you're watching this, if this popped up and you think like, oh, I have some time on a Sunday afternoon, I want to play some Netrunner, but you are maybe overwhelmed by doing deck building within 2 hours, which, yeah, that makes sense. Or you're not familiar with the old card pool that this might be drudging up. Like, those are totally legitimate things to worry about. And that's why we're going to be here for the first 2 hours. We're going to be doing some live deck building. And feel free to grab our decks. We will be sharing them. You can change the cards. You can play them card for card. So if you want to do this, no stress. If you want to be an hour 50 in and then realize that what you've made is a bit of a salad, you can always pivot to the null signal game stream. Just fundamental, the best deck we'll get out there, and I think that's fun. We just want to make this as approachable as possible. Cool Lava, why'd you pick, mind you, this random access memories, or excuse me, it's off meta month this month, so there's about 6 to 8 tournaments. I'm not sure the exact number. There's a fair few tournaments going on this month that folks from the community are organizing in different formats that we've either not seen before or haven't been played in a long time to this scale. You chose random access memories. Why that? How can you sell random access memories? This is a thing that hasn't really happened in, I think, 2 years.
Yeah, and the one that happened 2 years ago was my first intro to random access memories, and I had a blast. It was, yeah, in this period after Worlds and after Worlds 2, where everyone is kind of, I don't know, waiting. There was just a new ban list, and you still got a little time before the CBI. Everything's kind of calm as far as the meta is concerned, so it's a good time to play this. And I just had a lot of fun building decks, seeing these old cards, and seeing what other people did.
There's going to be a mix of folks, right? Folks who've played in the old card pool. So they see one of their favorite cards that they spent hundreds of hours with, or they know those sort of like powerful combos. But then also for a lot of people, and maybe even the majority of people, this is like an excuse, a chance, an opportunity to go play with some of the Fantasy Flight Games cards that haven't been in standard in, at this point, like 3-4 years. And there's some really cool stuff back then, whether, again, it drudges up old memories or whether you're exploring. Also some of the banned cards, like you just get an excuse to play with some banned cards in the standard format, which you don't get to play a lot.
Yeah, the other night when we were deck building, we ended up just constantly talking about Blue Moose as the ultimate boogeyman.
Yeah, that card's really good, and it's banned very quickly since it came out. So if you want to get 2 credits infinitely, there's a place to get that done. In terms of like restricted stuff, there's no ban list for this event. There are going to be 2 data packs that just cannot show up in the random roll. So I believe it is, what are the 2 packs? It's
Blood Money,
yeah. And
The one with paperclip.
The one with paperclip. Yeah, these are all the Fantasy Flight games. So one of them just has really good asset spam cards. This is where political assets came out. And then the other one is the one that has like Temujin Contract and Paperclip and Rumor Mill, which are incredibly, I would say, format warping even in this small format.
Yeah. There's even some cards I know that are banned in Eternal that are in the pool.
Yep.
They're extremely build around, so for them to do anything, you need a very specific set of sets. And I don't know if they're build around cards that might be in Blood Money or the other one as well. But
we could get one of the really awful combos though in the pool.
Oh,
in
yeah.
which case it'll be fascinating to see it happen.
That's something we realized on Thursday too when we did our test builds, is we realized what was probably powerful, and then when we were deck building, we were actually building around what we expected the powerful runner to be on the corpse side, and I think that's a really cool thing you're going to see throughout this tournament. Also, just before we dive in, because it's going to be in a minute, how does it work, Cold Lava? They have folks have to submit their deck list before the 2-hour mark is up.
Yes. So I've made the Aesop's tournament. I'm going to make it public after we finish this roll.
Okay.
When it's public, you can register, and the registration requires you to submit your deck list. And I'm going to start a timer in the Null Signal Games Discord server for 2 hours, right after I post the string of sets that we get from here.
Okay.
At the end of that 2 hours, I'm going to remove the ability to self-register, and so that will kind of lock in, these are the decks you're playing at that time. I believe Aesop's allows you to change your decks. So if you finish a deck and you want to submit early and then kind of go back and change it before the end of the 2 hours, that's fine, just to make sure that you have something submitted.
But you can't change your deck mid-tournament. You can only change it up to the deadline, which is going to be roughly 2 hours from now.
Yes.
Okay. I will also have a timer on the screen, like a live split timer. That will be roughly accurate for those watching for the excitement, but that will not be the official timer, which will be in the Discord that Cold Lava is running. It is now noon Eastern. Do we want to do the draw and start the timer?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do it.
Are we just hitting the roll all sets at once, or we want to walk through it?
No, let's roll them out a little bit. We can do a little bit of talking about them.
All right.
People a chance.
With
Let's
that
try and be
note,
quick.
We're going to be quick. If you're watching this and you're frustrated to see all the packs, don't worry, the timer won't start until we've announced all the packs and gone through it. So we're not burning into your time. But with that, shall we roll some sets?
Yeah.
All right. We're going to be drawing 2 large sets. And again, we'll be talking about this on the stream to see some of the cards. And our first large set is Terminal Directive. So has cards for 4 of the factions, some powerful Criminal, HB, Wayland, and Shaper cards. Let's roll another one.
Yeah.
Probably no Anarch cards and no NBN or Jinteki cards at all.
Let's draw another. This is always very interesting. This is the same roll we got on Thursday. What? Data and Destiny as well. Such a weird box, because on the corp side, it's mostly NBN cards, and then you have the mini factions. So you're going to be able to play Atom and Sunny and Apex if you want, and they do come with complete card pools, as much as 25 influence. We'll see how many ways you can spend that, but we're off to a pretty wild start here. A bit of a focus card pool. Again, Anarch not getting any cards so far, and we'll see how that changes while we roll through some small sets. So again, this is every single set. Shout out to Losky, who's added Liberation visually to this. It didn't technically used to be there earlier this week, but we're gonna be drawing 12 of these, and with that, we're off.
What are the odds of that?
Very unlikely. Wait, is this the same seed?
Wait,
no.
Hold on.
Let's keep rolling.
Okay,
let's keep rolling.
Let's draw again and see.
Let's just see how this goes. Magnum Opus reprint.
If this is the exact same seed, we might need to.
So this is very similar to what we rolled on Thursday so far. Magnum Opus reprint, mind you, is some of the champ design cards. Salvage Memories. Okay,
Okay.
Wait, you can roll Salvage Memories?
Yes.
That was
what?
1 second on this. I thought I remember seeing that Salvage Memories was not in this at all.
So for those who don't know, Salvage Memories...
Salvage Memories is in it.
It's in it? Okay, sick. So Salvage Memories was a set that Null Signal Games put out a couple years ago, kind of in a December month like now, between tournament series, just to like mix up the meta. Now, none of these are new cards. They're old FFG cards, and they're specifically some of the most powerful and interesting cards, and then some HB cards, but they're really, really strong stuff. So you have a very good fundamental base here. This is a wild start.
Any card in this pack is going to be interesting to put into your deck, aside from maybe the next ice, unless we find some more next ice. But any card in here is going to be an interesting include.
That's a really cool roll. I didn't know that was possible. Okay, let's keep going. So we're now off the seed. So we just got incredibly lucky or unlucky, however you want to call it, 23 seconds, starting off the
Ooh.
Flashpoint cycle. We're going to get some null action in there and some good neutral cards as well with Deuce's Wild. Ooh, controlling the messages around. That's going to have some impact.
CTM. Oh, that and HHN and that means we have CTM, HHN, and Scorched Earth.
Yeah. We should
Wait,
have.
Scorched Earth and Salvage Memories?
It is. There's 2
Yes.
Wayland cards. One of them is
fun.
Scorched. Yeah. So there is going to be some meat damage on the table. Again, we'll run through this in a bit more depth. We just got to roll a couple more sets here, but that's an incredible start.
I also saw Sandberg in there, which is
Yep.
could be interesting.
Trace Amount, an very early set from the Genesis cycle. So these are some of my favorite cards. We have Replicating Perfection, a really strong identity. And then Fetal AI is a good agenda. We have Vamp and Liberated, some good Anar cards as much as we need good Anar cards in the set so far. Sick. Let's play some Sherlock. Pack 5. Fear the Masses, the end of the Mumbet cycle. I believe this does have Fear the Masses in it. Limit 6 per deck run event if you want to pull the corporation apart. Otherwise, here, Harsashandra is technically an NBN identity you can play. Merger is a neutral 3-2 if you want to play with some big 3-3s technically. But Lateral Growth, Magnet, those are some okay pieces of ice and some economy. That'll do. Halfway through. Set 6. I don't know if there's a set y'all are most excited to get in here. We haven't seen.
I'd personally really love to see one of the new sets. That's my. Oh, we have Freedoms. That's interesting.
Freedom's interesting. We also got a really good Adam card.
Yeah.
That's fantastic for Adam. Lamb, also very flexible for any build that can afford it. It's a universal type breaker. On the Jindeki side, viral weaponization, that's good to know that's there. And the NBN cards, at least, are not going to be helping CTM too much.
I'm a big fan of Overseer Matrix in general, so
yeah, that's some more tags. That can quite work. Sorry, we're covering the text there, but we'll be able to see that. All right, we're halfway through. Do we have Judge in there? Did we miss? We had Zealous Judge, CTM.
Yeah, Zealous Judge was in there.
Humanity Shadow, Andy.
And
only Andy?
What?
That's
There's more than one card in this pack, I'm pretty sure. So we'll be able to show you what this is, but Andromeda is probably the most exciting card in this pack. There might be other good stuff, but at least, hey, we have Andromeda. There will be 19 other cards there. I'm not sure what's
HQ
going on.
interface is in there. Katie Jones is technically money.
Oh, sick.
Andromeda plus Terminal Directive will probably give you a decent base for a criminal deck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have no doubt. What are the criminal cards in Salvaged? You have Cash and E3, which are a bit niche. Cash is more of a shaper card, but E3 is really fun. You can get some good E3 pills with Mammon maybe in Terminal Directive. Okay, the cards are back in. So interesting stuff. Quality Time is just good for one influence. Caddy Jones, absolute powerhouse, neutral economy card, slow but reliable. We got a campaign, and I'm gonna have a soft spot for Foxfire, but I don't think anyone's too excited about that. Bernice,
make a replicator deck. You'll be loved by me forever.
Yay. Let's go. All right, let's keep rolling. I totally forgot Hokusai wasn't in the core set. That's in there as well. Pack 8 so far, it's only been Fantasy Flight Games stuff. Council of the Crest is going to continue that trend. This is a cycle, from the Katara. So we have White Hat, a really strong Sunny card. Gabali gives you a bit of flexibility. You have E3 feedback implants. Let's see if we can find a Geist as well. We have a Current, very importantly, Corporate Grant. Currents, you're going to need to pay attention to how many currents. And I believe Employee Strike is in the meta coming from Data and Destiny. So Corps have to watch out. And this is a pack that we rolled on Thursday. Things with Asmari, Degree Mill, and Nancy. There's some really good stuff here for maybe a bit of a slower Glacier deck.
Death and Taxes does mean there's at least one current in it. Oh, and obviously Data and Destiny means current. So please be aware, you need to worry about currents, unfortunately.
Yeah, play Order of Soul if you really want to play currents, but yeah, you probably should keep that in mind. We are going to see we have already seen some good runner currents. Devil and the Dragon, continuing some more Katara. This is another pack we rolled on Thursday. 419 is going to be an important thing to understand because in the meta now we have Rogue Trading, Falsified, 419. We haven't rolled an Amakua just yet. Biovault, very good for Glacier. Endless Eula, good NBN Ice. And even SSO Cityworks.
And there's Rashida. That's going to be
important.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, and Amani with CTM.
Oh, yeah. Wow. Yeah, getting some Lincoln.
There's also ton of great freedom tools in this. I don't know if you can get enough Anar cards with no core sets, but there's some great stuff.
Space in between. Lunar Cycle, Paywall Implementation is a cheap current if you want to play one. Otherwise, Heinlein, I don't know if we have any click losing tricks to take away all the money from the runner. David, very, very cool. I don't know if we have simul chips or clone chips. There's a chance there's a clone chip in Salvaged, right? No, just indexing. Oh, that's still kind of something. But David is a very interesting card. You can't play 6 copies of Cash, right?
You can't play 6 copies of Cash. You're not allowed to do that.
Bummer. All right. 2 more packs to roll. We'll be starting the timer in just a minute once we're done with this roll. And then again, we'll be doing some deck building and we'll also be going through the packs. Feel free to leave the stream on when you're deck building. We don't find that to be a problem. So you can still hang out. RWR.
Oh, yeah.
Sick.
Okay.
We got Seb, and we do have a fair few tag cards. Like we have Rogue Trading. We didn't get too much of the Red Sand cycle that has a lot of the tag payoff, but you do have a fair bit of Seb cards, which is good for the Anarch side.
I would be worried about running tags since we have HHN and
End of the line
and Scorched in the meta, so be careful. But
yeah, you also, in terms of Seb, you have All Seeing Eye. So I think we have All Seeing Eye. I think you can lose all your resources, all your connections at once. That's probably not good for you.
We also have Jatinio with Andromeda, which someone should build that.
Yeah,
please, someone.
Shaper having
banned Trick Shot.
Yeah, you can play Trick Shot in the format. You also have Coalescence and Cash, which is really goofy, Indexing and Cataloger. A bunch of these cards are like reimaginings of old cards, and when both of them are in the format, it's your choice how many you want to play. On the Corporation side, we have Thunderbolt and you have Nuvang. If you want to play with those, you have some nice Jinteki Ice. Botu's is quite all right. NBN cards, playing Stoke the Embers, Hollowman, CTM. Like, you had a lot of options here, mind you.
There's a lot of great stuff in here. This is a good enough core for almost any deck to now function. Since the FFG packs are so much bigger than the NSG packs in this format, this gives a base for almost any. It gives the colors that we didn't see in the big packs like a good chance to build the deck. You can build an Anarch deck now, I think.
Asking someone needs to update the site. Larry is saying terminal directive means no sure gamble, no hedge fund. That is correct. A lot of the core economy, you're gonna have to work a bit hard to get together. So a lot of the fundamental cards you're missing, and it is kind of the how the format works. Parhelion, all right. That will be our final pack, and also a very great pack. In terms of Anarch stuff, we have some of the ESSA support, but not ESSA. We have some really good run-based criminal. Andromeda loves Awake Implant is a neat shit. This stuff is fantastic. Shaper, we do have World Tree, which you can totally build a deck around that. That's for sure. We got Thule.
We also have Spark and the big programs, which would be very funny. You've got Orca and
Lobby.
Lob.
Yeah, you're right. We have both. That's kind of cool.
We have Nova. Someone could build a Nova deck in RAM.
Yes, it is worth noting the decks that you build in this format have to be legal decks, so you have to worry about influence and agenda points and the minimums. So it's not like draft where those can change. You still have to build a legal constructed deck, but yeah, you also can play Nova, which honestly would be kind of funny to figure out how to do that in this format. NVN looks good. So I think it's really funny whether it's going to be CTM versus Sunny and how that link battle works. But should we start the timer?
Yeah, can you send me the string and I'll post it in the announcements channel?
So generate links. This will give us a string. I'm going to send it on Discord right now.
Yeah, can we also just post the list of packs as well without the string?
Yes. How
do
you do that? I'll copy paste this?
Yeah, probably just copy paste that.
Okay, I'm just going to put it into Discord so y'all can distribute it. But for those watching, this string, so the string that I pulled up is actually really interesting. As we showed maybe on Thursday, is you can copy paste this into NetRunnerDB. So if you go NetRunnerDB, and then in your search queries, if you go E:, and that string, it'll search for only those sets. Now, when you're doing deck building, you can change your collection to mimic this, which we will do in the beginning of deck building. But that is the way that you can sort this out. Also, near the ending of the 2 hours, there is a RAM legality checker. This legal packs, eventually our RAM will be up here. We'll tell you what number it is. But before you're done your deck building, we highly recommend that you copy and paste your Jinteki.net format deck into this box. And then it'll do a check to make sure that you haven't violated the legal card pool. This is just a very simple thing. It takes 10 seconds. It's worth doing for peace of mind that you don't accidentally grab a card from the wrong pack. Again, we'll have this updated by the end of the event, so it'll have our RAM here. You just select the RAM. We'll tell you which number it'll be. Should we start the timer?
All right. I just did.
All right.
So I'm ready to go.
Let's start the stream timer. This is not entirely accurate. You all now have 2 hours to do some deck building. Good luck and have fun. I think there's some really powerful stuff in this format. Where do y'all want to start?
I feel like starting with an Andromeda criminal build is a pretty good idea.
Cool.
There's a lot of good criminal cards. Seems like a solid base for any deck.
Do you want to dive through this, or do you want to just go straight to NetRunnerDB?
Oh, we can go through these if we want.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what we're going to shout out is generally any strong economy, any win conditions, as often they're called. So cards that you want to keep in mind when building around. So starting at Terminal Directive, Steve is definitely an identity you can play. We have Spearfishing, which is an inside job equivalent. It's not as good as inside job if you ask me, but that's a nice card to have in the pool. And then you have actual breakers. So Abigail, Lustig, and Damara. What we learned on Thursday is that there were certain factions that just struggled to get a functional breaker set. And of course, you can spend influence on this, but understanding that Criminal will have one of each breaker without spending influence is worth something, as much as these aren't anyone's favorite breakers, at least when it comes to economic questions.
They're fun.
Fun.
They're fun.
Yes.
Yeah.
We have Maxwell James, which is really powerful. It's also a link card, and I wonder in a world of CTM, just getting some cheap link can do something. This text is technically eroded, so if you're aware of what Maxwell James is now and what it is later, just follow the recent Null Signal Games text, because it is slightly different than how the card was printed. That was an FFG change, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not 100% sure.
Isla's fun. We also have some Shaper cards. I'm trying to think of how many of these are good.
So what's interesting is we have Adept and we have Savant, and we actually do have E3 feedback implants in the format.
True.
So these become reasonable build around breakers that don't become incredibly expensive, but still slightly expensive. But we actually do have a combo to build these. And because of unused MU, not only do we have things like Muse and Coalescence and Cache to fill up your MU, not that that's a perfect solution in the long term, but that kind of works. I also want to shout out, we have deep data mining, which is run R&D, if successful, acts up to 4 additional cards. And we do have Sunny in the card pool, which means you can build a full breaker suite of Cloud Breakers if you have 2 link, and Cloud Breakers don't actually take up any MU. So deep data mining, Sunny, whether that's worse than indexing, it's a chance that indexing might just be a better card for less influence, but that's cool.
And if you can find a way to make infinite money and do dumb things with it, you can install 4 LDS memory diamonds and infinite memory.
Link to the moon. Yeah, the link actually might matter. I'm worried about CTM being around. I think a lot of people will play CTM. It's very, very powerful. All right, Laguna, this is just a very good draw card package. This card was banned in standard for a while. It almost won Worlds. I think it did win Worlds if I'm not mistaken. But very, very powerful ability. And then on the HB side, right, Estelle Moon is going to be
with CTM
very good. Yeah. This is just one of the most powerful cards. This was banned in standard for basically very, very quick. Well, actually not that quick, but it's been banned for longer than it's been out. That's for sure. And this is just a card that refills cards and credits for asset spam, and it gets trashed at instant speed. So the runner can't interact with it in a way that stops it from happening. It's very, very good. We also have Maryland Campaign, which this is the sort of card that you have to keep in mind in the card pool, because it is a 1 influence econ option, and you're going to need econ options because you don't have hedge fund. You don't have, I don't know if we have IPO in this set, don't we? Yeah, we do. IPO is really good. It's a terminal and it's hedge fund, but +1 credit, but you have to play it for 8 credits on your last click. So slightly clumsy, but also a very, very flexible card. I think you're going to see this in a lot of decks. I don't know on the corp side if there's anything else that's too exciting. Scorpios might not matter in a format that doesn't have a lot of recursion. There's no blue moose here, so that's okay. The Wayland Dice is okay. Hunter Seeker is a very powerful card. I don't know if you're gonna have to pay that in mind while deck building, but that is a very, very powerful card. This was also banned for a while.
Also, IPO is money. We don't know how much corp money we're going to see.
Yeah, for sure. I think you're definitely going to consider playing
really
IPO.
Struggled with.
Yeah. All right, Data and Destiny is a weird set because it's only NBN cards on the corp side and some neutrals, and then it's only mini factions on the runner side. And the mini factions we found out on Thursday when we did a test build, they're probably not impossible to build, but they are tricky to build because some of the mini factions, actually most of the mini factions don't have a full breaker suite. So then you have to spend influence, and then you also have to import economy. And a lot of the times mini factions were succeeding by importing neutral economy. And I don't know how much neutral economy we have in the card pool. I think it might be tough, but you can still try it out.
See.
So NBN stuff. Spark needs a card pool. See how many advertisements we are. We already have Maryland at a minimum. Soul cares about currents, and we'll see how good the corporation currents are. And then Sync makes tags really worse. I'd be surprised. Well, you have a 40 card minimum like CTM for 12 influence. It's a bit less, but
I'd be surprised if we saw Sync though, since we saw Asmari.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, you have
almost
a couple.
every Sync deck probably want Asmari instead, I think.
In terms of these assets, they're a bit niche assets, all these characters. News Team is technically a card that you have to worry about. News Hound, mind you, is one of the best sentries. As long as you have currents, this is a really well-costed end the run sentry with a face check. News Hound was incredible when it was out. And then some of this NBN Ice is actually really quite good for cost. Archangel being 6 strength to trace 6. Resistor ending the run, hopefully on 0 credits. And Turnpike just being a very annoying tempo flip. These cards were very commonly played, some more than others, when they were in the card pool.
24/7 news cycle is a big deal. This was used back in the day to instantly kill runners, basically by scoring out a agenda that just said tag the runner using this and then playing any kill, any tag and bag card. So we have to pay attention now. Pay attention to what agendas have a when scored ability, because they could get used.
Yeah, this is really card
Especially
pool.
if they're NPN.
Card pool important, so we'll see. Is the terminal directive campaign legal? None of the campaign cards are illegal. It's only the player cards, the ones that were legal in the standard format back in the day. So it's the set on NetRunnerDB if you search not campaign. I think you know what I mean, right? Hopefully. We have All Seeing Eye. This is a problem if you want to play Seb, because if you're tagged, you can lose all your resources. That's not going to be good for you because it beats Seb's text. But we also do have some really strong neutral cards. Like Global Food Initiative is one of the best agendas ever made. It is one influence, but that's usually almost always worth it. But this card is just cracked good. It makes them so much harder for the runner to win games. Launch campaign's fine. Sorry, Kolova?
Sorry, just one note I want to make sure, if you're still watching the stream, make sure you click the casual checkbox when you're deck building. There's no ban list, so if you don't click that, it's going to hide some very good cards from you.
Click the casual checkbox, then go up to collections and click only on the sets that we chose here, because that will eliminate all of the other possible sets, and you won't be adding core set cards like Hedge Fund to your decks that aren't.
So London, you want this where it says terminal directive campaign and cards. You just want cards. You don't want the campaign. So it should be 57 cards. It should be TD. If you search ETD, it'll get you there. TD campaign, I think, is like TDC. So it should be excluded in the search string. Yeah. So you just want to do TD. But yeah, very important that you hit the campaign cards. Sorry. Wow. You hit the casual button. Don't hit the campaign cards. Specifically, don't hit the campaign cards. Okay, launch campaign, neutral, fine. Assassin, neutral, actually very quite good. It's going to be taxing. We haven't really paid attention to what breakers we've seen, but we honestly haven't seen that many breakers so far. And then when it comes to the mini factions, I think there's some interesting cards in the mini factions, especially the low influence cards. So Hunting Grounds matters when you have on and counter ice, and we will have some good on and counter ice in the format. You have Heartbeat if you don't want to die to things, and then Wasteland for trash forward packages. Same with Harbinger. And in the format, I don't think we have anything like Aesop's Pawn Shop, but we have Harbinger, we have Cash, and we have Coalescence. We have so many reasons to install and trash cards, but we don't have big payoffs, at least on one of those sides. So can someone post a string? Yeah. Jeff, here you go.
By the way, if anyone really wants to build with us and like build some random decks and then just submit those for people to play with, feel free. We'll keep track of them, take a look at them maybe if we have time.
Yeah, totally. This is always just like a fun thing to spend some time deck building, even if you don't end up playing.
Adam's going to be real difficult because we do not have Escalation, which is the pack that has Find the Truth in it. So you have to run Always Be Running, and that's a real rough thing out of Adam.
Yeah. Fourth directive was released much later. We don't have it, so this one is tricky. We do have Logic Bomb, which is nice, but I also do think many factions are going to require a lot of neutral economy to make the most of the 25 influence, and that might not be impossible, but it's not my first guess of what will work. But that being said, I think Sunny actually might be worth the push, considering CTM is around, and CTM can be beaten by just having Link. We have ways to gain Link. Security Nexus is good in just about every format. I think Anansi is the only bad thing in this format, and just having cards like Jackson Clare as well help you deal with asset spam. Ooh, Technical Writer might be something with like Deg Deer and Coalescence and Muse and stuff. Like there probably is a Shaper engine about installing a lot of programs.
We have a really important card, Employee Strike.
Yeah.
Employee means every single runner deck could be running a current that you cannot remove from the board without scoring or playing your own current, and that current blanks your identity. So if you have an identity ability that if you have an identity ability that you really need to play the game, like CTM or such, you have to run a current. You need to have a way to deal with Employee Strike.
Yeah, for those who haven't played in the current card pool, I would recommend just playing 2 to 3 currents in any deck you're playing regardless, just because the corporation currents, you're going to struggle to turn them off if you can't steal points and vice versa. So just play currents if you can. And at a minimum, this does cost 1 influence. Watch out, it is a neutral influence card, so everyone has to pay influence, but it's almost always worth the influence if you have a couple spare. But Employee Strike is good. If you don't want to sweat it, there are probably every faction has a current. We'll see if that's the case. Okay. Magnum Opus Reprint, these are very powerful cards. Actually, very, very powerful cards. Labor Rights for some recursion might not be the most notable in this format that maybe is lacking Anarch cards and card draw, but crowdfunding is banned in standard. It's just a really easy to play card. If you're running a lot, it'll come back infinitely. Slot Machine's one of the best ice for 3 credits. The runner just about always loses 3 credits and sometimes even worse than that, and it's 5 strength. Like, that's just hard to break. And then Border Control is just an absolute staple of Wayland decks and mid-range Glacier decks of all sorts. Just very, very good for 3 influence. That's a ridiculous ability on a piece of ice. I like Border Control.
Anyone who's used to standard might be looking this and being like, oh, Border Control, that card's so good. Without contest, the best cards in this pack are Crowdfunding and Slot Machine. Those cards are busted, especially Crowdfunding. Crowdfunding can define stuff entirely on its own.
I'm interested to see this. This in Andromeda is going to be a big deal, right? Because you can discard your early ones and like get them back, which is pretty wild. And I think in the context of Andy, that'll be good. But we'll see how much runners can run, right? Like, I don't think we have Desperado or Penny Shaver or Bankroll. Probably still very
and
good
HHN
though.
is always a danger.
Yeah, that too. Just touching cards could be a liability. So we'll see if crowdfunding bites people or not. I'm really excited to play with crowdfunding regardless. Now, Salvage Memories is just like a best of list of cards from the old metas. So Medium and Parasite. So Medium, just read Conduit. It's slightly better. And then Parasite destroys ice. I don't know if we have Cipher or any ways to make Parasite better. We need ice lowering, strength lowering abilities. So like Leech, we have Null technically in the card pool. So we'll see if we have Cipher or Data Sucker. If that's the case, Parasite can be even better, but on its own, a very, very powerful card, especially if you have Shaper tools to present this at instant speed. I think E3 is a notable card to understand is in the card pool. It's not a lot of influence, and it does make strange Breaker Suites even better. Cash, this shows up twice, so you need cards for this to be good. Indexing.
Interestingly, we have both indexing and catalog,
yes,
which does what indexing does. So you could use indexing to rearrange the top 5 and then use cataloger to look at them. Just make
that's
cataloger
cool.
better.
Yeah, you can build around it entirely.
Use a counter on cataloger.
That's very funny. Yeah, indexing it to hit the button. And then you can also charge it with Orca. That's kind of sick. But yeah, it's cool. This card is a card that you need to know that exists because there is actually a real pressure, a real issue with not icing R&D potentially on turn 1. For 3 influence, this is a very slottable card in just about any deck that wants to win by touching cards, which is most of the decks, turns out. Lady, good Fractor, very good Fractor was banned for a while. It's only as good as your recursion is. It's kind of like Propeller. Honestly, Propeller is very similar to Lady in a lot of ways. But just keep that in mind. If this runs out, you'll have issues, but it's good. Neutral cards, fine. Prepaid is fine. Lucky Find is also influence. It's 2 clicks for 6 credits, sometimes more. It's not a bad card to keep in mind if you're struggling to get economy into your any deck.
Lucky Find is going to be real important without hedge fund.
Yeah. Next Ice. I'm not sure if we have any more Next Ice. They scale the more you have. Now, these were the best Next Ice, if you ask me, like the most consistent, cheap to res. That still, there might be a spot for that, especially now you know they have 6 HB Ice in any HB deck that'll get you somewhere. That's a cool start. And we also have Turtlebacks. Man, we have Turtlebacks for CTM. That's so good. It's 1 influence. It gives you money for making servers, so things will spiral out of control really quickly.
I think we don't. I think just let's agree we're not building the CTM deck.
We probably should. No, yeah, you're fine. You're fine.
If you want to build that, they can build it. They can go do the work.
We'll definitely see a CTM deck during the tournament is all I'm going to say.
It's too easy.
Yeah.
Someone else go do that.
Speaking of NBN, Sweeps Week, one of my favorite cards. You get that turn once against Andromeda. That's going to feel really fun, as it always did. And then Santen City Grid is not very common, but it is an old card from 2012 core set. It allows you to fast advance 3/2s. I don't know if we've seen any NBN 3/2s, but yeah, it's good.
Executive Boot Camp is way to res stuff. Excalibur's really interesting here.
That's a good card.
You can run just Excalibur as like one of your only types of ice, basically. Just put Excalibur on the board, and then they can hit the main servers and nothing else if they don't have a way to break no type ice.
Yeah, we got to keep in mind for how many Trojans, or sorry, not Trojans. Wow, how much AI we've seen so far. I think we've seen Mammon, Lamb technically deals with that. But if people can't break Excalibur commonly, like Excalibur Border Control is a totally legit combo. Excalibur into defensive upgrades, Excalibur into, I don't think we have Replicating Perfection in this pool, but it's a very flexible card and it costs no influence. Subliminal. Corporations will play it. It's good enough economy. And then very importantly, Scorched Earth is a real damage tag punishment. This is not end of the line because it doesn't clear the tag. So if the runner floats 1 tag and you have 2 Scorched, they will flatline. So just watch out. It is a fair bit stronger than end of the line.
With Scorched Earth and what's in hold on real quickly just to check. What's in Rebellion without rehearsal? Can you scroll down? Which NBN cards are in here?
It's
Do
mostly
we have the one that
agendas.
gives you a
No.
tag when scored? No, we
No.
don't.
But if I'm not
Because I was gonna say
mistaken, yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say if we had the agenda that gave you a tag when scored, you could just 24/7 news cycle that and do the old combo with 2 scorched earths.
You have
Yeah.
24/7.
Yes.
Or not 24/7. Yeah,
No, we have
it's in
24/7.
data
Yeah.
and Destiny. Not 24/7. With the news cycle that
Yeah.
forces an agenda.
What
Yeah.
I thought you were going to talk about is firstly in Parhelion, not only do we have Gaslight, but we have Thule and we have distributed tracing. So you can get the runner down to lower hand size with Hypoxia and then just do distributed end to end line. Like
Oh no.
you can build HB core damage flatline probably not that difficultly in this card pool. Seems good.
We should keep going through facts, but yeah, this is
Oh,
dangerous.
no.
It seems good, yeah.
Do we have a biotic?
No, we don't have any. We might have Click Cane. We definitely don't have Biotic.
Okay.
All right. Welcome to 23 seconds, the first set after the flashpoint, the credit event where the money lost its value. We have Null, which I'd be surprised to see a lot of Null. GPI Net Tap is a pretty cool card, but you need combo cards for this to be busted. This is banned in standard or was banned in standard. We have a Sunny card, which is nice. Deuce's Wild is another flexible, I wouldn't call it straight an economy card, but it's a smoothening card. It is one influence. And then otherwise what jumps out here, right? Like hard hitting news, CTM, that seems important. That seems incredibly important.
Yeah, that's the thing here. It's going to be hard hitting news CTM.
Your favorite Wayland card's right there.
This one? Stock? I like it.
Yeah.
I honestly, I'll play this in like, we'll see how many 1-pointers we have, but stock buyback is good. We'll at least have that NBN -1 agenda card. So this is actually an economy option you can build around.
We also have, since we have Thule, we have the asset that's -1 agenda point. Or core
We do
damage.
have Nightmare Archives. You could do Nightmare Archives
Yeah.
news team and stock buyback.
You could do
that is a
it.
deck you could make.
I think it would be fun. Just like having a click for 15 credit button is, it's worth thinking about. That's a lot of money. Oh, we do have RP, so you can build RP Excalibur. That's kind of fun. This is
With turtlebacks.
with turtlebacks. Yeah, if you want to go full horizontal, you can also go glacier. Like you can go anywhere in between.
Ooh.
So Liberate Count Vamp, fine. I don't know if Anarch is going to be the easiest build, but Liberate counts for 2 influences, fine.
There's a lot of good Anarch cards. Medium, Parasite.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a whole Freedom Suite. There were a ton of Virus cards. There was a Knob was in here.
Just know what your
there's a
breakers
lot of
are.
good Anarch. I don't know if you can build it with everything else. Please, someone do, but
Yeah,
I don't know how you.
It might be possible. Maybe I'm underselling it. Yeah, I think that's a good point. All right. Other stuff that's stepping. No, this is a weird pack. It's a strange pack. I don't know what else.
Trick of the Light is technically a thing that could happen.
I haven't seen a lot of Jinteki fast advanceable like agendas that this is good in, but this is always a flexible card.
Executive Retreat is notable just for being a neutral 5/3 because this means that every corp deck could be running 6 5/3s with a global food also available.
Yeah, that's true. If you have the 40. Yeah, I wonder what the agendas look like. That's an easy thing to open up when we are on NetworkDB to see what the space looks like. But right now, yeah, I don't know if I've seen too many strong agendas besides food.
I wonder if Big Brother would be good in the current meta. I don't think it's good in this pack, but just
In
it's just
general,
something that came to me. Just like getting to 2 tags is much more important now than I think it was when Big
Yes.
Brother came out.
back in the day when Big Brother came out, like a single tag meant the runner was often dead with Scorched Earth. And modernly, most of the tag punishment NSG's printing removes tags. So yeah, Big Brother is an interesting card, I would say modernly.
Feudal AI is also very.
Yeah, fun card. Really, really fun card. It's no personal evolution in the card pool, but just like the numbers on it don't really incentivize you for scoring it, but it does hurt people. And that's always kind of nice. Oh, notoriety as well. Oh, that's good. Okay, next up we have Fear the Masses, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know how easy you're going to build a Fear the Masses deck, but that's really fun. Begot's also some nice pressure on HQ, but it's not really game winning. Very importantly, actually, there's no, if I'm not mistaken, ways to get agendas from archives back into the deck. So there's no Spin Doctor, there's no Jackson Howard. And that's going to have an impact on card draw. If the corporation fires Rashid and draws 2 agendas, they might have what I'd call a tense situation. But having some disruption is definitely worth something in a format that doesn't have a lot of ways to fight disruption.
We don't have Wampoa or like
Museum, all this sort of stuff.
the 3. What's the one that gets 3 back, but it's an operation?
Oh yeah. Damn. I don't know. But it's a neutral one. Yeah, I don't think we have it.
Yeah,
It's been a
I don't have
minute.
that either. Oh wow.
Lateral growth is greasing the palm, but easier to play on too. Doesn't care about tags, but still a fine card. We have a way to trash resources in Jinteki, so if you're losing to a resource of some sort, you can worry about that. I do think this is going to be very notable, as we do have Zealous Judge, which if the runner takes a tag on CTM and this is in a remote server, it's iced up, you're going to have a button to give them a tag. This is a terrifying card to deal with.
I don't think it's as scary, since the only kill card we have so far is Scorched.
Yeah, we have like
Zealous Judge was always a boom tool or a high profile target tool. It's still going to make it really annoying to get rid of tags, really difficult. But I think like with Scorched, I mean, you take one tag, you get Scorched twice.
We do have shipment from Vlad, so you can do that if you're looking to score instead of kill.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, you need 2 tags. Yeah, I wonder if you can do this in HB and ice this up and then start like hypoxia spamming or something. I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of flexibility. We have some really strong tag punishment. Has Merger ever been in competitive deck? No. But back in the day when Merger was around, there was a lot more 3/2s. Slightly more than it is now, it feels like. And fast advancing blank 3/2s was fine. Okay. Whispers. Freedom, if you have viruses, quite good. Embezzle, if you want disruption, it's a bit hard to land, but it is something. We have neutral economy on Jackpot, not consistent, but good.
We also, interestingly, do have Contaminate with like Medium and Parasite.
Oh, that's cool.
Which is, that's fun.
Yeah, that is fun. Contaminate's a cool card. 3 virus counters for only a click. Lamb, hard to build around. I don't know if we have Begamut or not. We probably don't have Begamut. I think Begamut is an S's pack.
Yeah, we didn't get that.
Otherwise, I don't know. Masfingo is a fine ice. We do have SSO, so if you want to play Advanceable Ice, it's a fine Advanceable Ice.
Logic Bomb is really good with Adam, but I don't think you want Adam. You can try though. Please do. Someone try.
Yeah, 5 influences a lot, so it's usually Adam or bust. We'll see if we're going to be surprised by that. This is Whispers, so we'll keep Humanity's Shadow. We have Andromeda. It's hard not to talk about Andromeda. She's the best. We have Surge, which means you can have another Contaminate of sorts. And this one you have to yell, which is good. Quality Time is a classic. It is 1 influence to draw 5 cards. Now 3 seems like a lot, but sometimes just finding cards is what you need to do.
That's card draw. In this format, you sometimes really struggle with the basics. And just having, here's 1 influence, here's a ton of card draw. That's fantastic.
Caddy, will definitely see Caddy. Now, Caddy is a connection, so she is challenged by tags, but this is just a neutral economy card. Most runners will be happy enough to put it in their deck. And I don't know anything here that we're excited about.
Also, as I said, if someone wants to make a replicator deck, please do it. Yes, you can still register. Just you have 2 hours to build your deck.
Yeah. So you're only losing 20 minutes on deck building, which I'll be honest, you don't need to spend the whole 2 hours, but you can totally still register. It's also entirely, is it free to register, Cold Lava? Anyone can drop in, right?
Yeah, free to register.
Yeah, cool. Dive in.
Replicator, please someone make the Sunny replicator deck.
Oh, you get all your chips out really cheap?
Yeah.
That's sick. All right. Council of the Crest. We got Xer. That's multi-axis. It's worth something. I think we've seen already some really strong multi-axis. We just haven't seen too much of it. We've seen Medium. We've seen, now Xer. We've seen all of the Shaper stuff that sees multiple cards off of R&D. We saw HQ Interface in the last pack. No One Home. This is really good against hard-hitting news. This is actually worth considering for 1 influence. If you think there's going to be hard-hitting news, and there's going to be hard-hitting news, if you have some amount of money in No One Home, it is very hard for the corporation to hard-hitting news you. So this card is probably worth keeping in mind.
Especially since we have Sunny.
Yeah.
Here's another Sunny card. White Hat as well.
It's one of my favorite Sunny cards. We have 2 of the Sunny cards, I think, from out of the packs. We have White Hat, and we have Another Day, Another Paycheck, or whatever it's called.
Sunny seems potentially viable.
Yeah, Link might be okay. Corporate Grant is a really good criminal current. If you don't want to play Employee Strike, it just takes the money away from the corporation as long as you're installing cards, and that's pretty nice. We have more at Next Dice on Next Sapphire. Not my favorite Next Dice, but gives you some good utility. That's kind of cool. And this scales late game in terms of the strength of the subroutines. Anansi, really mean. As Mari and Degree Mill, also very good cards in whatever format they're played in. And then on the bottom side, we have technically a choice for your opponent, but if you 24/7 news cycle this, you can make it ugly.
Yeah, you still have to score out a 4-2 first, but that is a strategy.
Yeah, 4-2 and then another agenda as well, right? Because you have to forfeit one, but it is definitely something you can pursue. And then we have Trojan Horse, which is a win con attached to money and another good corporation current. I think Wayland has 2 good economic currents, Death and Taxes and paywall implementation. So it's up to you to figure out which one you like better.
Just since a timer check, should we kind of hurry up to the last one?
Let's hurry it through.
Devil Dragon, we have 419. That's really good. We have Knob Curry. That's good for viruses. And we also have rotating and falsified. So just tag me, also just expose criminal stuff. Really quite good. Consume is
Molly is a great include in a asset spam deck.
Yeah, one influence.
So many good asset spam cards.
Yeah, imagine blanking Caddy when there's like 12 credits on her. Like, feels good. Biovault, that works with Excalibur. Good for RP or for Asmari, any sort of Glacier you want to play. And we tried to build an SSO deck, and I think we did an okay job. I think the biggest card here by a mile is Rashida. Rashida's good.
Rashida.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Spaces. Okay, we're on the moon. We have a very good current enhanced login protocol. This is probably very annoying in Thule. Oh, I want to build that deck. Oh.
Oh God.
We can do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
We might. I think that sounds fun. I don't know.
I'm done for Thule or RP. They both sound interesting to me.
Yeah. I think they both are going to sound fun. David is worth knowing. You don't have a lot of ways to reoccur it, but it breaks big ice incredibly cheaply. We technically have a Shaper current, but that's not much going on in this pack. This is, what is it? This is Spaces, so we only have 2 more. RWR, you're probably familiar with the set because it is the last set to come out. So if you want to play Seb, there's a lot of good Seb cards, that's for sure. There's some Ice Destruction with Aquaceris Crew, but you don't have any ways to reduce strength, which is definitely going to limit the power of that card. Criminal side.
Friend of a friend is interesting with because it removes tags. Like that's something I'm going to be thinking about the whole time.
Yeah, I don't know if we have many good ways to remove tags. We technically have the neutral option also. We have Valentino.
We haven't, hold on, important thing, we haven't seen a way to give the runner a tag on your turn, have we?
Distributed tracing.
What is distributed tracing again? Oh yeah, that's the only way. Okay.
Yeah, it's a
Okay,
double
yeah.
to give a tag. We haven't seen
So
Sea Source or Public Trail or like threat level, so it's just like HHN and I think
So-
distributed.
Important to note, the biggest danger right now is distributed tracing into end of the line on one turn could instantly kill you. Now, there's a lot of ways to give you a ton of tags
Yeah.
you can't deal with, like HHN, CTM, all of that. But the one thing that could shock you is distributed tracing into end of the line.
Yeah, that's probably. I'm not sure if there's another way to give a tag, but that is the one threat. If you're on 4 cards in hand, you'll be okay, because that is a full 3 clicks. But yeah, we'll see how scary that is. I do think No One Home is also cool. Criminal cards. The alarm clock is
very
interesting.
Funny in, Apex.
Window's also probably pretty good in a format that has much more limited economy, where it can be difficult to re-res your 6 to 8 cost dice that you're challenging on a remote server. Burner, really good if you're worried about these sort of hard-hitting news decks. Again, this gets cards out of the hand without trashing them. CTM, very good into that, I reckon. And then we have Valentina on the corp side. Working and Warm are very good in HB Asset Spam, probably what you can play in either Thule or CTM. I'm imagining you play these in CTM as well, as much as you only have 12 influence.
Spree Parasite doesn't do anything, right?
Sorry?
Spree and Parasite? Spree,
No, because if Parasite trashes the ice.
Yeah, and it doesn't gain on encounter or anything yet.
Yeah, it's not like Chisel.
Okay.
Yeah. Charlotte's good. Technically, economy, push yourself forward. You're going to have to advance it yourself, if I'm not mistaken. NBN, we have Holloman. This is huge in CTM. Basically, any deck that has 3 influence and a bit of money, it's very, very strong. Stoke the Embers. I'm not sure if we have any way to make this work. We probably don't. And that's mostly it. Powers is also going to be really good in asset spam. Finally, Parhelion. One of my favorite sets. You have a couple ESSA cards. So Finality is just multi-axis on R&D, whether or not you're sabotaging. Banhar is really important as well. You're missing Strike Fund and Steel Skin, so your card draw is going to limit how strong Banhar is, but you do get through ice. Poison Vial and E3 are both in the feedback in the format.
Well, yeah, but I think you just run E3.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that. Wakens and Eat, really good against Andromeda, is probably going to be played. Same with Info Bounty, just like cheap setup cards, as much as you're going to lose cards in hand from damage, but that's great. We have Spark and Orca and Lobi, which is fantastic. We have Turbine and World Tree. I think World Tree you could build a whole deck around. I think you have to be very creative in 2 hours, but you can do it. And Nuka is another card.
World Tree Atom. World Tree Atom is a deck you could build.
Just to get rid of your bad directive?
Yeah, that's World Tree Atom was a deck. It was great. It
Ah,
was a real deck.
yeah, I never understood it. Why are you getting rid of your directives on turn 1? That's the reason why you play Adam. But I do think
Because
getting
you immediately install like a daily cast for free turn 1.
I'll play the price.
And also you can
And then we
tutor
don't have
World Tree
ABR.
with creative thingy.
I think
So
not
it
having
lets you get it out really easily.
not having ABR is huge. I think that might be a cool thing to World Tree. Or you can also just like get rid of it with your creative, your freedom, the one where you hit people with a sledgehammer.
We don't have the tutor. Never mind, you can't do it. We didn't get the tutor.
Oh
That's
yeah,
a
we don't have
different
emergent.
Right.
Yeah.
Never mind. Freedom Atom is Atom World Tree is off the table.
Now we have Thule, we have Ontological, we have Nightmare and Distributed. This is the thing that I expect is going to happen a fair bit with some of the Parhelion or Borealis sets. And it's a bummer when you don't have the identity, but a lot of the sets from Borealis were like really focused on one idea. So Thule gave us, as much as we're missing some harmonics, like a lot of the cards you need for Thule. It's the same on Criminal, except we're missing Sable, but I think with Andromeda, you still have most of a Sable deck, and that's pretty slick. Hendrick as well, Jupestad, like you have everything here. Healing's technically in format. Simulation Reset is the closest we have to Spin Doctor. Kind of.
We have Reaper too?
Yeah.
Ooh, Reaper Scorch might be.
Oh, yeah. Reaper Scorched Assets. Yeah, that can do it.
There's a billion tools for a CTM Scorched to Death.
Yep.
Oh my god.
We have End of Line and Scorched as well, which is really funny. I don't think that's going to matter. They're the same influence.
Are they both
better, but you could run 6 if you want.
Pretty sure. Yeah, in Wayland, yeah. Cool. All right, you want to do some deck building?
Yeah,
let's do it.
I was gonna say, let's start with. Do you want to start with a? I think doing an Andromeda deck seems really easy.
Yes.
With this stuff, so we could just try and knock that out really quick. As here's a deck you can run.
So I'm gonna go to build a new runner deck. I'm gonna go to all because otherwise it's so standard, and we're just gonna open Andromeda. Important to know that the choice we pick here we can change later, so we're not married to that choice. Next, you want to go down to the bottom and hit casual. This means that you're ignoring the standard ban list. So if there's any card that's banned, we will see it. Then you go to your collection. Would one of y'all be kind enough to read out the packs so I can highlight them here?
Yeah, I can do that.
Thank you.
It is Terminal Directive and Data and Destiny for
Okay.
big packs.
So I'll do Terminal Directive cards, and then Data and Destiny is below. Yep, thank you.
Then we have Magnum Opus reprint, Salvaged Memories.
Very important that you should do Magnum Opus reprint, not Magnum Opus. There's 2 more cards in this pack. Salvaged Memories, thank you.
23 seconds.
23.
Trace Amount.
23 seconds. Trace Amount is from Genesis. Yeah.
Fear the Masses.
That is Mumbad. Yep.
Whispers in Lubal.
Whispers. Katara. Yeah.
Humanity's Shadow. Council of the Crest.
Council of the Crest. Humanity's Shadow. What the heck? Humanity's Shadow is an early set. Council of the Crest is what? Katara?
I think that's Katara.
Yep. Thank you.
Devil and the Dragon. Spaces Between.
Spaces is Lunar. Yep.
Devil and the Dragon.
Yeah, I got Devil. Yeah.
Okay, then Parhelion and Rebellion Without Rehearsal.
Sick. RWR and some Parhelion. Okay. So if I've done it right, there should be 14 check marks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. That's not good. 5, 6. I'm just recounting. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. No, 14. We're good.
Okay, cool.
Okay, and this means now the card browser is only going to show you the cards from those sets, so it will really limit the sets you have. Trace amount was our options. Yeah, this is correct. Okay, so
this is my suggestion for just like I think we can knock this deck out in like 10 minutes.
Okay,
easiest deck possible.
Do you want to start? Do we know how we want to spend the influence? Or we want to just start on neutral and criminal?
Run 3 crowdfunding. Run 3. Start with 3 crowdfunding. And probably 3 employee strike too.
Okay. Do we want corporate grant or employee strike? I reckon employee strike is totally fine.
Yeah, I think employee strike's better out of Andromeda because you can get 1 down turn 1.
Okay. We have Deuces Wild for like reasonable enough economy.
Sure, play 3 of them.
Okay. So we have only 6 influence. We might have to move that around. Other stuff that's like really good. We just want to play the stuff that's low influence that we can play into our deck. For what it's worth, I don't know if the criminal card pool is actually that good. These don't look like great cards.
Spearfishing is playable?
It's playable. It's an inside job, but only 1 ice. But that'll do. But like,
yeah, that's fair.
It doesn't seem good. The problem is like we have so many criminal cards that are from Terminal Directive.
That's fair. Window of Opportunity is technically playable.
Yeah, I think it is. For this, we want to keep in mind that we have hardware programs, hardware programs. So that is something. But like we're missing economy and we're missing any sort of pressure.
What are our options for hardware?
Let's see.
What's there?
Okay, so we have Zenith Chip, which is probably playable. We could maybe take 1 core damage. I think that's an option. Waken Plan is definitely very good. This is one of the strongest multi-axes, I think, in the format. Yeah. So we'll just play 2, I guess. Prepaid is a fine card as long as we have enough ways to pay off. I don't think we do. If we play Prepaid, we could play like 3 Lucky Finds, but then we have no more influence.
Yeah, we'll see. Prepaid's pretty good if we can get the stuff.
Oh, Ronim's saying we missed Falsified. Yeah, we definitely play Falsified. It's just economy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That makes prepay better potentially.
Yeah, a bit better for sure. I don't know if we have to play HQ interface while we have Wake. If we could just easily pay one. It's like not Docklands Pass, that's for sure, but it's maybe fine.
Sure, put in one.
And do we play one alarm clock? It doesn't work
why
with
not?
crowdfunding well, but it does get some pressure on.
Does it not work with crowdfunding?
Well, if you spend 3 clicks running HQ, sorry, 2 clicks running HQ, I guess you could. You could run HQ, double click, and then run. Yeah, you could. I keep forgetting this doesn't take 3 clicks.
Let's just skip some.
Okay, we'll play
What's
Zanit.
up for program?
Programs. Okay, we're gonna need to get a good breaker suite. We don't have leech. We don't have the fixed strength breakers, so we're actually gonna have to break ice for credit costs.
We could do Andromeda Matryoshka.
Genuinely, like, have we seen any AI hate? We've seen no program destruction. We've seen no AI hate. I don't think Swordsman's in the format. This might be
That's
okay.
tempting, actually, with the immediate 9 card draw, and there is a ton of card draw because
If you want to play quality time,
the 5 quality time isn't.
yeah.
Oh, that's tempting.
Trojan
You wanna
Horse
just do it?
exists. Yeah, it does. Oh wait, Hunter Seeker's in the card pool. Yeah, actually, no, there is a bunch of program destruction. This might be a terrible idea.
Who's gonna be playing Who's gonna be playing Hunter Seeker?
Who's gonna be playing Matryoshka, right? I feel like once people realize Matryoshka is an option, it might happen. Because it's a good option. Understanding Matryoshka's in the card pool, like everybody has a breaker suite now. That's kind of sick.
Let's do Matryoshka. Let's try it.
Okay.
Let's try it.
All right,
We also have Trojan Horse in the card pool.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, we actually do have a couple problems. We could play like one backup of each of the breaker, like Lost Stake, Damara, and what the other one is, Abigail. Like that's an option, just to have actual breakers.
Reasonable. Just one of each.
Wait, we have Cash and
Coalescence. Yeah.
And Coalescence.
Yes,
Ooh.
but we have no way to pay it off.
Like, no way to pay it off. Just there's no payoff for doing that.
Yeah.
As far as we can tell.
Except World Tree, but then yeah.
Okay,
World Tree, yeah. World Tree actually is a big payoff.
World Tree. Oh wow, yeah.
Huh. Wait. Wait. Do we play World Tree Andromeda?
No.
Why not? You got 9 hand sides. You're gonna find it. I don't think these are good programs, but like, okay, for that to be good, we have to find resources that changing into other resources makes sense, right? Like crowdfunding is a really cheap thing to trash in World Tree to make it into a resource. The issue is like we don't have like daily cast or Earthrise or anything that has like limited usability.
There's Liberated, but that's influence.
Yeah, it is influence. Huh.
We play Caddy.
Yeah, we definitely play Caddy. I think you play Caddy in this format.
There is I think there's an interesting World Tree, tons of programs, and technical writer deck. I don't think that's this deck, but I think it's
yeah.
I think you do that, and you can play. Yeah.
You added one of those. Do we want to add a Cuppy too?
Oh yeah, we can. I feel like if we play Cup, we just don't play HQ interface. I think we pick our fight. Which one would you rather?
Yeah,
just play
Cup.
I like Cup more.
Yeah, me too.
There's going to be assets in it
too. Really good against CTM.
We also have Fizzer. Yeah, against CTM, actually, Coupulation's probably really good. We have Fizzerum, which is technically something we can cheat out with our window. Window also is fine with Coupulation, but what are we Fizzeruming in the format? Like, you don't want to Fizzerum in a non-C. I don't think you want to Fizzerum in a slot machine because it's going to cost you 3 credits. Like, I don't know what we're Fizzeruming. It's worth keeping in mind. We'll come back and edit this if we think we find something on the corp side that makes us like super unfavorable.
We don't have a console yet, too. That's a thing.
No, we don't.
Do we have a console?
The only console we have is Lustig. Or not Lustig, Polyhistoric, excuse me. Which is like not great.
Is there any console we want to spend influence on?
So how you do this, for those who don't know, you go S console, and then you find them.
We could play Sec next.
This extra link with Andy is something. I don't know how we're ever going to afford this unless we start playing rogue trading, but I don't know if we want to play Tag Me in this meta.
I like the idea of playing one Sec Nexus, actually.
We'll never afford this. You think we can? Our deck is like
the
3
turn
credits.
When you window of opportunity out of Sec Nexus.
That is genuinely very cool.
Is that going to happen? No, but it's the coolest thing ever.
Do we have any way to discount hardware?
No. There's no... What is the one? There's no credit kiting.
No credit kiting.
I don't think we have the supplier.
We could run one heartbeat just as an emergency not die option.
It's 3 influence though. That's a big
Ugh.
option.
I think we just would rather run the criminal resource. I think we just need to add like 2 of those.
Which one?
Uh, no one home.
Oh yeah, we definitely
Yeah,
play No One
no,
Home.
I think that's a
I
good
think we play
enough
3
do
of
not
those.
die.
Is
I think
Inside-
3.
This is the thing, is like we might tech too hard for meta. I do think this card is just going to be very good into
The
a
thing is, it
CTM
costs
and tag
it
meta.
costs 0, and I think we're going to be running out of cards to run eventually. Like, this is just emergency. We need to not.
Okay, let's fill out all
Um,
the obvious criminal cards, and then we can see what we're missing and where our influence goes. So I don't think we've gone through resources yet. So if there's anything that seems great, Dean Lister is good with AI icebreakers.
Oh, this is great with Matryoshka.
I want to. So I'm not sure it's great because on average it's just like you pay 2 to save 5, right? That's a 3 credit econ card, situational and board state.
Well, it's for the full run, so you're
Oh,
potentially
that's
like,
true. Okay.
if there's a server with like 2 or 3 different things in it, 5
yeah,
cards
'cause-
in hand, that's just a really solid thing.
Yeah, it depends on the
Yeah,
ice we're
since
breaking. It can be better than I'm saying it is. That's for sure. We have info bounty if we just want to run. I feel like we
Yep.
don't actually have that much reason for running. Well, we have Zenith chip, but it's not like we have run
We have
payoffs.
crowdfunding.
Yeah, we do have crowdfunding. Yeah. Oh boy, I'm not sure honestly that we could build a run-based criminal. We might be missing slots. Like we might want to play like control criminal. Jackpot.
Let's just get this out of the way and then build something else.
Sure. Is this worth a slot?
I don't know. I think
I've
we have
never
Caddy.
been-
I don't know that we want Jackpot as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
This card is Link. Against CTM, Link is useful. We also could play a card. I don't know if we have access to Scrubber or anything that gives you money for trashing stuff, but you could play this.
I think this is fine.
Okay. I just spilled a whole bunch of coffee.
Oh no.
Give me 1 second. Sorry. Okay. Rogue trading is actually interesting. I think this is the most amount of money on a single card in the format. The problem is you're
Yeah,
tag based, and we don't have a great way to remove tags unless we play Valentina. This and Seb, I think, might be a deck, but it's still slow. But I think the format's slow.
Yeah, but also there's like Scorched.
Sure, but
Yeah,
as long as you
like-
don't float the tag, you're okay.
If you don't float the tag, then it's not that great of a
Yeah, that's the
option.
problem. The econ goes way down. I mean, I guess maybe because it's just a ton of money. What else is there?
Not much. Like, I don't think we play this. I just think, like, in Seb, you can build around this with Valentina and friends.
What's
Yeah.
Valentina do again?
She just makes clearing a tag easier. 1 credit easier.
That's fair.
Then it becomes like 3 clicks for 5 credits, which
Is fine.
fine.
Somehow good enough. Yeah. Yeah, I don't feel great about many of these other options.
Okay, what are we using to win the game? What's our like win condition here?
2 indexing.
That's fine by me. That seems
Wait,
good.
but indexing is
We also-
bad with Matryoshka because you might not be able to run
Oh,
back.
that is the catalog.
Wait, indexing plus coalescence, or not coalescence, cataloger.
Oh yeah, 'cause you can rearrange with indexing and then steal with cataloger.
I feel like that's a lot. No, it's 4 influence.
That's 4.
Yeah.
Can we
There's
medium?
Yeah, we could medium. Medium might be better. There's no virus or any way to purge, and this is 3 influence. We might have an MU problem considering we don't have a console. That's the one thing that worries me.
Well, Matryoshka.
Yeah, for the moments we have the Matryoshka work as Hunter Seekered, but we could. Yeah, this works. Ooh, wait, we have more
12
influence than I think
influence?
we do.
And this is running 3 deuces and 3 employee strikes. Like, we can cut down on one of those.
We should play 3 of these. It's just econ.
Yeah.
Also, our events are pretty like they do actually have a cost to them. If we run a couple of good events that cost the influence, we can run 3 prepaids, and that's fine.
Yeah, the card draw event that we were talking about. Like,
Oh yeah,
you need card
quality
draw.
time.
2 quality time. We play 2 prepaids. So let's see what this test draw is like. We have 1 influence floating. I don't know. Process
Play
automation.
3rd quality time.
You think?
I don't know.
Okay, let's
go for it.
Let's see what this draws like. Oh, there's an Andromeda button. That's been a minute. So like say this is our opening hand and we have Andy. How do we play this? Right? Like the beauty of Andy is back in the day, you had economy plays on turn 1. Issues we don't have economy plays on turn 1.
Caddy falsified if they install something. Is that a prepaid in the top as well? Is that
This
what that
is a prepaid, the middle,
Yeah.
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 You mulligan this because it only has one Matryoshka.
Okay, so say that we do a different
Wait,
hand.
isn't that cash too? Like that was fine.
This is okay. It's 2 crowdfunding.
This is great. Yeah, 2 crowdfunding, 2 quality time, employee strike.
I think this opening hand is harder to play than
Yeah,
it
I
might
think
look.
the first one is better.
Yeah, the first one was better.
Like if you can get a falsified off, these opening hands work.
Yes, and that's the problem. Is we have to play something on turn 1 that gives us credits, and it's actually kind of hard to do that.
Are there any good operations that give credits in other other factions?
Yeah, let's check. Okay.
Sorting by instance.
Sure. So Lucky Find is like kind of clumsy on turn 1 because Andy has more cards in hand than she can play. But this is technically a lot of econ, and it works well with prepaids. You also can go through your deck and play what's it called? The reset button from RWR. The name eludes me. Not a lot of economy. There's actually just not a lot of cards that give you credits.
Trick shot. That's credits.
It is a lot of credits.
This deck doesn't seem that good, but I like it. I like it. I'd run this.
I think you can do a lot worse than this.
Yeah.
Okay, well, 46 cards, that can't be right. What do you want to cut? Maybe we play a third caddy just because opening with it seems really important for us.
Yeah. That seems right. And then cut 2 cards.
Yeah.
Maybe a window. I don't know that 3 window is right.
Yep, that's fine.
Yeah, we don't have the since we're doing a.
How about we play more copullations because of CTM?
Okay.
Sure.
And then what do we want to cut? I think we can maybe cut Alarm Clock considering Matryoshkas will get into HQ relatively easily. And then we can cut. It might be the Dean Lister. I don't feel like we're going to be happy with this in our opening hand.
Yeah, that's fine. We can cut Lister.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay. So this is our next opening hand. This is getting better.
Yeah, you can deuces for credits if you want. Get a caddy down, maybe falsified. Oh, and crowdfunding.
Yeah.
Crowdfunding is credits. Like, it does start getting you credits right away.
Yeah.
It's not a ton, but it is something.
How many cards, wait, have tag on it? Dude, wait, we have networking with deuces. We might be able to play tag. Like, we might be able to play this 18 credit econ card.
Okay.
Personally, I think networking is probably worth playing in a CTM world.
Hear me out. Let's leave this. Do we want to build a do we want to build the what is it, the credit thing, what's the credit card, the big one,
road trading.
Do we want to build road trading Sun?
Yes. Let's build a corp first, just so we make sure we have a corp.
Yeah.
Okay.
There are so many fun decks. I want to build the Seb deck. I want to build Rogue Trading Sunny. I want to build World Tree.
Yeah,
there's a ton of fun green cards, indexing plus cataloger. Please build all these decks.
Yeah, I'm curious. What green IDs do we have? Like, if we wanted to build World Tree, what do we build it out of?
Seal said that she tried. There's impressively little to do with World Tree other than 3x cash and 3x cold. So let's see what we have access to. Isla might make sense for World Tree. So if we do Isla, and then we check our identities, we have Isla and Kit. Oh, we have. Why do we have Kit?
Wait, we just have Spark Kit.
But why do we have Kit?
What set is Kit?
Kit
that can't be right. Is there a collection issue?
No, it's from whatever set that Kit came out in originally. So it's from the first
Spark Kit.
Yeah, I think so. Wait, is something wrong? No, why do we have Kit in our card pool?
Yeah, we shouldn't have Kit. Did like the.
Is it in? Oh, you have system update checked.
Oh, that's not good.
Oh,
wait a second. Is the other deck legal? Hold on. Cancel edits.
Hold on.
So we can check this easily. We go to edit. We go to collection. It doesnit say system update, but then if I go to sort, wait, if I go, I'll do view sort.
There's a sort by set. Yeah.
Yeah. If I do view, I can do sort by set. We don't have system update in here, so we didn't mess it up. I don't know why it started to show system update in there.
Yeah, that's weird. I think it just sometimes does it.
Very strange.
Okay. Oh, I bet it's because you clicked Ayla.
Oh,
and I bet
100%.
System update Ayla.
Yeah,
that's what it did.
That has to be it. Okay. So that is tricky. If that's the case,
so it's literally
I'm just gonna pick 419 because we know he's in the card pool.
Alright.
Okay, then we'll go Isla from TD. And so this is
Be
the only
back in,
shaper
like,
we have.
5 minutes. All right.
Cool. So what do we want to look at? What we can do with World Tree?
I think this deck we could also do. Let's have fun. 3 trick shots.
Yeah. Okay. Hear me out. I think trick shot's good, but I think trick shot's only really good if you can get into R&D consistently. And in a world without SMC and Muse, this card actually might not be great.
It's trick shot.
I know, but I only think trick shot's good because you have SMC in standard. Like if you open this and you start with this in your opening hand. Well, admittedly, if they play CTM and maybe don't ice R&D, this is cracked. But yeah, I just want to be a bit mindful. I don't know trick shot's that good without support.
Yeah, that's fair.
That being said, what other stuff can we do with World Tree? So we have Nuka. That's fine. You can get 3 cards off of Nuka and trade her in. You can get you can play 1 Laguna to get down cheaply in the early game.
Yep. Technical writer.
Yeah, Tech Writer seems good. And then we have
installing a lot of stuff.
Cash. And the Shaper Cash Coalescence.
Yep.
We have Liberated for early money. We could play 2 of these. We have
what's the
oh, there's not a lot of Shaper cards. Whoa, there's not a lot of Shaper cards. Wait, why are there so few Shaper cards?
I don't
That is incredible.
Well, not many Shaper resources.
Yeah. Wait, what?
What about programs?
Okay, there's a lot of programs. Okay,
okay.
Just a weird card pool. So we need to get real breakers down. So like, what's the best breaker suite we can play? That actually is worth like.
Lob and Orca.
I feel like in World Tree,
just I mean, if we're going all in on World Tree, you just grab a couple of big breakers. You grab like a Cerberus, I guess. That's pretty good.
Yeah, but
Lamb. Lamb is great. Grab a Lamb.
It'll run out. Lamb, I think, is fine, but Lamb is 2 MU, and I think we have to watch out because if we play World Tree Lamb, our MU's cooked. Like we have to make sure that we have enough MU cards. We do have Dig Deer, but MU is a problem. Let's look at our consoles. I think Ubax might be playable. It's very expensive. Otherwise, our cheap consoles, like we don't have a lot of options. Mirror is like kind of underwhelming. It is 2 MU for 3 credits, which was notable when it came out.
Oh, we run Mirror.
You think?
Yeah, it's bad, but like it's 2 MU. We need it for World Tree.
Okay. We also don't have a lot of other hardware. So like Cataloger technically is a World Tree target because you can get some value from it and then sell it, which is like cute.
Also, Cataloger plus indexing is our win condition.
Like, yeah.
I think that's great. I want to do that. That's my goal with Shaper.
Okay. I don't know if there's any of the other ones. Does Replicator do something when you install a piece of hardware, including Replicator? You may search your stack for another copy of the hardware and reveal it. So that does deck thinning. I don't think we're really excited about this.
If there was like an interesting thing to do with hardware, maybe, but I don't think there is, right? Like there's something with World Tree and Replicator, but I don't think we have.
So the one hardware that you can spam is Security Chip. This doesn't do enough for the slots that it takes up.
No.
Yeah, fine. If we had a Rabbit Hole, we'd play it in the format, I think. Okay. Let's look at the events really quickly. So things that we don't have a current yet, so I'm assuming we're just going out of the way. And even if we get it on Isla's set aside area, we'd be happy playing Employee Strike. We'll put 2 for now and see if we have to play 3.
Yeah.
Quality time. I think we have enough card draw
time
on Laguna and Nuka. We actually might not want it.
Like put in 1, just it's good.
Okay. Burner's good.
Burner's great.
Indexing, Spark, careful planning, deep data mining, a marathon. Okay. So our money in the deck is basically get out of World Tree somehow early. Get a liberated count. We need icebreakers, and we still probably need a bit more economy. We have enough of a win condition. We have enough card draw, I'm pretty sure, with like Nuka and a Laguna. And hopefully this Laguna comes out for 2 credits, right? Like we want to get it from our deck.
Yeah.
Okay.
What are other resources that we could do potentially to...
Yeah, and the cool thing is we can play one ofs and grab them with consistency, right? So I'm assuming we want to play one of Caddy Jones and just get Caddy.
Yep.
I think we could actually play one of Valentina. Her coming in for free in a CTM meta is like maybe okay.
I think that's fine also because like worst case scenario, we just play her and turn her into a liberated.
Yeah. Well, I think the floor on like resources is going to be so low in theory that we can get away with anything. I think Valentina might be okay. Hunting Grounds, I don't know. We'll come back.
One of Hunting Grounds seems good, or well, it costs 2 actually.
The issue is like the face down cards don't have type, so we can't use them with World Tree, which would have been pretty hype if you can.
I feel
If
like
we
should
find
try
out,
to fit
yeah,
3 crowdfunding, no matter what, in this.
Could we
I
fit
don't know if
3
we run.
crowd?
So I honestly don't know if crowdfunding is that good. I only think crowdfunding is good when you can run 3 times and you have to structure your whole turn around it. We don't do that in a World Tree deck. Like we have no payoffs for running 3 times. Like we're literally spending clicks to make runs that don't do anything just to get the crowdfunding back. Like I know crowdfunding is hype and it's banned, but it's probably only good when you have like Leech or Desperado or any of the other reasons to run.
Yeah, but if we ever do make 3 runs, we get all of them back, and we can then World Tree them
Sell
again.
them.
I think at that point in the game, we will firstly not have any more resources in our deck, and
Okay, here's my thing.
maybe
I think maybe including 1 is a good idea.
I feel like this card's
Just
only good
because-
if you play 3, though, right? Because then imagine
Yeah,
making
but
3 runs to get 1 back.
But if you
It's
make,
just a recurring resource.
yeah, but I think 1 might be fine just because if you do get 1 back and then you can use it and turn it into something else in World Tree, it's just coming back World Tree. But yeah, maybe you're right.
It's not. We might have 9 influence left over. I just think we get more money faster by playing a 3rd Liberated.
Wait, where's
That's fair.
the funny alligator?
Do you want to play the
That's
funny
in
alligator?
packs, isn't it? Maybe. I mean, it's fun. It breaks ice.
Yeah, once. If you play this, you could play like E3 and Poison Vial.
I was just thinking to get us in once for World Tree. If really,
I think
But-
if we get one more MU card in here, like maybe heaven forbid we play the LLS diamond thing, that we just want to play like Turbine and then 3 breakers, and we don't have to worry about goofy stuff like this, right? Like we can just play the most fundamental busted brute force siege rig.
oh yeah, that's fine by me.
It might be a possibility because I think we can set up that rig better than most other decks can.
Mirror is 2 MU?
Yeah, it is 2 MU, which is definitely
that's
a
the
start.
only reason it's being run.
Yeah.
Okay.
3 costs 2 MU.
Its text is probably going to be blank. I'm imagining the text is
Yeah.
blank. Oh, we could probably should play 1 no one home. We can grab it if we need it. Technically, this
Absolutely,
is like
1 no one.
our Valentina slot. I just want to see if there's anything else that like makes sense. We won't have the link. 3rd Liberate is actually worth considering, I think.
3rd Liberate.
I don't see that much else that we want. Pulling a black file with World Tree is kind of special though. Can't
That is
lie.
very.
Kind of cool.
Though I kind of feel like most corps are going to try to flatline, so it's not going to do anything.
Yeah, let's just try and get a breaker suite.
Yeah. Okay. So one of the options is if we build into really late game is that you can play the sort of like adept Maven breaker suite. The problem is that this is a 2 MU card and it's expensive, which means it's really hard to play all these installables and Muse and all this sort of stuff. Like that probably doesn't make sense. So we probably just want to find out what are the best fractors, decoders, and killers that we have in the format. So let's do F fractor. Already searching fractors. So we have pressure spike, which it's a fine start. You can do way worse than pressure spike.
I think it's-
There's turbine in the format, right?
Yep.
So we're assuming possibly turbine support. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, this is hopefully going to be a turbine deck.
Ankuza is a hell of a card. It's incredibly expensive, and we might not be able to afford it. It does dunk on border control in a really satisfying way, but it is very expensive.
This would be really funny with turbine and trick shot.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder what barriers we want to bounce. It bounces like Eula terribly, but border control is probably one of the only targets I can imagine.
Put 1 in because it's funny.
Okay, code gates. Oh, these are all fractors, of
Lamb.
course. Okay.
Lamb's good.
Lamb's 2 MU though. I'm so worried about playing MU cards, extra MU cards, because our rig is so bloated. Okay. Decider, decoder. Not a lot of options. So we have Lobi for 700 credits. Very good
And
card.
2 MU.
And 2 MU, yeah. Savant for 2 MU. A bit cheaper, but it's not bad at all. Striker, which is the Sunny option, which is the numbers on it aren't fantastic. In theory, if we build Link, we could actually save MU on these cards, which is kind of cool. And then we have Abagnale, which is very similar numbers to the Sunny Breaker. And then we have Abisu, which I don't know if we want to use that ability. Well, Abisu is okay if you have Turbine.
Let's do Abyssi turbine. That sounds fun.
Yeah, weird.
This tournament's about having.
Okay, then we have Killer. So we have Savant again. We have Noom. Noom doesn't really need
Bad
Turbine.
with terrible with Turbine.
Yeah, doesn't work well. We have Lustig, which is also not bad with Turbine. It's 3 strength. This becomes the breakpoint. We got to figure out. We know there's at least a bunch of 5 strength sentries in the format because we know there's Assassin and we know there's a Nancy. So interesting. We have Adept again. We have Orca, and then we have Boitata, which technically works with a World Tree deck, doesn't it?
Well, the thing is, you trash after you get the run.
Oh
so it
yeah,
doesn't
that's
help
true.
you
That's
during
true.
it.
That's true. Yeah.
I think we might just run Reaper.
Do you know Boitata works with crowdfunding? Like start a turn, you trash your crowdfunding to draw a card. Isn't that sick?
Yeah, that's fun.
Creeper's bad. What are we doing?
Okay, someone needs to make the Lobby plus Orca Spark deck, but I don't think that one's this one.
Yeah, it can't be this one.
How much memory is Creeper?
1 to 0, but it's very, very aggressively not good.
Oh, break 2 cent.
Yeah.
Break 1 century. I don't know.
It's one of these two, I think, Boitata or Shrike. Or Lustig, it's more influence.
Is Orca 2 memory?
Yeah, all the
I don't
big
like
ones.
any of these.
Like in theory, Boitata works with World Tree, but we have to get in at least once.
Yeah. Or
I
yeah, no, that's honestly it. We have to get it once. There's no way around it.
let's just do Void.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
So that's one Fractor. I think then Kuza might be tricky. Let's look at the cards that are not icebreakers.
Oh yeah, no, I was thinking play Ankusa and also play another
Yeah, got
like
it.
not just Ankusa, play another Fractor. Ankusa as a funny backup option if we can.
So Deg Deer is actually probably fine. It does generate a fair bit of MU. So you can run.
Deg Deer also lets us mess around with like it does that let us mess around like we could host like a muse on that and stuff?
Yep.
And or host coalescence and
So
stuff. And
actually-
then those are gonna get trashed anyways.
The memory cost of the hosted
you-
program does not count against your memory limit. If you host a daemon on top of the Deg Deer, I'm not sure if that program that's double hosted takes up MU or not.
The
Well, yeah,
double
but-
hosted does not, or does take up MU
Okay.
still.
So the thing is, I'm just saying we don't care about that because we're going to be trashing all our muses and coalescence and caches anyways.
Yeah.
Like,
And they
this is
come in
just
cheaper on the
put
Deg
something
Deer.
on there to let it get blown up later. Just the slot to make those cheaper.
The thing is, like, if we play Deg Deer, there's actually a big chance that we can get away with playing like Maven and the 2 MU cards that want more installed programs to be cheaper, right? Because then you can play Maven, and technically E3 feedback implants is something you can tutor from your deck in this deck.
Or we could just run Lob or Orca or something.
Yeah, that too. Like, we could actually play
Actually-
Lobby Orca and play Deg Deer.
I'd really like to. That sounds really
That
good.
sounds more
actually,
fun and
playing,
saves
like,
influence too.
Yeah.
We might need to play a real Fractor though, so we're probably going to still play the
Let's
pressure
Yeah.
spike.
Actually, let's do Lamb then, because Lamb's probably I think the best option there.
Okay, I'm worried about MU still. We'd have to play 3 of these. Lamb.
Oh well, you're right
Orca.
because pressure spike. It's true.
Yeah, it's slightly easier to play pressure spike and Lobby Someng.
This is really silly. Actually, we could do a normal. We could do a normal one of those actually.
Oh,
Yeah.
but what's the
That makes it too
point?
silly. Okay, it's fair. That's fair. That's fair. Let's go. For it.
Okay, at this point though, we don't need Turbine. Wait, Turbine's not even in the list. Wait, is Turbine not an option? No, it's in Parhelion. Why is it not showing up and not Icebreaker? Huh?
Huh?
JNet?
Hmm.
Or NetworkDB?
Get rid of the search for not icebreaker completely. Does it show up there? Is it?
I have to flicker it. No?
Do you have Parhelion chat?
Yeah. Yeah, I do.
Do you have casual checked?
Yeah. Good.
Go to standard ban list. Can you like switch that?
No, because it's
Okay.
casual locked. Is
I-
Turbine under T for Turbine? Oh, it's under. It was just not alphabetical.
Oh.
It's just not alphabetical. Sorry, I thought it was alphabetical. It
Okay.
was by influence. Yeah, that's on me.
Just put in a turbine. Yeah, put in
I
a
don't think we
turbine.
need to with this breaker suite.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, that's fair.
Okay, we have 5 influence left over. We can play another lib, no problem.
Yeah.
How do you want to spend 3 influence? And then
Uh,
we have to cut slots.
Are there any operations that give us money? Lucky find, I guess.
In theory, Lucky
Yeah.
Fine. I think as a World Tree deck, we're actually incentivized not to play that many operations.
Wait.
fair.
Oh, we're okay.
Deuce
There's a
is
one of
spark one?
crowdfunding.
The infinite install.
Do the one of crowdfunding.
Yeah, okay,
Do
whatever.
it. One of
Whatever.
It's probably bad.
It's
You should probably
probably
cut it
not
if you play this deck. But
Okay.
So
I think you might also drop one muse.
one, sorry?
One muse.
You think?
I don't know.
Because this is a double install, right? The idea is if you muse out your cache or your coalescence, that gives you 2 World Tree targets. Now, we don't have environmental testing, but it also fires Technical Writer. Like, I kind of see it doing something.
No, that's fair. With Technical Writer, it's pretty.
Yeah, and we need to find that World Tree now.
Yeah. I think we cut a Valentina and say no one home does the work for us.
Yeah.
No, but there's CTM.
Getty Laguna.
We could maybe track. If we're doing 3 Nuka, we could drop the quality.
People
I think
have played 65 card World Tree decks. 47 is fine.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, 46 card World Tree.
And we're Isla. We're technically a 40 card deck, right? Functionally.
Yeah.
This is our tester. Okay, wait, no, hold on. Isla does NVRAM first. So we look at 6. And which of these are we going to keep? So we're going to put World Tree on our NVRAM. We're going to put No One Home on our NVRAM, depending on the matchup, if it needs it or if it doesn't need it. I think we actually want to put Deck Deer,
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because you just want Deck Deer World Tree on top of that, so you have open on Mew.
Unfortunately, you want Lobby in your deck, and you want Coalescence in your deck as well. So you have to keep the
Maybe you
Nuka.
put Coalescence just as a way to get money. Like,
but then it's 2 clicks for 2 credits. It's really bad. Unless you put on your Deck Deer, then it's 2 clicks for 3 credits.
Yeah, and then we World Tree it away, and then we put something else on the Deck Deer. Yeah. I guess that's the whole point of the Deck Deer.
It's such a slow start, but it's really fun. So
I think the format might be slow. If we can put 1 card that helps us trash assets, that would be sick. I just don't know if that exists.
I don't think there's a single card that does.
Like, there's no Scrubber, there's no Parisha, there's no Bones, there's nothing. Like, assets are just going to be good.
No, you know what there is?
Uh-oh.
Baya.
Sorry?
Oh, this Cup. Oh, Cup!
We have no, like, recursion. I don't know if Cup's going to be that sick.
We have Muse.
Oh,
we should just leave this and move on to Corp.
We do. Yeah, we have Muse.
Oh, yeah, we do. All right, cut the crowdfunding, put in a Cup.
Yeah.
We have 1 influence.
Put in a Deuces. Nobody ever complained about a Deuces.
Deuces or Baya, if we're worried about...
Wait, we have Baya?
Baya's not...
No, maybe we don't. Okay, we have the wrong half.
Oh, yeah, that's the other half, yeah.
Put in a Deuces, and then let's move on to Corp, because we've...
Yeah, that seems good.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, 47, World Tree, Isla, Ram. Should I share these lists with y'all if you want to distribute them anyway? That makes sense. I don't know how interested chat is on this sick Isla deck.
I'm gonna post them in the server as we make them, so that people can potentially mess with them as they like.
Okay. So here, let me just get you the JNet plain text. No, I'll actually share the URL because this should be public.
Yeah.
1 second. That is World Tree Isla. Okay, we gotta build some Corp decks. We're doing okay.
All right.
Never
what do you want to build for Corp? You were really excited
I want
about
to build Thule, but I fear that is going to be gross.
Wait, where's the... Oh, there it is.
Yeah, just
never mind.
Cool. Okay.
All right. Should I share these yet, or wait till we go back and refine them if we do that after? I guess I'll share them now.
Share them now so that people can do them. I was going to post them. So.
Oh, you're going to post them? All right. You have access to the announcements channel too?
Yeah.
Sweet. All right. Perfect.
Okay. Now, let's play some Thule. Thule Kill is quite a strong deck. Now, we're not going to have all the cards to play a standard perfect version of it, but it's also a deck that some people just don't know how to play against, and if you want to get some tournament wins, that can help. Now, if we look at our cards, what do we have? Brain Rewiring. Technically, you can actually set up a lethal combo if you have this on the table with triple advancements. I don't know if that's going to happen, but you can get cards out of your opponent's hand. We have to probably play Ontological. I think that's going to be the bad part about our agenda suite is our agendas are not going to be good. I don't condone his behavior. Remote enforcement probably isn't it. We're going to likely have to play more than 3 ice. That happens in standard. And SFT is also very technically good, as much as scoring out of 4-2 is going to be difficult.
Is Brain Rewiring it?
So in theory, you could do Brain Rewiring combos. You don't have any acceleration, so it's not like you have seamless. Because in theory, if you have like a triple advanced Brain Rewiring on the table and they like, you can score it into, distribute it into end of line, like you can do something convoluted. I think our agenda suite's going to suck.
If we're just going for kill, we're probably also including GFI, right?
100%.
Oh, yeah.
But I think most decks are going to just play GFI, I think, regardless.
What's Eden Fragment again?
I'm not sure. 5-3?
5-3?
Yeah. Install cost of the first piece of ice. This is not going to do it for us.
I mean, it's a 5-3. That might be... If we're going for kill, it just might be...
Sure.
5-3.
However,
Uh,
if you're playing Thule, you're kind of incentivized to play even small agendas because the tempo cost on your
Yeah.
opponent is pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
So you don't see a lot of Thule decks only playing 5-3s. The issue is we
Yeah,
don't
that's
have any
true.
good tempo 3-1s besides brain rewiring. Like we could just play brain rewiring and 1 2-pointer and call it a day.
Yeah. Is there any other 3-1s? There's no other.
No.
Or
Nah, nothing. And then we can maybe play a paper trail to be annoying. Or probably we actually
Sure.
do play the 4-2 that just builds the board. This is really good too because we have Stell Moon, right? So you can use this.
we don't have Stell Moon, do we?
Yeah, we do.
We
Stell
do.
Moon. Oh no. Okay.
All right, let's try something like this. And now we're not going to spend influence. Mostly, we're going to just build like HB assets and then also have the Thule tax on top of it. So Stell Moon
Oh, wait.
is busted. Yeah.
Our influence is on Scorched Earth, right?
Yeah.
just
So we're
playing-
probably going to be playing 2 or 3 Gaslights, maybe 3. We're going to be probably playing Scorched Earth. I would say we definitely are playing Scorched Earth. The issue with Scorched Earth is that it only does 4 meat damage, and we'd have to play one of like. What's probably going to happen is we're not going to play 2 Scorched Earth. Is we're going to play Hypoxia Scorched Earth. And so that means we have to give ways for tags. And so we've distributed tracing in faction. That's really good. And then we also are probably going to just be playing hard hitting news because we're an asset spam deck. And if they go tag me, we can win the game. So we'll probably end up playing like 2 to 3 hard hitting news,
Yeah.
1 Scorched Earth, 2 Gaslights for tutoring, and then we'll figure out how to spend the last 2 influence probably.
Yeah,
at
it
some
might
point.
just be the third hard
Yeah.
hitting.
And then
Okay.
3 Hypoxia. That is our start.
Yep.
Now we just have to get cards on the table that push us forward. I think Quinda is probably not it, as much as Quinda does do core damage.
So we're running 3 Nightmare Arc, obviously.
We might not, honestly. I don't maybe. It probably
much
does
is-
interact.
down.
It does slow them down.
It deals a core damage.
Yeah, maybe we do. It doesn't show up a lot in standard, but I think the slots are just tighter in standard. I think it probably
It
is
costs
fine.
0 to play.
I think we play Maryland before we play launch campaign.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
I think we should play 1 or 2 Malia because we're expecting there to be caddies.
Yeah. I should do 1.
Rashida, 3x.
Yep.
We'll try the Nightmares.
3 net.
I don't think we're going to be scoring a lot for powers.
No.
And then we have Prototype and Reception. I reckon we just acid spam the heck out of these.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow,
We have 3 Stell Moons.
this looks healthy.
Oh yeah.
Do you want to just run? Do you want to run as like the only ice, like the Grail ice?
Oh,
Do
interesting.
you want to just embrace evil and just run Excalibur, 3 Excalibur, and that's it?
They're
What is it?
unique, so
What-
I don't want to play 3 of them, but we definitely could
Which
play
one?
1.
What is it?
Yeah, we definitely want one.
Oh.
Huh. So they don't often do multiple runs against Thule.
Yeah.
If
Especially
we're
through
acid
ice.
spamming,
Yeah, they just check the acid spam server last, which
Mhm.
maybe that's fine.
Or first.
oh, that's fair.
Yeah, one or the other. The thing is, like, I don't know if we have any core damage ice. Like, we don't have Jaguar. We don't have the Gatekeeper. The ones that we do have is Executive Functioning, which is Trace 4. That's not terrible, but it's also a 1 strength code gate. We have Bloop, which you need more harmonics, and there's only 2 harmonics in the whole set. And then we have Kamali, which is it's not the best numbers on a piece of ice. 6 for 3 is kind of rough. And they can
How
clip
much
through
do
it.
we care? This is full asset spam going for a kill and should kill pretty soon.
Like having 1 or 2 ice is really nice because then your opponent has to install their bad breakers in a limited format. Like just having a
Yeah.
single magnet means they have to find and install
Wait.
their code gate.
But I'm saying we
Wait.
don't really care about core damage.
There's pulse in this format?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Why?
There's pulse in that upgrade.
We have Highline?
I thought we rolled high in line.
Oh, you might be right. Oh, we did. Yeah.
We did.
Oh, that's really good. Okay, that's going to be really strong in this format is that you have Pulse and you have Heinlein. Huh. Wait, do we have Front Company? No, we don't. Okay.
We do have though replicating perfection. Or not replicating. Whichever one is the front company, but
Yeah, that's RP. Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. This is
Put in a
something.
magnet.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Let's do 1 magnet. I honestly don't. This is probably good. It like that's the thing is if they made a run, they lose all their money. Hard hitting news is the easiest thing to do.
Oh god.
Like it's so easy. Okay. Let's see what else we have. So we still have a bit of influence left over. Other stuff that we have.
need We need a current, right?
probably, and luckily we have access to ELP. Do we just play 2 ELPs?
Yeah, 2 ELPs.
Okay.
We're gonna have to cut a bunch of these.
Yeah. We'll have to
IPO? Do we care about that?
This deck often in standard doesn't even play hedge fund because its best economy is just stuff on the table. It does have a bit of Regolith back in the day or in
It says
standard.
economy stuff on the table, and we have a Stell Moon, so
Yeah, we're hoping that lines up, and like prototype.
Lateral growth.
I think an asset is better. Like any asset usually gives you more than 2 credits worth of value, and then the runner has to trash it, right?
Yeah, I guess I was thinking with the Stell Moon, you get 2 credits and an install and a Stell Moon trigger, but
yeah,
lateral growth fine potential. We're gonna be cutting cards.
Yeah, that's the thing is we're gonna have to cut. So let's earmark one of those. Is there anything else that jumps out? This is actually a pretty reasonable current. Is this better than ELP?
Oh, that might be better than ELP.
Because if we have more money than them, they just take core damage.
Wait, isn't still have to pay for Thule?
ELP is better because ELP slows them down, and like we do have with. What are our ways for dealing core damage again?
There weren't great run events either, were there?
No.
I don't remember almost any run events.
Tagging the runner?
Distributed and hard-hitting news.
Okay, so we technically have a definite kill. They steal one agenda, distribute a taste to like tracing hypoxia. Later to scorch. Oh, but we can't double score.
Yeah, you can't double scorch. So you have to get them down to 3 hand size, and then they basically can't interact with you unless they have like no one home and more money or damage.
Enhanced login does also help with Thule because they can't spend click essentially.
Yeah. Now brain rewiring doesn't flatline, but it gets them down to no cards in hand with kill switch.
Wait, it's on scorch. It's on steel too.
Yep. Accessed or scored.
Brain Rewire's on steel?
No, Brain Rewiring is on scored. Yeah, this one's on accessed, which is like really, really powerful. Because that means they have to play the Thule tax and then the kill switch trace.
Yeah, let's do it. Sure, why not?
Okay. And then upgrades. I think the ones that we want to consider are like we have Hendrick. I don't think we play Jupstat because we don't need to, but we definitely want to play some amount of Hendricks.
Yeah, I would.
2 or 3 maybe.
Do we? If we're going full asset spam, do we?
You want to play Hendrick because if they access in the wrong order, they're guaranteeing core damage.
Yeah, if you get 2 of them.
Yeah, if you have 2 of them, it's guaranteed core damage. But even if it's Hendrick agenda and they access the Hendrick first, and then they access the agenda, if they've paid for the Hendrick, they have to take the core damage off the agenda.
So Hendrick, if we play 3 Hendrick, I kind of lean back towards the other current, just like
to keep them out clicks.
Yeah, if they spend extra clicks to run and then extra clicks to steal and Hendrick, and it's just
yeah. Well, we have a Heinlein Hendrick. Like, if they have no money, I think I'd rather have kill switch.
That's fair.
It just seems so fun.
This is like a fine deck already, basically. Looking at it, let's cut the
because they Heinlein lose. Oh my god. Yeah. Okay.
I think you're right about the Grail Ice. I don't think we need that.
Raketha's saying rewiring with Jupstad and kill switch just flatlines. That is actually totally true. Because if you do rewiring, they have 1 card in hand. Jupstad takes that card out, and then the kill switch trace flatlines. That's so goofy.
Wait, rewiring can only go down to 1 card?
Yeah, you can flush their hand, but then they always draw 1 card. It's like slightly safer than re-education.
Gotcha.
So if you can do 2 core damage, you win. Immediately. All right, we need to cut 3 cards. We also have some influence left over. It's either playing a third hard-hitting news or playing a gaslight and or something else.
Is working prototype warm reception something we need to do? Like,
okay,
is this
weird question?
Yeah.
What can I look at distributed tracing again real quick?
Yeah.
Okay, that costs 2. Never mind.
And we have no way to gain an extra click, right?
No.
There's no way.
Yeah, I don't think we have in the format. So we have a Stell Moon. So we're probably going to have more money, probably going to have hard-hitting news. It doesn't seem like there's tech to deal with assets. So if we get things on the table, like it's really in our best interest that we have things like reception and prototype to force them to interact.
Yeah, that's fair.
Now,
I guess we can cut the lateral growth. I guess we don't need that.
Yeah, we might not need that. Now,
though I do think we want the third hard hitting.
Yeah, for it. I would say third hard hitting or the third gaslight, but maybe also with the Stell Moon, we have so much card draw that we're okay there.
Yeah.
There's Freedom. I think Freedom's gonna be the one bad matchup. Freedom is the only way I think to deal with assets relatively easily. But like, check this opening hand out,
My
right?
hot take is that is if someone builds Freedom, they're actually going to have a very good time.
They
A
might.
ton of great Freedom cards, a ton of great stuff. It's going to be really hard to build because there's not a ton of Anarch, but if someone can do that, they're going to have a great time.
Borsing isn't stock buyback in. It is. And our agenda suite, like, I don't know if we need that burst of economy. It's annoying with Nightmare Archives, but
If you wanted to have a lot of fun, you could cut all of the this is the fun build, not the good build. Cut all the hard hitting newses and replace them with news teams, and then run stock buyback.
I think it would be really annoying. I don't know if you'd be able to win a game though. I think both players would be attritioned out.
Everyone would hate you for it,
Yeah.
but someone you could do that.
I can't believe we have Nightmare Archives buyback and the news team. Like,
Do we need the Nightmare Archives? I guess if we're trying to cut 3 cards, is it the Nightmare Archives?
My guess is
I think
yes.
having 1 or 2 of them is really good at least.
I think our agenda suite is already so hard to steal off of us with Thule and our board state and hard hitting news. Like, I think there's a reason that you don't see Nightmare Archives in standard in this sort of deck. The thing is, like, they don't run archives, so you have to put it on the table, and putting this on the table is rough. Because if you don't res it, they don't have to run it. Like, do you think a Nightmare Archives would be better than Amalia? I think Amalia is better than Archives on most board states. Because they have to run.
Amalia.
Sure, but I mean, like, we play more than one Malia.
Kadia, potentially?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can blind
We can cut the
Kadia.
Nightmare Archives.
So, okay, check what this draw's like, right? So this is our opening hand.
Wait, why do we have 3 pulses? Oh, for the Heinlein.
Yeah, for Heinlein specifically. So this is our opening hand, right? We would keep this. 2 agendas, like this is the problem is we're going to flood with agendas. That is an issue that we're going to have. We have no way to manage agendas. But if we do like, that's actually a really big problem. We have to ice up HQ. But if we do like a Stella Moon and we put a Rashida, that we res a Stell and this, like what do they interact with us on that board state? Like if they run the Stell, we pop the Stell. They're probably not running the other cards. If Rashida goes off, like this is our hand by turn 2. This is the one thing we're going to run into is we have to actually score our agendas. Because we flood up.
Do we have any way to score these agendas without advancing them?
No. Holloman.
Like without pre-advancing them. No, I don't.
It'd just be Holloman.
I think we have Holloman.
We do have Holloman. It's just expensive.
I'm just thinking like
you could cut 1 HHN, maybe a
and a Gaslight.
I don't hate that, honestly.
Like I'm just thinking we can't like normal Thule can bluff wraps a bit by advancing things on the board, and we just can't do that.
So you can do it because the idea is that if they run and if they steal your agenda, they have to play for Thule. Maybe they also have to pay for Kill Switch, but then they get forked by hard hitting news distributed. The idea is that the agenda doesn't have to be safe. The agenda just has to be hard for them to deal with.
Yeah, that's fair.
So like this opening
we don't have any way to de-res a pulse, right?
We do. We have a reception.
Oh, right. Yep. Great. Amazing.
Yeah. We can also de-res Malia's. We can de-res Maryland's if we want to. We have some weird stuff. Yeah, this is probably fine.
It's weird. I don't think it's going to completely work in the way that people want it to, but it's fun. We're not building decks that are the best decks. We're building the decks.
Did we cut the 3? We cut the Nightmares?
Yeah. Yeah, we're down to 18 assets.
All right.
What other court?
What?
We have 40 minutes, a bit less.
What, do we want to do RP?
Sure.
Or do we not want to do another asset deck and do something more ice-based?
We could do ice-based.
Okay.
RP.
Can I suggest a bad deck that I think would be very fun?
Yeah.
Sure.
Can we do ice-based kill from New Angeles Soul? Make the current deck?
Yeah, imagine so. So let's go to all Soul.
I really love Data and Destiny. It's like my favorite set.
So let's look at the current pool, right? Because we have the one where you have to name a card. So in faction, we have Media Blitz, which is a very powerful card if the agenda suite allows this to be great, especially because New Angeles Soul, it should be on most of the game. We have Surveillance Sweep, which probably doesn't matter, but it's a very fun ability. And then we have Tarmar, which is going to be difficult to play on round 1, but it's going to be easier to play on round 5.
What other stuff do we have in other factions?
So the cheap stuff. Cerebral Static turns off the runner's identity. Against Andromeda, that doesn't do anything. Against Ayla, doesn't do anything. I'm not sure which runners you're super stoked about this.
Wait, doesn't it mean that Ayla can't access an Envy Room?
Yeah, but like, I don't know if that wins you the game.
Yeah. That's fair.
Death and taxes and paywall implementation are really cheap. Like just having economy built into your identity is probably worth something. Now, if the runner installs a card or trashes an installed card, we built a deck that's all about trashing and installing cards. So like this is gonna be very funny for that deck. Again, without a format with like daily casts and all this sort of cards that trash themselves, the value of this can change. And paywall is just basically a credit every time that the runner runs, which some turns will be 0, but some turns it'll be like 3 to 4 credits. So that's fine. We have ELP to be really, really frustrating. This just makes it hard to run anything all the time, always. And it's only 2 credits to influence, which is nice. We looked at kill switch. And then the last one, we have a lag time, which is, I've never really played this card.
I don't think it's good, but I think it's fine in this deck.
It depends on what the breakers are in the ices. Like having a 5 strength News Hound seems fine.
All right, well, let's try and put together like what's our agendas. These seem like currents we can work with.
So our agendas, we have, okay. So NBN, excuse me. So we have,
Wait, 15 minutes?
Yeah, it's in Date and Destiny. Got a little 2-1.
Oh,
I like this card. Okay, we have a 5/3. I think food is going to be our big 5/3 unless we're playing Hyper Glacier, which I'd be surprised. Otherwise, it's not fantastic. We can play hard-hitting news, freedom of information. That's like fine. That's okay. It's obviously this.
I was thinking of trying to do like a more Glacier build with going for the kill. So we could.
What's the kill?
Scorched.
Oh, okay. I'm imagining that Asmari might get there more consistently, but
yeah, but it's not as fun as playing New Angeles Soul.
I don't know if the current pool is good. We'll find out. Okay. What else can we score out? Like Kingmaking, if we play with 1-pointers, this is a 3-point agenda technically. I don't know what 1-pointers we have that we're really excited about. Currently, we have QPM, which if we have tag-based ice, this is a nice little bit to weave into any deck. We have Post-Truth, which is a blank 2-1 if you score it with Kingmaking, but otherwise it's just a bit of tempo. And we have this. Honestly, like, getting our ice to be good, like in theory, we could play lag time, improve tracers, Kingmaking, and just playing a lot of trace ice and see what happens.
Let's see what ice I have. Let's see what ice we have so I can see if the Glacier Dream is real.
Yeah, okay. So
check that lastly.
We should have a lot of NBN ice.
Turn on neutral too.
So neutral ice. And also, like, I actually think we can build a tracers boosting deck because we have some really good stuff. We have Archangel. It's fantastic. We have Assassin, which is fantastic. We have Resistor, or sorry, Capacitor, not Capacitor. We have Resistor. Don't worry about that one. Data Hound, it's probably not it. We should have a better little dog friend to help us out. Eula is fine. We've seen Sunny's Breaker breaking Eula for 2 is probably the worst thing we have in the meta, and that might not be incredibly common, but otherwise it's Eula. Eula's fine. Excalibur is pretty good in Glacier. We have Information Overload if they go tag me. This gets really, really game winning very fast, but only if they go tag me. So you can play one of as a surprise. That can happen. This is one of our best ice, and this is a trace ice. Like so far, all the ice we've played is a trace ice. So playing improved tracers and lag time might work. That's the issue though. It's like if we increase the strength of our ice, they often end up just tracing through it anyways. But luckily, this has an end around. All right, what else we have? Resistor. This is a nice little cheap ice. Trace 4 is nothing to laugh at.
Tracer.
Yeah. Sandman.
Piranha's is honestly probably fine too.
Sorry?
Piranha's is honestly probably fine too, right?
I'm like so worried about giving a runner with limited economy bad publicity.
In a trace ice. Yeah.
Bad
publicity.
Oh,
I guess we're going tags. We might be able to do that, but yeah.
I realized we forgot to put Zealous Judge in the Thule deck. We probably should have for last 2 influence. Beans. Whatever. That's fine.
Well, people can do that.
Yeah.
Oh, can you post the Thule deck real quick?
Oh, yeah. Excuse me. Yeah, 1 second. Here we go.
You want to make that change while you're posting it?
Nah, don't. People can change that.
Yeah, I would drop one Harding news for Zealous, I think. I just about threw it straight into chat. Let me throw into Discord. Okay. So we were here. Nope. Give me 1 second. Can't tell. Okay, we were here. Otherwise, we have Seraph, which is Glacier Ice. Doesn't trace, but it is big. 5 strength sentry. Slot Machine we play 3 of because it's Slot Machine. We have Turnpike, which is just very good for cost. And then we have Tsarievna and Weir. Weir is a click loss thing. Treasure the card from their grip. Honestly, you could play this in too late. And then we have Sariev now, which is generally pretty annoying on most board states.
I love Serena.
Yeah.
I love her.
We're definitely going to play 3 food and 3 sweeps week. I'm assuming we're playing hard hitting news to be annoying.
Yeah.
Okay.
3 hard hitting news.
And then we just have to fill in the rest of the owl. So
I mean, this is a lot of good.
The ice is okay.
Need some more. We still need some more agenda points. I mean, I think you could just do like a remill, honestly.
do you want to try king making tracers?
Ooh.
I mean, it does add it to your score area.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. Do those, and then we need one.
So either we can drop 15 minutes or have 15 minutes as another king making target and play one more 1-pointer, or we can.
Are there any 1-pointers that do anything cool?
Let's see.
QPM's always fine, right?
QPM is actually pretty good, yeah, in our deck. It's most of our ice
You can
tags.
QPM.
So this gets added to our score area if the runner accesses the wall tagged, which is maybe fine.
Is it better than the 15 minutes? Do we drop a 15 minutes and play 2 QPM?
Hard to tell. 15 minutes is really good.
I think you keep 15 minutes.
It's also fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see what else we have. We still have a lot of influence, so we can play whatever Glacier special we want. We're going to be playing some Rashidas. We're going to have a money problem. We're probably going to play IPO in this deck because you need neutral economy. We have Sweepseek IPO. That's a good start. We have Rashida. We probably can put in an early remote server. We still don't know what our current is, so we have to keep that in mind. But we probably want to play launch campaign or just something to put in the remote server.
We could do Maryland eventually.
Yeah, cool.
Well, let's. We might need the influence for currents, but we'll see.
Okay, here. Let me put the launch in and we can swap if we need to.
Since we are playing a Glacier deck, is it wild to say we don't want 3 Rashida? Like,
no, we won't with Rashida.
Since we don't have Spinner Jackson. Like,
there's so much ice.
I'm hoping for the best. If the corporation is scared to fire Rashida, like I think that's going to be a problem for them. I'm hoping that it just draws okay. We play Hollowman, right?
Hollowman. Yeah.
I'll play 2 because it's expensive.
Yeah.
Okay. We're already on 44 cards, so we need a current, and we probably still need. Let's check what we have in terms of upgrades.
We need currents. We need something to do with tax.
Do we need to play tags? Oh, you want to play end of line, right?
Yeah, I think you play Scorch, not end of.
Yeah, right. So the issue is if we only play 2 Scorched, right? The only way that we win is if we have every single copy of Scorched in our hand. That seems hard.
Are there better things to do with
tags? No. So the other things to do with tags is sorry, third Scorch. Yeah, actually, we genuinely could. That honestly might be okay, but if that's the case, we have to just play like neutral and NBN currents, which is like maybe not the worst thing.
I mean, we lose like death and taxes and stuff, which could be some.
Yeah,
but I think these.
We
are running mostly trace ice. Do we want to do the bad move and go for it?
We could. It's during a run, which means hard hitting news is not going to be a free cheese.
Yeah, but we're doing all the tracer ice.
Yeah,
like we're doing all the trace ice. That
is kind of funny. I'd be down.
They just have to spend at least 1 credit.
Yes. Well, depending what they spend.
They have to go first. They have to do the math first. It just makes
them.
They
have to go. Spend credits first.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry.
So whatever they pay, you just pay the same, and you win. Unless you play against Sunny, and then it's a nightmare. But the whole deck is going to be a nightmare against Sunny.
Sure, and then one more current because we're going to be playing a lot of currents probably.
So then we have to
play.
Soul
isn't from Archives, is it?
Tarmar, yeah, it's from Archives too.
Oh, it's from Archives too.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You just need to find.
Maybe put in 1 or 2 Tarmarks then.
Okay.
Just like.
All right, I don't know what we're going to name in the format. Hopefully we've memorized the card pool, but again, it will get easier throughout the tournament.
We name crowdfunding.
Does it beat it? Plays or installs? Yeah, I guess it does beat it. That's funny. Cool. I worry. So how much of this ice actually ends the run?
Eula,
Newshound.
Newshound does.
So we probably have to get something that actually does just end the run a bit more consistently.
It's just search X end the run.
Yeah. So,
Uh,
unironic capacitor in a world without cleaver might be okay.
yeah, it's
Oh,
fine.
what are they breaking with like
I don't know, like Sherman and
frackers?
Damara. There's not a lot of options.
Pressure spike?
Yeah,
Still, it's fine. Pressure spike
seems
probably.
fine. I'm really worried about if people play Sherman to play Eula, but Eula otherwise is really good. We also have Klavetnik, which is like almost the same to break as our friend capacitor.
I might run that
Sorry,
capacitor.
you want to run this one?
Maybe one. I mean, we have 54 cards, so we're
Yeah, I think we can't
Very
get good
bad.
value out of Excalibur because we can't end the
That's
run.
That's fair.
I think we probably don't play this. This is gonna be really ugly in our first. Like, if this is good, we probably could have won by now. Yeah.
We have Excalibur border. Then this is a lot of influence.
Yeah. I think for what it's worth, you can build Excalibur border control and build a Glacier deck.
Definitely.
This seems to be like somewhere between Glacier and whatever the antithesis. I guess a rush deck.
Okay, 52 cards. We cut 3 cards.
Yeah. I guess this
at-
doesn't make sense for our deck. It's too much money.
I mean, it's pretty expensive.
So
How
how
much
much
ice do we have?
we're on
15. I don't want
15.
to cut any more ice.
Yeah, that's
Cut
fair.
one surveillance sweep.
Okay.
And
We're nearly there.
one launch campaign.
Let's see what the straw's like.
Yeah. How else do we get to IPO money? Oh, we have sweet
That's a
sweep.
great draw, but that's never going to happen again.
That's pretty good. Resistor, Rashida, will slot machine R&D. We don't have to sweeps turn 1. If Rashida fires, we're here. And this is where you have to score out agendas. So I don't know if we play 3 Holloman just because it's the only card that we can actually score agendas with easily.
You have the Scorched Earth.
Yeah, we've no way of giving tags though.
Newtown gives a tag, doesn't it?
Sure, but like it's up to them to run last click, which they probably shouldn't have done. No nice.
That's fair.
Otherwise, if this is our opening hand, like this is fine. Like these are fine for centrals. We really need to
Our ice is
land
cheap.
capacitor into
this is
Rashida. So we probably just do capacitor into Rashida. The only reason that you get punished leaving HQ open, I think, is it's probably burner. Maybe get embezzled. I'd be surprised. But we need the Rashida to fire to get the IPO off. Yeah, this is ugly when you're holding a hand of foods and you don't know what to do with them because like we can't score out of food on turn 3. That's way too much money.
They're only 2 points to the runner. It's fine.
Yeah, exactly though. I think it is okay. Yeah, this will do. How do you feel about this?
Yeah, I like
It
it.
seems good.
Okay. This is kill rush question mark order new Angelsoul. Ram. For everyone who's watching, who's doing deck building right now, you have about 20 minutes left, so you probably should lock in and check some stuff. Just to show you also how this works, if we go to JNet format. Cold Lava, do you know if Lost Geek has updated the legality checker?
He did. It's there.
Okay, so we're on RAM 7. So all you have to do is select RAM 7, put this in here, and then it'll tell you no problems found. Your deck is legal. So that's all you probably should do before in the next 10 minutes. Because if you find problems, you still want some time to address those problems. Just to see what happens if we put like 2 Sure Gamble in it, it'll say Sure Gamble is from these sets and it's not legal. So it also will tell you why you're wrong, not just that you are wrong. That's pretty cool.
Can you post the deck we just made? So
Yeah.
I can post it?
Yeah.
Let
me grab it.
I think there's time for one more funny.
We have to go fast. What do you want to do?
Let's do Tag Me Sunny.
Tag Me Sunny. Okay.
Or well, not fully Tag Me Sunny, but like there's a bunch of funny things you can do with Sunny. We had the low memory stuff. We had some great link stuff. We have credit boy, all that stuff.
Okay. So Sunny LeBeau, 25 influence. If this deck falls apart in 20 minutes, we'll just swap to Seb, I think, or 409, and I think the deck will be fine. But we have Current. Another Day, Another Paycheck is like a really wild snowballing current. It's kind of fun.
It's a great current. You need a current? It's a great current.
White Hat is one of the better cards in the game. Just very, very strong card. We're going to roll through all the
Fantastic.
Sunny cards. We're going to play Nexus, probably 3 up. We don't have a good way to get this down cheaper, but it's good. And then
Let's
Security
go for
Chip,
it.
it's okay. I'll play 2. It's fine. It's whatever.
Mhm.
Programs, we can play a full breaker suite. So if we do 222, assuming that we'll find them soon enough. And the big thing about these breakers is if you have at least 2 MU, which is the only thing Sunny does start the game with, we're going to be able to spend no influence on these, which means we have no MU, not no influence, also no influence. And then finally, resources. We have some cool stuff. We have Jack. Jack is really good against assets. You can make a free run at the start of turn, but you can't use programs, which means you can't use icebreakers, but you can still make successful runs and touch assets and all that sort of stuff. So we'll play 2 Jack. Also comes down for 1 credit. And I like this card more than most people do. Do y'all like this card?
It's fine.
Good.
Put it in.
Good
We
enough
need all the Sunny
endorsement.
cards we can get.
All right, and now we can do the neutrals, which I think we want to play any like reasonable neutrals just because Sunny has 25 influence and we still have to do 30 cards. So 1 influence per card won't even get us there. So Deuces is pretty good because it removes a tag, and I think we're going to care about that because we're going to take tags.
Just do 3 for now.
Yeah, we don't need a current. We don't want to play this card usually. Yep.
Probably not. Yeah.
Lucky Find might be a bit much influence, but it's a nice inclusion. It basically gets you most of a Nexus. We'll put 1 to remember it's an option.
Put 1 in.
This also usually, I like the other version. I like build script more because I more think we need card draw than I think we need credits. And then that's fine. Hardware. We have prepaid, which so far is looking medium. We have a couple 0-costers in here, so not great. And then we've Dice MM chip, which does give you Link. And Sunny sometimes cares about Link because as long as you're tracing once per turn, you do get basically a credit per turn by having Link.
Also, it does give us memory. If we want to go for the what's the just access cards equal to your memory?
Yeah, if we play deep data mining. I think actually we start the game with deep data mining turned on. Like we don't actually, it has a limit, right? So we don't actually need more memory. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair.
But that being said, we can also do other stuff with extra memory, which is cool. And it means we can play other programs. Okay. We can play Matryoshka if we wanted to. Honestly, it might be better than our extra breakers to play 6 Matryoshka. So that's going to help the mini factions a heck of a lot. Like I think you can play Apex with Matryoshka. That's kind of wild.
Yeah, Apex loves Matryoshka just to break the stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Play this so we can play the big credit card.
Yeah. So we'll play Val and Tina. We'll play Caddy. Caddy is slow, but Sunny's slow. Maybe that'll be a problem. We might just want to play 3 Jackpot. It's maybe too slow. We'll put 1 to earmark it. We'll probably cut it. And then we have Prevent 2 damage. That actually matters in the format.
Oh, shit.
Sick.
Everyone go back and put biometric spoofing in your decks.
We could play this. I think we're going to play No One Home because it also prevents us from getting our tag from things. So we'll play 2 No One Home, maybe 3. And then we also have Dean Lister, which it's fine. It's okay. Okay, so let's search for the tag clause. So we're just going to open up every single faction and play every card or consider every card that has the word tag. So big things that matter is we can play Manuel Lachishimura as long as we clear the tag. So we don't want to end our turn tagged because there seems to be real tag management in the format. Now, this is 2 influence. That means we have to clear a tag last click. Might not be the easiest thing to do because we have to take a tag, run, then clear the tag. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't feel great about it. Yeah.
I don't think it's great.
Now, this card's really good. If you clear the tag
Free rogue
cheaply with
trading.
Valentina, rogue trading does pay for everything. And then we have Friend of a Friend, which you can also get down to remove the tag. I honestly don't know how good Friend of a Friend is unless you have Seb. Because if you spend 2 clicks to gain 3 credits and remove a tag, it's okay. It's okay. I don't feel great about it. It's okay. What else do we have? Enga, Sabotag. Yeah, right. Okay, more Sabotag. And then the console we're not going to play. And then here we have networking, which I think we probably want to play a one of.
Yeah, networking is great. I mean, networking with Valentina is like...
Yeah. Do you want to play Praxis?
Wait,
I don't think we have good targets.
Together, actually?
Yes.
Do those work together?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because Valentina just says whenever you remove a tag, gain a credit. It doesn't care how you do it. All right. We need a win condition. We have no multi-access.
What about privileged access?
It's so card intensive. Oh, sorry. Privilege access. We don't have any programs we want to recur. We also don't have any. Yeah, we can recur road trading. That's actually pretty okay. Let's keep that in mind. Maybe we can play like a compilation or 2.
Add 1 because we might want to add it if we get a good program we want to recur.
I imagine compilation is a thing that we can spam. That would be kind of cool.
All right. What else?
Okay, we have 8 influence and still 12 slots, which is like going to be an issue, I imagine. So if we sort by influence, we'll hide the Sunny cards. So we probably, let's see what makes any sense here. You can play some cutie, get some card draw.
Yep, absolutely. You need the card draw.
We do need card draw. Falsified's also not bad if you want to figure out when to run the remote server.
It's also money.
It's money. We're at 2 influence, 8 card slots. I am getting scared.
We can do it. We could do it. What's there in
Let's look at the programs, because I do think finding some nice practice targets would be good. So cards that reinstalling make some sense. Hush technically has some value. I don't think you really want to hush a slot machine, but hushing an Anansi so you can get through it with a turbine, that's like okay. We need a win condition though. Wait, we need to play indexing or deep data mining or catalog or something. I guess we're playing DDM. It's 4 influence.
It's 4 and it's an event, so we can't.
Do we play 2 of these and cut 6 influence? I don't. Yeah, maybe.
Maybe.
We need to see cards to win. Is this better than indexing? The thing is, like, if you have to use your Nexus, you can't really run back with indexing.
Yeah.
Maybe we should just see 4 cards.
Sure. Let's just do C4.
Okay. So we have to cut some cards. So I'm assuming we're cutting the falsifieds.
Yeah.
So rogue trading has to stay. Known him probably stays. So we need to cut 2. Like,
cut the privileged access.
oh, I like it. I think putting back a rogue trading sounds so cool.
Cut
the
find.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, now we have to only do neutral. So this unfortunately means we can't play copulation. So maybe actually praxis does go.
Yeah.
Okay, then what do we put back in lucky find, or do we just play copulation only once?
1 cup could be good. Is there anything else that's interesting? Anything that's really good?
Let's see.
For 2 influence here.
Pheromones technically gives you trace credits. That's fun. Not a very great card, but if you're running HQ. Yikes.
What about in events or resources or stuff?
I think for event we could put falsified back in.
Yeah.
So no matter what, like whether or not we spend this influence, we now have to play 9 more cards that are sunny and neutral.
Okay.
And
what do we have that's
exactly
sunny and
what's
neutral?
actually possible? So Kraken. Want to play one of because it's like reprise and fun?
Sure, why not?
Okay. These are mini faction, so these actually do cost influence.
You have Apex, not Sunny.
Oh, that's why it's happening. Okay. So we're playing all the Sunny cards we can at all amounts we can. Rigged Results is a really bad inside job. This is mostly a reprint of a... Oh, it's influence too. Yeah, this is an O&R card, which is wild. We could try and windfall a security nexus, but with 16 events, this will likely do nothing.
Go to resources.
Yep. Okay. Ghost Runner is technically a click for 2 credits. That sounds bad.
It's bad, but it's... We could play another Jack Sinclair.
Yeah.
We
could play a Shadow Net. We could. Like, we just got to play cards. That does
get us a deep data mining.
Yeah.
So also News Team and Nightmare Archives are in the format.
Wait, you're right. This is probably really good. Yeah. That can do something. Okay.
This is
I think we have to play jackpots.
Yeah, we play jackpots, and then hear me out.
Yeah.
Go to programs actually.
Sure.
I was gonna say
we could just there's only one program.
We could run a bunch of Matryoshkas if we wanted.
But we have to run 6 for this to be worth anything. Right? Like we only have 3 slots.
And it does mess with deep data.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's bad into deep data. We could play prepaid. We actually have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It doesn't work with networking. Quality time doesn't work with. We could play up prepaid. If we draw it early, we draw it early.
Put in a prepaid and then another security chip and then one other bad card.
Okay. I don't know if we want to play 3 credit for another link. I don't think we need to. I guess we play a spoofing and just have some damage prevention.
Yeah, put in a spoofing.
Yeah, cool. All right.
I don't think this is good, but I like it.
Yeah, I think the mini factions are going to be hard. But if this is how we draw, right? Like we do, I don't know, prepaid deuces value. Yeah, it's like it's so hard to get forward tempo off of this. You have to like hard mulligan into a rogue trading, or I don't think you have money. Well, that's good.
Oh, there's the rogue trading.
Oh boy.
Katie.
Yeah, caddy early's fine. Okay. Yeah, this will do. Rogue trading, Valentina, clear the tag. This is fine. Yeah, caddy start. And then you can get the Nexus down. Yeah, this will do. Okay. Oh, excuse me. Sick.
Right.
Ram. Sunny. Right. Let me share this as well.
Perfect. And we finished just in time, so if someone wants to use the Sunny, they have 10 minutes to submit it.
You have 10 minutes to submit it and probably understand the horror of your mistakes.
Yeah. So there's a lot of stuff that I'm pretty sure we're going to see in about 15 minutes, right? That we didn't look at. So I think CTM is going to be really strong. I think Thule is going to be a possibility. We got a couple NBN decks, and I think RP is good. Very important to keep in mind that Apocalypse, as has been putting out in chat, is alive and well. So if you do go too big on acids, someone can wipe the board. Now, I'm not actually sure which deck will wipe the board. I'm not sure if it is going to be Apocalypse at the end of the day, or sorry, Apex at the end of the day. So that is at least 9 influence, but assets look really strong. I feel like any set that has a Stell Moon in it is going to be an issue for assets. Like, it's hard to keep a Stell Moon down. Totally wild. Is there anything else you're expecting? Like 419 came up, but Andromeda is also there, so I'm not sure what people are going to want to play if they want to play Criminal.
My hope is that someone found a way to make, even with the extremely limited Anarch pool, someone found a way to make Freedom.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Hold on.
I think that's going to be...
Let me check how many viruses we have. We have 9 viruses. Not all of them are Anarch, but you have Consume, which already sees play. Cash. Funny enough, Cash comes in with Freedom and just gives you virus counters to use the trash cards, which is like kind of goofy. You have not really extra that matters. You have Medium, you have Parasite, you have Pheromones, technically. That is both virus counters and credits, so it gets confusing on JNet.
What do you need except Medium and Parasite?
You really need something that gets counters on successful runs.
Yeah, that's...
So like having Tripano on an ice and just using it as a battery, like you might end up doing something like that. But I do think Freedom is one of the only ways in the meta to deal with viruses.
Well, I hope someone built.
Yeah, me too. I hope to see it.
Do we want to take a short break?
Yeah, I was going to say. So, Cold Lava, what can you tell us about when things start? Because we have about 10 minutes left on the timer.
Yeah, so when that timer goes up, I'm going to do a quick players meeting just to make sure everyone's there, everyone's kind of aware of what we're doing and have counts of players, and we can figure out if we have enough people to do a cut and let everyone know that.
Okay.
About 5-10 minutes after that, we will start the first round of the tournament. So that's probably about 2:20, maybe 2:25, the tournament will start.
Okay. So what I'm going to do here on the stream is I'll throw up a graphic and some music, and I'll say we're going to be back in around 15 minutes. It might be a bit later than that, but if you're watching, firstly, you can still join into the tournament. It's totally free. Play for a couple rounds. You technically don't have to make it through all 6 rounds if you don't want to, but it's I think it's going to be an absolute, just a ton of fun. So with that, if people have any questions, they know where to find you. It's up on the No Signal Games Discord, Cold Lava.
Yes, the Null Signal Games Event Hub Discord.
Awesome.
Yes.
We might be able to link that in chat. But with that, we'll just throw up to some music. Thanks for joining us for some deck building. We're really excited again. So the tournament is largely just going to start, and we'll see how much our great ideas have lined up with all the folks who are doing some pretty diligent and exciting deck building privately at home. Cool.
This is really exciting. And please be aware, you have less than 7 minutes left to put in your decks. If you have not submitted a deck by now, you should be submitting a deck.
Do your legality checker. Do everything you can do, because again, you don't want to get a game lost round 1 because your deck is not legal.
If something has gone horribly wrong and you don't know how to submit your decks, or something is wrong, please just tell someone so you can post your deck and like make sure you're in, because you do have to get it in time.
Awesome.
Yes.
With that, we should be back in about 15 minutes if I set everything up right here. Don't go anywhere. We'll be hanging out. We'll see you all in a bit. Hello and welcome back. We are just starting the RAM tournament here on a Sunday. My name is Andre. I go by he, him. I'm from the Matchball Grid, and I'm super excited to be here on the Null Signal Station YouTube channel or on Twitch. Hopefully you're doing well. I'm joined by Juniper. Juniper, how's it going?
It's going fantastic. I'm so excited. I've been looking at the field, hearing some rumors of things, and I'm so excited.
I've been seeing on Discord what people are building. There's a lot of stuff we didn't talk about. We've just been online for the last 2 hours putting together some decks, but here we have, I think 36 players have registered so far. Cold Lava right now is doing the player talk. We're going to have some pairings up real soon, so we'll be diving into the tournament. This is single-sided Swiss, so it'll be 40 minutes, and players are playing, I believe, 6 rounds, and you can see some of the identities here, the distribution. So on the left, corporations, on the right, runner. Here at the top, you're seeing mostly what you expected to see. Replicating perfection, whether it's assets or glacier. There's going to be a lot of Thule. We built the Thule on stream. I think Thule can be quite strong here. And then controlling the message is the 3 that I managed to see the most of. If we go down to the corp side.
Real quick.
Yeah.
It looks like pairings are up, so we can go into a game if we want.
Sick. Okay.
So.
Is there a table that you want to dive into? I don't know if we have a stream list or no stream list. We'll just double check before.
Do we want to just do table 1? I mean, it's RP, which we didn't talk about at all, versus Atom. Like 2 decks we didn't look at all.
Yeah, cool. Would you be able to dive into the channel and ask real quick if that's okay to stream?
I will ask.
Thank you.
Doesn't look like that table is up, so okay. I'll let you know. We can keep talking about.
Perfect. I'll just jump back to the identities. So we're seeing a bit of Scorpios, a bit of New Anja Sol, a lot of Thule, some Satyr, something we didn't even talk about. So it's a bit of a R&D recursion. It has recursion ability if you want to put cards on top of the deck. Some Spark. Mostly, though, a lot of controlling the message, a lot of RP, a lot of Thule. And on the runner side, if you want to play Criminal, it looks like it might be our most represented. So we do still have some Anarchs. We see some Freedoms, some Sebastiaos, but a lot of Andromeda, a lot of Steve even, just a bit of 419, and then Shaper. It looks like nobody's playing. Well, the only option is Isla, so I guess that's what we're playing.
And we have one Atom, and is that the only mini faction?
I think so, well, yeah. Let me do a quick check. So
let me check into
Sunny, no hits. And then Apex no hit. So it's one mini faction player. It's Doomrat on Atom, and Doomrat's a really great deck builder. So excited to see what Doomrat put together.
Well, I just joined the chat, and Doomrat said, "Does not mind if we stream, but my deck is awful." So
yeah, that's fine. It's really interesting to see like how many folks. I do think a big part of these sort of tournaments is also working together. So you see a lot of folks jumping into Discord calls and sharing ideas. So we might see folks from the same testing teams or from the same areas playing the same lists, and I'm just pretty excited. It's going to be really fun.
We've got one Spark.
Is it just one
Spark?
Nice.
One single Spark. You're a hero to us all.
So I want to check really quickly. If we go to the card search, how many what's it called? Advertisements. That took me a second. There's only 4. Uh-oh. So you have Eve launch in Maryland and then special offers, which is a really, really fun card. But it looks like Spark's going to have to work a bit for their ability. Still, sometimes if you get an excuse to play Spark, you'll play Spark. It has been standard for a moment and is a lot of fun. But yeah, trying to dissect the card pool there. Oh, I shared this link in chat. I forgot to remove S virus. So, excuse me, FS. You saw all the viruses there. Okay. Repair seems like it might be incoming, so I'm not sure. We might have more players signed up or deck lists. Again, I do think there might have been an issue on ASOPs that you can't change your deck list submission. So
there might also be people struggling with, oh, my deck wasn't actually legal.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
made a mistake.
Yeah.
A lot of people, Netrunner DB is a very difficult to, it sometimes like especially with this specific thing of only doing certain deck lists, it has a tendency to like randomly add a pack or something like we saw. So I saw a few people struggling with that. So
far all the identities look good. I think that will be an easy thing to notice if someone plays an ID you can't play.
Is there anything you really want to see today that we didn't see? Stuff that you're like, we didn't build this, but I really want to see it.
I think seeing what kind of RPs people play, like we got a lot of really strong Jinteki cards, even in Salvage Memories, right? Like Hostile Architecture. You have Turtlebacks, you have Excalibur to put on central servers, right? Like it's probably easy to go horizontal. Figuring out what that deck's win condition is, whether it's Reaper and then into damage, or whether it's like Holloman scoring out. I think that's going to be the interesting thing to see how they close games. But it shouldn't be too hard to build like very, very lethal assets going horizontal. Obviously they have Estelle Moon. I want to see a deck that actually scores out behind ice. I think whether some RP decks are doing that, most of the other decks that we're looking at right now don't have a huge incentive of like scoring behind ice. So maybe it's just really asset based, and maybe that's just corporations understanding there's no Miss Bones, there's no Scrubber, there's no Parisha, that there's just not enough money and time of the day.
It looks like we do have a repairing, so some
Okay.
of the identity info
All right.
double submission.
Is there a table you want to jump to?
Oh, I don't think we have the repairings yet.
I think I
Okay,
see
we do.
them, yeah.
Let's see. Anything you want to see?
I feel like we should probably see some of the things that we're surprised to see, because I think as the tournament goes on, you're more likely to see the stuff that is a bit more considered
I'd like
consistent.
to maybe we could look at an RP. How about table 4? That's Jai on RP versus Andromeda, because I'm really curious to see what the RP stuff is doing.
Okay, yeah, that's totally true.
Good one.
Table 15 is like the terminal directive matchup, which is Scorpios versus Steve, which is such a cursed matchup in general, considering the recursion just doesn't recur.
If I was going purely based on personal preference, I would say table 7, which is Spark versus Adam.
Yeah.
But
I
can't just go based on games.
It was shouted out in chat that you actually can get a bit more reses on advertisements by using your warm reception to re-res and de-res ads, which is kind of sick. That's pretty inspired. Would you be able to jump into table 4 and ask Giant Cobalt if they're down for a stream?
I am doing so.
Appreciate
just waiting
it.
for the table to go up.
Did this just re-go up? As there was a repair, I just want to make sure
Yes,
this wasn't
we
an
got a
old
repair.
table. Okay.
This is the repair. Welcome back, Cold Lava. Do you want to introduce yourself real quick to the stream?
Hi, I'm Cold Lava, he, him. Yeah, and I enjoyed this format in the past, so I'm trying to make it happen again. And I have way more people than I expected, so I'm ecstatic about that.
What were your expectations? You were saying before you went into the player meeting, like, oh, wow, we have 36 people. And I think that's incredible.
Yeah, I was expecting no more than like 20 players.
Sick.
We are good to stream.
Awesome. Thank you.
Right.
I think the main thing we've concluded is that we need to do RAM again.
Let me head back. Time is supposed to start in about a minute. I'd want to make sure I'm gonna go through and make sure all the games are up on Jinteki.
Yeah, we'll be starting in just a second. I have this game up on stream. On the bottom, on the corporation side, this is Jai. Jai is a People's Player of the Year. What is the accolades we keep giving Jai? But just an incredibly competitive player. You've seen him do really well in many events, of course, across the whole year. He's also been playing a bunch of off meta month stuff too. I believe he was playing Eternal. I know he was playing one of the formats from the previous weekend. Shout out also to Charon, who ran the Eternal format and the Eternal stream yesterday. I wasn't able to catch most of it live. I'm going to rewatch it, but Eternal is just an absolute treat. And he's playing Replicating Perfection. For those who don't know, this identity won Worlds back in, I want to say 2014 or 2015. It was a bit of a surprise. It was an underdog identity. And says the runner cannot run on a remote server unless they have already ran on central servers. So it's largely like what Front Company says, but it doesn't have any sort of damage clause. And so we're going to see, you want to put your spiky ice on central servers, specifically on the outermost, so the runner can't just run into an end the run and burn a click and run to the remote server. We'll see if Jai's playing Glacier or enhanced logging protocols and playing assets. I think there's a couple different ways you can do this.
One of the biggest things that I expect we'll probably see is a lot of RP decks that are running Keeling to kill.
Yeah, that's true.
Keeling, and then there's Reaper functions, there's the Scorched Earth. There's a lot of ways to kill if you can get the hand size down, and Keeling just does that. Now, it's difficult because I don't think there's any good recursion to get Keeling back.
No, I don't know if there is. I think you have genotyping. I think Jinteki might have genotyping or the bird barbecue card. I never remember the name.
There's also, was Simulation Reset in here?
That's the one I'm thinking of, yeah. So Jai's off, starting with the Estelle Moon. It looks like we're going to be playing assets. Again, this card was banned in standard relatively quickly, and every new remote server is going to be a power counter. Now, Cobalt, she's playing Andromeda. Now, not a real text box, but beyond turn 1, you have 1 link and 9 hand size. So we're going to see how aggressive the start is. Cupulation.
Oh, Cuppy's so good.
Into deuces. Now, you have to burn a click charging the Estelle. At the end of the day, Jai can just pop it, and you just need to force that pop. At some point, for what it's worth, Estelle can be cumbersome. You can draw too many cards. But we'll see if she wants to check the table again. She has to run HQ and she finds an ELP. I wonder if she's going to steal that. Leaving it.
Now, well, you can't. ELP is a... you can
cup it. Yeah, right? So now you have to rush down the Estelle.
Probably has to pop the Estelle here because you could cup it. Definitely.
Now the question is whether they want to run back. They have more cards in hand, so she's going to install an info bounty. So we'll be rolling a Mark, throwing out a Maxwell James, another very powerful card. This one is technically eroded, and Jai gets that early start. Rashida Estelle is going to be a lot more cards hitting the table on the next turn. Now, Cobalt, she needs the money. The info bounty is really nice because no matter what your mark is, if Jai doesn't have the ice or the time to ice it up, now you're basically playing against Replicating Perfection's ability where you can run, gain 2 credits and check and hit the table. Jai is unlikely to play a current on this turn. It's more likely maybe he'll asset spam 3 cards. He'll still have to discard a card. And I think one thing we found out with our test draws is that if you don't score the agendas, they will hang out in HQ. So Jai getting an ice on HQ here. What are the bad face checks? I don't remember seeing any Jinteki ice I'm really scared at besides maybe Anansi. Yeah.
Anansi. There's also the Grail Ice, which would be really...
Yeah, Excalibur is really annoying. It is not typed, as in not Code Gate, not Barrier, not Sentry, and it just says you can't run anymore this turn, which works really well with RP's ability. Now the mark is HQ, but we're going to be running R&D here.
Dangerous play. You run into Anansi here, you're in trouble.
Yeah, it'll be a lot of Jai's money, touching the top of R&D, no steal, no trash. Now we'll see here, server 3 wasn't rezzed, whether it's Amalia waiting, but now we're pivoting HQ. This is the ice that Jai is more likely to want to res, I imagine. He probably has an agenda in hand. And there's the Anansi.
There's the Anansi.
Now this will be 3 to 4 net damage, but if Jai spends all his money on this ice, it's good to get a res, but Cobalt is probably not feeling too bad about this. Rearranging the top of R&D, one of those cards was known, but if Cobalt can keep the table down, we'll see if Jai can speed up or not, and whether he has the money to ice up the other central servers to make RP relevant. Looking at the top 5 here, again, sometimes this takes a minute. You have to plan out your turn. There's no spin doctor, so there's not a lot of shuffle effects here. Whether Andy is playing catalog or indexing, maybe you have some rearranging to rearrange the rearranged, but you're definitely going to be getting an access here. And you don't have to worry about any on-access traps, I think, besides Snare, or not, excuse me, not Snare, besides Fetal, I think.
Nightmare Archives technically exists,
yeah,
but you're not running here.
A Fetal AI is 2 net damage, and if you want to steal it, 2 credits. So at least accessing with 2 cards in hand is probably the safe spot. But Jai,
if this is an asset spam deck, Reaper function could be some.
Yes. Yeah.
That's how much is Reaper function?
I think Jai just needs 1 more credit. It should be 3 to res. I'm not sure
you
what.
Can't res it beginning. Most likely.
Yeah.
There's some table.
I'm really interested to see what Jai's win condition here. Whether it is like going to get an ice on a remote server and work on a keeling at the same time as asset spamming, that might make sense. Now, Anansi is drawing a single card here. 1 damage is hitting the crowdfunding. So Cobalt, she might just be going for the 3 runs this turn to get the crowdfunding now from her bin on the table and finding a viral weaponization of 4-2. Great steal there at the top. We know the hand has an ELP and we're checking the table for server 4. There's a Turtlebacks. Now that is 4 to trash, so she's going to steal it on the compilation. She has made 3 runs, so she is going to get to reinstall her crowdfunding. That is a very powerful ability here with 2 cards in hand, 3 credits. It'll be 4 next turn. Jai has to be kind of scared of just throwing at HQ with the compilation. As much as the Nancy does not end the run, if you have cards in hand, you can sometimes just like blitz through it.
She did lose two icebreakers and the spearfishing.
Oh yeah, Abigail,
especially
and
losing,
Lustig.
Lustig against Anansi. That breaks it for a relatively cheap price. It's not great, but it's better than it could be.
And hey, we're back. Another Estelle Moon. This is a second copy. Now, the good thing is you might not hope that there's too much recursion. So once 2 Estelle Moons are out, 2 Estelle Moons are out. And we're going to open up with a quality time. She kept that in her hand. And that is just going to have more cards, so she can run here. Again, Jai can immediately gain 4 credits with Estelle Moon if he doesn't want to trade out their click to run server 5. So he can res some amount of ice here. I think we saw Envelope, maybe it was a 4-cost Jinteki ice, but whether you want to res here and protect, you can protect agendas on the table if you think there's an Excalibur in front of R&D.
I kept thinking, oh, well, it's not that bad. Estelle Moon only gives 2 credits. Nope. Or Estelle Moon just... I love one of my favorite things about formats like this is seeing old broken cards and being reminded just how broken they are when I re-encounter them. It's like, oh wait, this is terrible.
It is so much more fascinating in this format where you don't have great management of agendas, right? Like obviously Jai drew a viral weaponization in the couple turns and I don't know what he's going to do with it. Hey, there is the envelope. So that is 1 net damage to end the run. That is the sort of outermost ice you want.
Yeah.
So we'll see what damage it hits. Hits another breaker where it looks like we're playing the full Shyster breaker suite. And that was popping the Estelle Moon as well.
As of yet, has not lost a single, has not lost 2 copies of any breakers.
Oh, Fetal on the table.
Fetal AI.
So she did not have the credit. So it is 2 net damage and 2 credits, but she accesses just with 1, so free net damage there.
Losing a crowdfunding though, so can get that back with one more run.
Has she made 3 successful runs? I think she might be 1 run short.
She has
Yeah.
one more click.
But I don't think the R&D run counted, right? It has to be successful.
Oh, it wasn't successful,
Yeah.
right?
So the fetal luckily is not going anywhere. Now, Jai spends a lot of time and a lot of credits advancing the fetal AI. That is a 5-2, so not a great ratio between advancements and agenda points. But next turn, she'll be on 2 credits. She can run archives, hopefully get a good info bounty, and run server 7. She can also just leave that there. Now, if Jai assumedly is also on Global Food Initiative, she won't be on game point. I don't think we saw any good Jinteki 5-3s in the format, but again, we could be I could be wrong about that.
I mean, are there any good Jinteki 5-3s besides Okada
And
Fuji?
Bacterial.
Bacterial, true.
And Fuji. Yeah, you have a couple, I think. Now, server 8 after 2 credits. Now, there we go. We didn't get the archives mark, but we're running archives, finding a Charlotte.
Let's see what's in archives. It's 2 estels. Oh, a Charlotte. Interesting.
So checking server 8, that's a cohort guidance program. You probably have to let that go, but that will be, again, Cobalt, she's just struggling, and we saw this. There's just not a lot of good ways to gain credits. Now she's just running archives to make that 3rd run to get a crowdfunding. She has found the 3 crowdfundings.
3 crowdfundings!
In the top 15 cards. That is incredible. This is all the tech she needs now. And now 2 of them are in sync. So in theory, you kind of want them to be fully in sync. I don't think it's going to be an issue, but a cohort there is going to start out and get Jai some forward tempo, trashing a card to draw and gain 2.
Now, the big problem here is that Jai can lock her out.
Yes.
With Ice, because with replicating perfection, you have to have all 3 main servers. Like, you have to run on one of the central servers. So if Jai puts an Ice up on archives and it's scary, it's another envelope even, or just anything at all to prevent a run and make it damaging, Jai can stop the crowdfundings from coming back.
Yeah.
So Cobalt really needs to see some sort of icebreaker, something.
Still no good info bounty mark. That's the 2nd Charlotte. So now you can touch the table. Now Turtlebacks is 4 to trash, which she's slightly short on. Now dealing firstly with the cohort, that gives you a bit more card draw. Falsified, we're going to get Acid, and it's a Rashida in server 10, so I have no doubt she wants to run that back and trash it. That is exactly the sort of burst economy I think Criminal has. And she's just keeping Jai, keeping him honest. Crowdfunding coming back, that is, yeah, infinite money glitch. That Turtlebacks is probably going to get 1 more turn, and she just does not feel like she has to deal with the fetal sooner than later. Jai is running out of economic options. That is the 2nd cohort, the 2nd Charlotte, 2nd Estelle, 2nd Rashida. Look at that archives. It's all just like top of class economy cards. Like, Jai's hand has to be agendas.
Jai has to be just begging the world for another icebreaker to put up. I feel like.
Undo click again. Any new remote server, when you create a server, it doesn't have to be installed inside the server. It can be Ice. You do get the Turtlebacks credit, which gives you just an immense amount of click compression. This was a 1 influence card that showed up all over asset spam metas as of 2014, 2015. But Jai has to.
I miss Turtlebacks. He was one of my favorites.
Yeah, Salvage Memories. This is how it got back into our card pool, right? Or I don't know if we drew this in Lunar. I think we actually got this from Salvaged. So we'll see how Jai gets out here. Again, that Anansi does not end the run. If Cobalt, she just has enough cards in hand and doesn't risk accessing what's it called, a fetal from HQ. She can just send it through the Anansi. It looks like her icebreakers are both slow and expensive and in the bin. So we'll see if this Archives Ice is really going to matter. On 3 credits, I'm not sure what you're too scared of. You can always just bounce the envelope and lose a card. It's honestly not the worst. But finally, an info bounty mark. This is huge. 2 credits to turn off RP. You have server 9 and 11 to check. We don't know 3, but this is a Technoco. So going to make virtuals and hardwares more expensive to install. We'll take down the Turtleback. She is just keeping Jai in check. All that's going to change is now soon enough Jai will be able to res the Ice on archives, and then she's going to be forced to present breakers or just start paying that envelope face check.
Paying the envelope face check isn't the worst.
No, it's okay. I think you can get away with it, especially because crowdfundings now are going to be drawing you 2 cards every other 3 turns or so. But icing up server 3, maybe it's a Holoman, maybe this is just a bit of a bait, but we don't know what this card is, and it's been on the table unresed on many different credit thresholds.
We know server 7 is the fetal AI.
Yeah.
We don't know what's in server.
So here,
I'm suspecting that she's currently just leaving the fetal AI because she knows she can get that whenever she needs the game point.
It's also like a nice server to run last if you want to hit the crowdfundings. So she might not run 3 times this turn. She might wait for next turn to do the triple run to get all 3 crowdfundings back. Now, again, sometimes if you do break them up, it gets a bit better because you're not drawing 3 cards start a turn.
Other lost yet. Oh, that's so good.
How she can break a Nancy is so much money.
This breaks a Nancy for 6.
Yeah, well, she needs money, right?
Yeah.
Prepaid's coming down, so we're assuming that she has an economic play next turn. Now, installing your prepaid and not using it is a bit rough. Now, Lustig can also bypass ice. You generally don't want to be bypassing the Nancy. And at this point, there's a lot of threat with the copulation. So Jai just clicking for credits. There's a big chance he's trying to get to that IPO threshold. Maybe he doesn't play IPO in an asset spam deck.
Oh,
but advancing in server 3. Charlotte?
interesting.
Viral weaponization? Viral weaponization actually causes a fair bit of pause here.
Yep, viral weaponization is really worth.
Oh, deuces. After clicking for a credit. So you can expose as an Anansi on server 3. Jai actually can't res the server 3 ice. So she can run archives, maybe force a res here. Even if the res ends the run, you can just run server 3. Do we have advanceable traps in the format? I don't think we do. This has to be an agenda or Charlotte.
Charlotte is the closest thing.
Yeah.
If it's a Charlotte, it's a Charlotte.
Oh, you can res the Anansi.
You could res the Anansi.
Yeah.
Which would be really.
Now I really like this.
I wonder if that's
use of deuces.
I wonder if that's what Jai is considering right now.
Yeah, he can maybe res even the archives ice. Yeah, I don't remember. Again, you can spend influence. We've seen very little influence in this deck besides Estelle, which is only 2 a pop. So I don't know what the wildest ices you would be scared to see on archives again in this card pool. Face checking is going to be a bit harder. Now, this is not info bounty. You're going to see that there's a Botu in the bin. And now this is Charlotte potentially into a Nancy, which that's exactly the call. So this is just Jai going down to 1 credit.
It is. The bait.
Now, Jai has broken the lock on the top of the deck. Now, Cobalt here, she's either going to take 3 net damage or, well, functionally 4 net damage, but she can draw a card for 2 credits. That might be a bit expensive. Now, she's not really incentivized to bypass this, but Jai also has a credit issue here. So he can put stuff behind this Anansi turn after turn after turn.
The real danger here is that she currently has lost 2 icebreakers to the bin, and there is very little reduction that we've seen.
I'm guessing she's playing 3 of each.
You think so?
Yeah. Like, she found those breakers so fast in the opening hand, it seems like she's running multiples. We're going to lose Wake, double Employee Strike, and a Mammon. So maybe if you're playing Mammon, you need less breakers. And here she's going for the triple run. This, I think, is fantastic. Yeah.
Which, there's your econ.
Now here, whether she draws up or whether she wants to get the money down, also to throw in HQ, I imagine the copulation is going to find some good points here. Now, Jai did set up the next 5 cards on his deck. I'm not sure if he drew one. Oh, also she did pay 2 to draw a card. So maybe she wanted to protect something in hand. And there's 9 credits coming in for those 3 runs. Install.
How funny is wild.
Yeah, right? It's so cool to see it in action again. On 4 credits here again, getting 3 credits a turn. Caddy coming down, some nice slow economy. We'll see what Jai can do in their modes over here. Rashida might be the best bet, and there it is. This was set up off the top 5.
Great to see.
Now this will break the Nancy lock after mandatory draw if Jai didn't draw. So now the top of R&D is unknown. Now, Cobalt's job is not to see the top of R&D. It is to understand that we've drawn through 29 cards without recursion. You're expecting an agenda 1 in 5. There is no way Jai is not holding 3 agendas here.
Crashing the ice on archives to install something else there.
Oh, there's also Fetal on the table. So yeah, probably about 2 agendas in hand.
Yeah. There's also almost certainly next turn Cobalt can start running again and can get through and see if.
Yeah. We'll see how long she greeds the caddy. I think the info bounty on archives would maybe be the best bet, but Jai overinstalling is assuming that he can res that. Whether it's just a big old Botu or something like an envelope, that also would be okay. But now we're working with upgrades. And I'm guessing Holloman might be part of this list because we do need a way to win the game, and we haven't exactly seen it yet.
Holloman would make a lot of sense. We've seen only 4 influence so far from Jai.
Caddy first, now we're running.
This is dangerous. This could be the 3rd Anansi. But no, there's no way to res it.
Yeah.
6 credits.
The thing is, like, I think you're happy if Jai spends 8, right? If he can spend 8. Like, Jai needs money to win the game. I think I would trade cards from hand to make Jai spend 8 here. Now, no res. Now, this is also info bounty, so we're going to see some cards here. Oh, Nana Civic. So, understanding that this is not banned in the format means that is a very good upgrade on the mode server, and just spending time running archives is going to do well into Nana Civic respect, because this card doesn't do anything if there's no face down cards in archives.
Nana Civic is legal?
Yeah. Yeah, Parhelion, right?
Yeah.
RP Nana Civic seems good.
Yeah.
It seems almost like a not like a Nambo though, because you want RP's already forcing you to run
Yeah, but then
a central server.
you put the second Nanisivik on archives,
Oh,
right?
right.
So then if they run archives, you
Yeah, you
just
put the
throw the worst
Nanocivic
subroutine
on
at
you
them.
put the Nanocivic on archives, and then you throw away. Let me see. That is almost certainly why Boto
Yeah.
is being just 2 net damage. Honestly,
We also learned
because
that
then
Boto was the ice on archives that was overinstalled, which was pretty expensive for Jai.
having an Nanocivic on archives means that whenever you run archives, you're miserable. Potentially, there is even a really miserable lock where you put a Nanocivic on all servers.
Now Jai installed a card and then drew. You don't often see that, but Simulation Reset, this is like one of the few recursion cards in the format. So it looks like we're going to reset 4 cards in hand. And I have no doubt that Jai is holding multiple agendas here. So we shuffle 4 back from archives.
Charlotte.
And then we have to draw a new hand. So this still means you want to pressure HQ.
Charlotte and 2 face downs.
So these face downs are setting up Nanocivic. Jai is still on 5 credits. We want to make our triple run this turn. I think Cobalt with 8 cards in hand. Oh, finding the Excalibur, finally.
Oh, there's the Excalibur.
So that is going to turn off the crowdfunding. Such a good turn for that. Flipping up a massive Cloud Eater and also a pretty massive hostile architecture. So alarm clock's coming down. Another nice way, but you don't really want to bypass an Anansi. So I'm not sure how we're going to use this. We might just spend 6 credits and save a click.
Yeah, it might just be the take a quick of your turn.
But Excalibur is going to lock archives down for just 2 credits. We did see Mammons in the list, so Kobold might be able to break these on other turns if she finds her Icebreaker.
Cloud Eater's really good with this.
Yeah. Yeah, really cool.
You can trash a free card. You can do 3 net damage.
My guess is Server 3 is Agenda Nanocivic. I think
it's gotta be.
It has to be. And then whether there's a hostile on the table, mind you, infrastructure says whenever you trash a corp card, even if it's not installed, do 1 net damage. And different than architecture, it's not first time per turn, it's whenever. So if you do get enough of these res, because they're not unique, you can build board states that are very hard to disassemble. All that being said, Jai's been struggling to build a board state. His economy just hasn't connected as much as he got, I think, 2 Rashidas, 2 Estelles. It just doesn't seem like it's been enough. This is some quite expensive ice. There's that ELP. It's been in hand since turn 1. And so now your first run turn is 2 clicks. Another real nice hate card against the crowdfundings, but maybe this is some good alarm clock value. We saw that Cobalt, she lost early 2 employee strikes, so she might not have that many currents.
She can break non-secret.
Yeah, I think she really wants to. If she bypasses it, she gets quite hurt.
You can get 3 cards from hand with cup.
I think you do it. There you go. Global Food. Finding the Stell Moon and a Sisyphus. She's on 6 points. Runs server 7. She wins.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's game.
GG.
Oh.
Taking it. It's been on the table for a bit.
I gotta say.
Go ahead.
I gotta say, Sisyphus in RP is horrifying. Imagine if we had seen that.
That was good pressure, mind you. Finding 3 crowdfundings early, the caddy in the back, and the alarm clock also getting that free run. That's quite nice. Well played to both players. That's a great start. Good to see Andy. Good to see RP.
Great game from both of them.
Good old 2015 Netrunner.
So if you're wondering why I kept being like, include crowdfunder in your deck, it's because if you do so, you never have to click for credits and you never have to draw cards.
It's really good against assets too, right? Like,
yeah, it's really
so much value. All right, let's jump to another table. We might have to do a double check first. Do we have a cold lava? Do we have a no stream list, or do we just go in and ask?
I did not get a no stream list. We should just go in and ask.
Okay.
We'll go in and ask. Yeah.
Would you be able to check table 15? I'm interested to see Koga on Scorpios versus Haver of Fun on Steve. If that game is still going, we probably have a lot of time in the round. If you're just tuning in, by the way, welcome. This is Off Meta Month. This is the RAM tournament that Cold Lava is running. We have spent 2 hours earlier today doing some deck building, and this is the first round of 6 Swiss rounds where folks get to try out the decks that they've put together with a card pool that was just, we figured it out what it was this morning. Thank you.
You're good to stream, and it's certainly a game. Oh boy.
What's the table number? 14?
14. If I'm at the right table.
I think it's 15.
Oh, it might be 15, yeah. Yeah, it's 15. It's 15, yeah.
We have a Apocalypse removed from the game.
Oh, it's
Who
Knife.
Jaitinho scored?
All right. For those who don't know,
Apocalypse
And
Knight.
Jaitinho's.
it is Knife Apocalypse. Yeah. With Alarm Clock, you can do both of them. That's hilarious.
This deck is the knife.
I was going to say this is the Terminal
Knife.
Directive special, but this is nothing like Terminal Directive anymore. We have unscheduled maintenance as a current, so you can only install one piece of ice a turn. That's fantastic against Apocalypse. We also have a Tunnel Vision, which might have been a breaker. I don't think you can Apocalypse off of one of those. And Scorpius is working on it. Scorpius is on 3 points, scored a Kimberlite, probably destroyed that Tunnel Vision. Install Advance on 15 credits on the remote server here. Scorpius, mind you, says once a turn, when a runner card is trash, you can remove that card from the game. So recursion doesn't work as much as Steve Cambridge still has 22 cards in the heap.
I wonder how many of those were like how many of those removed from games are Scorpios and how much is Steve?
Yeah, that's true. It's like probably half, I imagine. Crowdfunding is coming down. That is another card you can remove from the game, so you don't get that infinite recursion engine. But with 8 cards in hand here, have her on 15 credits. So I'm assuming we'll see like a Kimberlite or something like really spicy here. We don't have Project Atlas, so I don't know what the generalist Wayland agendas are, but we have a powers. So if you score this off, you can bring back Estelle Turtlebacks. Like this deck is obviously Hunter Seeker Trojan Horse. It is also spamming assets to some extent.
2 cards left in the stack. Oh wow, the Scorpios deck running as many Hunter Seekers and Trojan Horses as possible.
No, Haver of Fun is missing a breaker. If they have a breaker, the last knife has to be amongst these 10 cards. The problem is like the border control and HQ, you have to beat that by running with Alarm Clock. But so far we're seeing barriers and code gates. You're expecting some amount of sentries. Like you have to make those runs. Discarding Phaserum, which is a breaker, technically, and a second Alarm Clock and a window. In theory, Koga can remove one of these from the game. Oh no, because they're not trash, they're discarded. So we'll see here if Koga wants to score another mode server. Kimberlite Field, you'd have to trash one of your ice on the table. And then with that, you could trash the Alarm Clock. You could trash the Caddy. You have a couple options here.
That's such a funny combination, Kimberlite Field plus Scorpius.
It's like, I don't know if there's recursion in the format. There was like Praxis, but...
Are we going to see it?
I think we might. There's also the 2 tag or 5 meat damage card, which is going to be a hard choice. We're passing the turn. We're not scoring. We're passing the turn. This has to be the 2 meat damage or 5 meat damage or 2 tag card. What is this?
I think it's a Kimberlite Field. I think that he's saying you can't get into that server to steal it.
Install a breaker.
I'm gonna wait until you play something, and then I'm gonna blow it up.
Or the last Jaitinho. If you remove that from the game, it'll be a problem.
No, like whatever you play that's gonna help you win the game, it's not gonna be enough to get you into server 13. So I'm just gonna wait, and then on my next turn, I'm gonna blow it up instantly. Which is a wild thing to do.
It might be right. So have her here in an awkward spot. Needs to install an icebreaker. Understanding the icebreaker will be challenged by the Kimberlite almost immediately. Now, again, what icebreaker breaks all this sort of stuff? I think you could install a Mammon and then try and guess how many counters on it you're going to need. You still have to deal with border control. Hailstorm is pretty big on 5 strength. And then, of course, Logjam also. That's a lot of subroutines. So even on 17 credits, I don't know if you can do this.
Is Haver running any icebreakers?
We see 2 Tunnel Visions. One's removed from game. We see Phazerums and Spearfishings. I honestly don't know if there's like a bigger breaker suite than just Tunnel Vision. Oh, there's a Melandra Gem also removed from game.
Tunnel Vision is only 1 central a turn, though. You need to run all 3 for Jaitinho and...
Yes, and not only 1 central, you have to hope it's the good central. Oh, Spearfishing.
Now Spearfishing to hopefully...
No, this is not inside job. We do have a Melandra Gem into Spearfishing. So you can get through 2 ice. However, the border control will trade. Now, Melandra Gem can deal with 2 ice on its own. So in theory, you can bypass... Wait, you can actually get in here.
Yeah.
We're on threat.
Melandra's only once per turn.
Each ability is once per turn, but it has 2 abilities on threat 4.
Oh, true. You could do that.
Yeah. So in theory,
puts you at 6 points.
This does work. So
how do you get the 7th point?
I think you just run HQ and hope, right?
You can't get in. There's 2
Well, assuming Haver has a breaker, like a Tunnel Vision or another, like You got to have something, I hope. Because this is going to be tricky. We only have 5 cards left here. We could technically be playing an Ashen. I don't know if we've done an influence count. But now we're in a really hard spot here. Koga made this play. Now, the border control got bypassed on Melandrijim. The inside ice is going to always be bypassed for spearfishing. We're still going to res the Misfingo. So you're going to get through that with spearfishing. Now, that means if you crack the border control, you can just run back and use the Melandrijim to bypass the Misfingo, removing it from the game. So you can get in here.
We're going to see the border control get popped.
I'm counting 6 influence right now. No, sorry, 9 influence right now. 3 quality time and 2 APOC. I don't see anything else.
Yeah. That's a lot of influence still to work with. So trying to figure out whether or not you're going to pop the border control. You might need the border control for the future if you need a score in a remote server, which you probably have to do. So you might not pop here, understanding that this just trades for the Melandrijim.
Mm-hmm.
This is also the second spearfishing. You have to play around window, but all 3 windows are out. There might be one more spearfishing. It looks like it is a Kimberlite, so not scoring it is going to take Haver up to 6 points and not cracking the border control to keep the remote server together.
It's a really bold play to make, and sometimes you get punished for being really bold.
Yeah, you feel really good about boarding control to end the run, but Melandrijim, yeah, that deals with a lot of ice. So now Haver...
It also means you can keep that Melandrijim around. You get to save it and use it again on something.
Haver's checking Hunter Killer. It's Hunter Seeker. There you go. Yeah. So this means you can lose one of your cards. So you might have an incentive to try and use the Melandrijim this turn. There's not a really good server to do that. I don't think you want to challenge the powers. I think if you force Koga to spend double and 2 credits to remove the Melandrijim from the game, that might be fair.
If you have...
We're going to remove the spearfishing from the game. Good old Scorpios.
How is that getting removed again?
Because it got trashed after it's played. So you can always just like Scorpios any event on resolution. It's just like Onicom, right? Because the event gets trashed.
God, what an identity.
This was Terminal Directive. They gave you Steve for recursion and Scorpios. And I've played Steve games where Steve never fires because there's nothing in the heap. It's so weird. Haver's drawing up again. Should know the last card in the stack here. If we do a crowdfunding check, we're missing a crowdfunding. So definitely in the hand or in the stack. I don't imagine that they would play 1 or 2.
We have 3 window of opportunity in the bin. We have 2 tunnel vision. So there very well might be a tunnel vision is probably the thing you most want to see.
No, all 3 are out. 1's in the bin, 1's installed, and 1's removed from game.
Oh yeah, so it is. Yeah. 3 are out. Yeah, good point. I'm so not used to the NSG crowdfunding alt art, or not alt art, but the reprint art.
I think tunnel vision is probably the best thing for.
The thing is, you can't install it because you'll get Hunter Secret immediately. Like you have to wait a turn. I imagine.
That's true.
So maybe you have a tunnel vision. That's still gonna be tricky. I think you can tunnel vision HQ and snipe 1 agenda. Like that's good. Again, there's only 9 cards in R&D, and we're only looking at 9 agenda points here. Oh, it did hit the table. We'll see if Koga has the Hunter Seeker there, because those dogs might just end up in the removed from game area in a second.
That's so rough.
That is rough. Is that the last? Yeah, that's the last tunnel vision. So if Haver doesn't have a Mammon or another Icebreaker or another way to cheat through 2 ice and a border control.
There's 2 Hunter Seekers in the bin.
Yeah. We're looking for 1 more and only 8 cards in R&D. HQ probably has 3 agendas at this point.
The thing is, Haver could have just sat on the tunnel vision for a turn.
Yeah, I think you might want to.
Can just sit on it.
We'll see. Maybe trading the tunnel vision for Hunter Seeker forces Koga to slow down a bit, but I don't know how you're going to get an access on HQ without tunnel vision. In theory, you can. You can alarm clock Melandrijim. Now, if you crack the border control for that, it means alarm clock. Oh, there you go. The dogs are gone.
Oh, there it is.
Hunter Seeker, very powerful, was banned in standard for a while. But if you stole an agenda, same text as distributed tracing, but instead of a tag, it's trash 1 card, and it could be any card.
Absolutely make Scorpios to win.
Card in server 13, assuming an agenda has left Koga's hand behind 2 ice here. So Haver on 9 credits needs to find a way to get an HQ. We're going to start with the alarm clock here and probably the Melandrijim. Now that forces the border control pop unless Koga doesn't have any agendas in hand or wants to take a risk. So we're going to bypass Hailstorm for 2 clicks. Border control does still have a very relevant border control tax, but the Melandrijim will be RFG'd to bypass that.
This does also let you get something back.
I think you have to crack the border control here though, right?
What can you get back here that makes a big difference? Well, nothing apparently, but
I think you would
uh,
go for spearfishing Melandrogem. Like you have to force a fork, or spearfishing Physarum,
yeah,
or 2
maybe
Physarums.
tunnel vision spearfishing or tunnel vision.
There's no dogs in the bin. They've all left.
No, there's one dog in the bin.
Is there? Oh, there's one. So yeah, you do tunnel vision spearfishing.
Oh,
Oh, we got
spearfishing?
one. Forcing it back.
Okay.
So this is huge. Steve is going to fire. That's a great setup of a term. This is it. Koga probably has 2 or 3 agendas in hand. Could be a 50-50. I'm cooked. Roll 4. Wait, why are we rolling?
Doesn't know what Haver wants back with Steve.
What are your choices here?
Like,
There's so many.
You actually see Haver highlight the card. So window of opportunity, they clicked on. It's a food. It's in
Oh,
hand.
it's a GFI. There it is. Oh,
Well fought.
well fought.
That is sick. That's such a rough matchup when it's like recursion events and like fragile breakers. That
Ever yelling Steven in chat.
good old Cambridge. Haver's hand is Global Food Initiative Miss Bingo. So it was Koga had a 50-50 there. There might just be an agenda in
50-50.
13, but like we're at 11 agenda points with 8 cards left in R&D. It had to be rough in there. So I wonder if Koga can
And
slow down.
then
If Koga got a
Apocalypse
third
Window and
ice,
Window. So
2 knife.
So
game.
Haver had no options left.
Nope.
This was it.
Yeah, that was 100% it. Unless Koga overextends and you can window Hailstorm, that's maybe another option.
You can also potentially start alarm clocking through the hailstorm, but
You would, yeah, for every turn. You force
Yeah,
Koga to put
but-
another ice. I think if
There's
Koga
another
could have
ice
messed Fingo to HQ, maybe the game slows down enough that you're okay. But like Haver just needs 1 run, and I think Haver basically has 1 run left. But what an exciting run.
that was awesome. That was fantastic.
2 knife J Chinyu, so wild. It stalls out at some point. That's okay. Very, very cool.
Congratulations to Knifey Steve Apocalypse.
That's a cool
Steven-
deck.
Apocalypse Knife. What a great deck.
How much time is left in the round? I can't imagine there's that much more.
There is ends
7
at 3:10, so
Okay,
or 10 after.
So we have about 7 minutes. Do we want to jump into a last table, or do we just want to put up a 5-minute break?
Let's take a look at the
Go on.
card. Table 1 might still be going.
I only
No.
see 4 tables left.
7 is still...
I'm gonna drop out at this point just to
Yep.
help handle on the end of round things, but I'll be back for next round.
We can try and take a look at 4, maybe.
Sure. I don't see it up. I only see 11,
14,
13, 9, and 14. Okay, cool. Yeah.
14.
If you want to ask if we can dive in, that'd be sick.
Oh, that's the game. Never mind.
All right. You know what? I
Just
reckon
ended.
we might just throw up to a 5-minute break and be back for round 2. Does that sound
Yeah,
okay?
let's go ahead and do that.
All
We'll
right.
be back in just a second.
If you've been tuning in, hopefully you've been enjoying RAM. Hopefully your games have been wrapping up and you've been having a good time. But we'll be back in about 5 minutes with round 2 of some random access memories. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a bit. Hello and welcome back. We're just about to start round 2 of the off meta month RAM tournament. My name is Andre. I go by he, him. I'm from the Metropole Grid, and here I am on the Null Signal Twitch and YouTube channel. So stoked to be here. I'm joined by a couple friends. Juniper, how's it going?
It's going good. I'm excited for a game we can hopefully stream.
Yeah, this is again round 2.
Yeah,
excuse me.
We're good to go on table 3.
Awesome. So this is 6 rounds of single-sided Swiss. For those who are just joining in right now, firstly, welcome. You want to leave a little like on YouTube. You want to follow on Twitch. That's the nice stuff to do. But in short, 2 hours before this tournament, we drew a random assortment of cards, and people are deck building in this format. So nobody has played their decks more than one time so far, is my guess. And this means, again, round 2, everyone's going to be playing their corporate runner deck for the first time ever on the other side. We're going to see Cobalt. This is twice in a row, but I think we're going to see a very interesting Seb versus Spark deck. I know London does play a fair bit of Seb, if I'm not mistaken. So we're going to see what Seb looks like in a smaller format, which I'm actually excited. I think we had some really good Seb cards, as much as Anarch seemed like one of the harder identities to build.
So this will be interesting because this was kind of the thing I was worried about with Seb, is seeing Seb versus a NBN deck that's probably running tags.
Yeah, it's a mixed bag, because getting tags is not bad because you on tempo get install a connection, and also you're one of the decks that's most likely to have tag removal on tempo. But the difference is in this format, we have hard-hitting news, we don't have oppo, which means as soon as turn 1, taking 4 tags, that's way worse for Seb because it's hard to clear 4 tags, and then it also turns on most of your text box and some of your cards. It's strange, but face checking into ice, that's not that bad. If they res, what's it called, like a turnpike, and you get install a connection, it really doesn't make that tag so bad. So it's like such a weird matchup, NBN into Seb.
We also have, and also, I mean, the biggest thing is there is Scorched Earth.
Yeah.
You could, if you have 1 tag, you could die at any moment. That is something you have to be aware of at all times.
Yeah, 4 cards in hand at a minimum. You ideally want 8, but that's not going to happen. And we also do have All-Seeing Eye, which is a really powerful card that says if you have a tag, you can lose all your connections, and that does beat half of Seb's text box. Speaking of text box, this is Spark Agency. This is also, well, this is from Data and Destiny, and it says the first time each turn you res an advertisement, the runner loses a credit. And we checked the card pool. There's only 4 advertisements. Most of them are assets. One of them is a piece of ice. But the cool interaction here is that you have a warm reception, which allows you to res and de-res stuff. And some of the advertisements are free to res. So Cobalt, she can get that sort of credit lock where on turn 1, on your corpse turn, you res an advertisement. And then as soon as a runner's turn start, you res another advertisement. And if you can do that, you can put the runner in a really awkward spot, and then maybe leverage that into hard-hitting news and another win condition. Cobalt says you get to see my worst deck now. Round 1, Cobalt got a great game off of Jai, which is just very aggressive, very fun, playing Andromeda into some replicating perfection. We're off. Target and marketing. What are you going to call here? Friend of a friend? Rogue trading. Great choice as well. That is a strong economy
absolutely.
card.
There's no way that Seb isn't playing rogue trading.
Now, this is what you're going to do. You're going to res on the corpse turn, and you might start a turn res as well. Now, we're only starting on 4 credits. Yeah, the double res is absolutely sick. So we'll see if this is, I think the other advertisements is you have Eve campaign. That's too expensive. You do have the 0 cost Spark advertisement. It's an upgrade. I really like that card. I wish I knew the name of it. And then I think its launch campaign is a neutral option, which you're probably going to see in this deck as well. Back to London now. Tarmar says you can install your rogue tradings, but you will give 10 credits. Now, whether London drops a rogue trading on turn 1, it is a bit of a card that requires other setup pieces, whether it's a friend of a friend. We also don't have Hannah. Like, we don't have every other tag card. So we're going to start with friend, take a tag, install an early Valentina. Now,
Valentina's so good.
Yeah, now the tags are going to be a fair bit cheaper. So we'll see if you want to deal with the Maryland on this turn. It technically turns on hard-hitting news, but it also denies credits from Spark Agency. And Spark Agency is probably getting most of its credits from Sweep Sweep, but mostly advertisements on the table.
This also makes HHN so much worse because normally HHN's a big limiting factor. It's 8 credits in a whole turn to get rid of. This, now it's 4 credits in a whole, which is rough, but that's so much. Oh no!
Now Employee Strike is taking down the Tarmar, so probably a rogue trading in hand, but Cobalt, she gets the riposte there with the Rashida on the remote server. So starting turn 2 with 8 credits and a lot of options in hand is exactly what you need. Estelle Moon, you can't be surprised here in this format, so going to be more cards on the table. This Seb deck doesn't have access to 2 of the best connections, or 3 of the best connections to deal with the table. There's no Hannah, there's no Miss Bones, there's no Scrubber. You're going to have to pay credits. And server 3 upgrade, I'm imagining it's the 0 cost 0 cost upgrade that I think it gets 2 credits when you access it.
Yep, could be. Could also be a Hollow Man, just putting it.
Yeah, that's true.
Although, yeah, because then you're protecting both things on that server.
Now, Stelmoon, you want to pressure sooner than later. You have to watch out. We looked at some of the NBN agendas. I don't know if the agenda suite was fantastic. There's a whole lot of 4-2s, which can be too surprising. So whether you want to get some pressure on HQ after the corporation's drawn through 10 cards, you're expecting there to be at least an agenda in hand, maybe even 2. But we'll see how Seb wants to set up again. We don't actually have a lot of Anarch Icebreakers, so whether you can go far enough on just Aquaceris crew, we didn't see any things that really manipulated ice strength, so you're probably going to have to spend influence on breakers, or I don't know if you're going to just play the good old, Banhar. That's a nice way to face check.
Banhar will help.
Flatline to Eula, turn 3.
Oh, that's exciting. We could see it.
Yeah, we could
You don't see that in standard because nobody plays Eula because of Cleaver, but here we could see it.
She's actually just setting up that Estelle Moon. Now, again, you're expecting agendas in hand. Banhar on server 3, 2 ice means that's very easy for Cobalt. She can res an outermost resistor, something cheap we saw in the format, and then maybe you can res the ice behind it. On 7 credits, you should be able to res just about every NBN ice in the card pool besides, I think, a Seraph. Starting the Maryland here.
When we made it, we definitely saw a lot of cheap ice.
Yeah.
Go with.
The NBN ice suite was pretty good, and I think a lot of that was Data and Destiny, just having some nice stuff in there. You also have to watch out. There is going to be advertisement ice, and there's a Global Food again. There probably is another agenda in hand, but I'd be so surprised to see a corporation today not playing Global Food. Now, Seb, not having a lot of cards in hand. We do have Nuka as a draw connection, but if you want to face check aggressively with Banhar, I'm imagining you need somewhere between 3 and actually technically 6 cards in hand to be safe. This is also not a format that has Strike Thunder Steelskin, so Banhar is going to feel more like a real cost than in constructed standard format. Now, Employee Strike is something that Cobalt probably wants to deal with sooner than later, and she has more money than it looks like they have. Estelle Moon is a click for 4 credits and 2 card draw. Sorry, not even a click, an instant speed. Server 4, whether it's a news team trying to slow down London. Yeah, I'm expecting news teams. And at any turn that you run, you're risking hard-hitting news. There's another Maryland. Now, Cobalt is not pre-resing it to get the shuffle text, but also they're not going to force Seb to lose a credit because we are employee striked as soon as I think turn 2. Now, drawing up, meaning that they want to get more value on the Estelle before using Estelle. So 6 credits on the Moon.
And yeah, 6 credits for free is just really good.
Yeah, 3 card draw. So there's a chance that Cobalt can set this up, like haul him in on the table. And there's the Rogue Trading taking a tag, installing the crew for free, clearing the tag. This is the engine you want. For only drawing like 2 or 3 cards, this is a really great financial start. Launch campaign, one of the neutral advertisements. The only neutral advertisement going to be giving 4 more credits if you don't take that down.
I'm guessing getting set up to start actually scoring for server 3 is my guess.
Yeah, I think you're going to push behind Haldeman and Ice because with 1 card in hand, London can't face check and London probably doesn't have the breakers. It's up to you, I guess, to understand whether your Ice is above 2 strength for Aquaceris, but Estelle Moon, while also putting cards on server 3, this is really cool to keep you busy on server 6.
Dangerous because you don't have that recursion, so this is your last, well, you do have 1 more Estelle, but still.
Now, the Corp has gone through 20 cards, and we've seen 1 agenda. So you're assuming maybe in server 3, but there's definitely 2 agendas in HQ at a minimum. So it's up to London to find the pressure to find the breakers. Cobalt really wants to haul him in, score out of 4-2 in this remote server because it turns off the employee strike, which is only saving London 2 or 3 credits so far, but Estelle's going to get charged first, the launch campaign for 2 more credits. Cobalt's doing a good job just keeping London busy.
I guess it's 5.
Sorry?
Hollow Man 5. Hollow Man 5-3 is my guess.
Let's see what we got. King making. Let's see what 1-pointer we have. We've gone through so many cards, it'd be hard not to. And there's a QPM.
Yeah, there we go. That's 3 points.
Now, that did cost a fair bit of money, but the Hollowman is still standing and London has to deal with it. This format has no pinhole threading. You're going to have to run that server. I don't even know if we have any fast advanced tech. Like, I don't think there's clots. I don't think there's even traffic jams.
Even if there was clot, there's no simul chip, there's no clone chip.
Yeah.
There's no SMC.
You just install it and say they have to purge, which, like, okay, I guess. Now, there you go. Card in server 3. London has a big incentive to force the corporation to spend at least, 3 credits, just about, so Holloman can't score out here, because Cobalt could be on game point as soon as next turn, and with 15 minutes, that is very, very frightening.
Well, hold on. There's no
Banhar here. Banhar's on HQ.
Banhar's on HQ.
Okay.
I wonder if there's EULA respect, right? On exactly 6 credits.
Yeah.
But the raindrop is going to force some interesting interactions. No current online. The news hound was so much better before you scored the agenda. Now it's just going to be a tag. And honestly, Seb likes tags.
Yeah.
Let's see if London has the connection.
Is 0.
Again, you can trace through this if you want to not clear the tag. Technically, it's Valentina is only 1 credit. So sometimes you want to boost through it. Most runners will pay 3 to not get a tag. But it looks like we're going to pay 3. So wow, Seb not wanting the tag here. Worrying about other ice that maybe interacts with tags. No res. Oh, we're getting in. Marilyn. Go ball. She's not resing that to deny the credit to get that shuffle back. And I think the shuffle back is actually kind of valuable in this format. That'll be the second Maryland. But it's only the Holloman that's leaving. London wants to keep 11 credits. Needs to play around hard-hitting news. Now, Kobold needs to jam their mode server turn after turn, because if they are not presenting issues that London has to deal with, that is the turns, the clicks that London can use the rogue trading, which as long as you have a connection in hand is so much value for what's technically 3 clicks. Whoa.
There it is.
I guess that is your ice lowering tech for crew, right? Like you half work on a parasite, half work on it with crew.
Yeah, and then
or you can just leave the parasite and let it blow up.
Or you can just take the tag with crew and not use your crew and just use the parasite.
Oh, true.
Yeah, that is actually very cool. Now, server 7. It's actually easy in this format to do a campaign check, or sorry, an advertisement check, right? We've seen 2 Marylands. We've seen 1 launch campaign. We've seen no Eves, and we've seen no upgrades. I think it's called product placement. So the question of what server 7 is, honestly, not sure. London drawing up. HQ is where the Banhar is. Again, you're assuming at least 1 more agenda in hand here. We've gone through a fair few cards. We've gone through like almost 30 cards coming up. No, 25.
Almost nothing installed on London's side. Just
connections. Hey, there's a slot machine. We're going to see a bunch of this today. So take a pull. Now, this actually might hit the 3, considering there's a lot of resources in sub decks. What happened?
We got resource. No, we got
Whoa.
resource program.
Resource program event, like the worst pull. So that's going to be lose 3 credits. Now, London doesn't have that much money if a hard-hitting news does come across. Not that Kobold can boost into it too heavily. Maryland will put you on 4.
Extremely notably, though, we did see both a medium and a vamp.
Yeah, the medium is really cool. The vamp makes sense with rogue trading. Like, that's a lot of money. And this is a launch campaign. London understands that if London trashes this, going to be down on 3 credits. Again, hard-hitting news is still going to be a lot of money. It is a trace-based Oppo research.
HHN is now 4 credits is... Wait, 4 credits isn't enough. Because you get the credit back, so you'll have to remove the last one on 1 credit. That's not enough.
It looks like Kobold's going for a credit into HHN. So this is going to be trace 4. You have to get this up to trace 4, so you have to spend 1 more credit, and that is now going to be 4 tags. Now, London can just clear the tags of Valentina for the whole turn, like credit.
No, London can't. Because Valentina is...
Oh, you need the money up front.
You can't remove the final tag. If you have literally any way to play a connection to get any money or do anything...
Yeah, if you have a friend of friend in hand, you're okay here. I think floating 1 tag is actually totally fine for you. You just don't want to float more than 1 tag because of the freedom of information. I'm a fool not to draw friend. Yeah, London. I think London tried to mash the money button and then ran out of money on the last one. I think the same thing happened that I would have done. Where like Valentina needs the money. It's not networking. It's just 1 credit cheaper.
Oh no.
That being said, like if Kobold wants to trash a rogue trading, that's probably what's going to happen. And that is just still a lot of money that you lose. But Kobold also doesn't have a lot of money. If you want to trash the connections, it does cost you a card from hand. Like Seb does have a legitimate text against that sort of play pattern. But yeah, losing the 12 credits on the rogue trading, that doesn't feel great. Yeah, pushing in behind a slot machine. Card on the table, going to be on 5 credits next turn. That's the first hard-hitting news. And I don't know if those are going to be recurred too easily. So London at least here has a window. Banner on HQ. Kobold can res maybe 2 ice if one of them's a resistor. So you can be a bit aggressive here. But the parasite is going to eat the news hound on the following turn. There's the friend clearing the tag, gaining 6 credits, and another launch campaign going to take 1 credit away from London. So the Maryland getting shuffled back in. Cobalt up on 6. There's a launch campaign, and this server 3 is probably not going to look great next turn. They're not going for the purge, so the News Hound is definitely going down. There's no virus, no Cyberdex virus suite in the format, so purging is actually very, very difficult.
Interesting. Icing up archives.
Yeah, Praxis, right? You
Always scary.
always want to respect the privilege access. It's so much value.
True.
Bring back a rogue trading, install from hand. Yeah, the archives ice happens against Sev a fair bit, but server 3 now. The question is like on 4-2s. Like I don't think NBN has any 3-2s. So I don't know what's the worst case scenario in this remote server that you have to run this turn. Like maybe it's a 3-1. And hey, there's a Praxis with the Banhar there. 6 cards in hand means that if you do exactly res the Eula, you'll be okay. But here we probably get back a rogue trading and we definitely have a connection in hand.
London has to be constantly playing that.
The Eula game?
Constantly. At Eula, just constantly thinking about it.
Yo, but got a connection. Sick. So that's some HQ pressure. Trashing the top of R&D in a world without Spin Doctor or Jackson Howard is some pressure.
Oh.
But installing Friend of a Friend from the bin, not going, and just recycling the Parasite, wait, that's actually kind of smooth.
That's really...
That's cool. Now, server 3, not res, not scored. Some more pressure here on HQ and just going to pull down that slot machine slowly. The launch campaign will probably find its way to completion. So Cobalt here at this point, we've gone through again 28 cards. We've only seen 3 agendas. There has to be a couple more points in hand. And a second ice on archive seems like you really don't want to get that next privileged access 2 and 3 to fire. But we'll see here if London feels comfortable enough to pivot HQ. Cobalt only has 6 credits, 2 more from the launch campaign. Now, a lot of this ice, or at least 3 of the ice in the deck, will be special offers. So sometimes interacting, suddenly the corporation gains 4 credits, you lose 1. Like that feels like a bad trade. Notably, there's no pop-up window in the format, so not like you're going to run into those, which are very good advertisements in Spark decks.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see how what it takes for London to run HQ here. Whether you want the Begat or whether you just want to find your next rogue trading and make sure you're set up for the second and third hard-hitting news. Drawing in.
Guessing they're digging for something.
Maybe it's a breaker.
Oh.
Maybe it's more money. Like I do think you need rogue trading money here. You're going to be discarding cards, so I don't know if you want to just send it HQ on the last click because you're going to be losing cards, but just getting a medium down.
Medium.
Ooh.
This we saw coming off the top of the Slaw Machine and throwing out 2 pairs of Vamps. Another tag
Not
card.
really that useful when you're at 4 credits.
That's really cool. I forgot Vamp was a tag me card technically, right?
Card in server 7, card in server 8.
So we're looking at still 1 Estelle Moon, 2 Rashidas, 2 Marylands, and maybe, I don't know if Cobalt's spending 2 influence on an Eve campaign, but we'll see if London just Banhar's R&D and sends it. Looks like struggling to get a bit of purchase here and finding avenues to interact or to start running. Just credit liberated, going down to 0. In theory here, you have to be a bit careful. If you click for a credit, they can always res an upgrade. But Holloman now is probably going to be shifted to server 7. We'll see what we score out. Kingmaking can put Cobalt easily on game point, and I think that's what we're going to see. 4-2, actually drawing 3 cards for the last QPM, or the second last QPM. So Cobalt...
This also means that 15 minutes wins the game.
Yes. Yeah, London, this might be the last turn. Because 15 minutes is a 2-1. I think we also have the 2-1 from Parhelion. The one where you bring your kid to work.
And if the hollow doesn't come down 5 credits, you can just score a 3-1. Just another QPM.
Yeah, totally true. I wonder where the QPM is. That's a respect here. London can't access tagged, which is kind of what you want to do instead, right? Like QPM against Manuel H. Shimura is very annoying. Now we're dealing with the Holloman. There's still a threat in server 3, and I think if Cobalt has an agenda, they can just put it on the table and understand, London, you have too many things to do this turn. Parasite going to take a tag, installing a second Aquaceris with Seb. Holloman going to go down for 2 credits. We're at the point where we can't really have the time to respect hard-hitting news. Now you do have a tag here.
Assume trashing the Hollow Man just to... Assuming that that's a 4-2 and not a 3-1. Just taking your chances, saying there's only one way I can probably lose here.
Yeah, I'm not sure the Hollow Man does next turn. You don't really have the money. In theory, you can like draw, install a 2-1. But server 3, we're going in a nice deep. Again, this is where Banhar is. So if this ice gets rezzed, Cobalt's just trading credits. I imagine we'll see a Maryland. It's actually Rashida.
Rashida.
Coming down for 1. London's on no credits. While we've seen no tag punishment, we actually haven't accessed centrals in a long time. So Cobalt can, as cheap can be, throw out a hard-hitting news, but that might be the money that they need to close the game out. Whether they're on real 2-1s, again, there's a whole bunch in the card pool. Whether she included them in the deck or not, you don't want to stall out on 6 points, that's for sure.
We also have that. Oh,
Credit Tarmar. Wonder what you're calling here. This does turn on the new sounds. We've only seen one so far. You're expecting the next
maybe?
2? I have no idea what you call here.
Privileged access.
All right, you run archives. You're going to give the corp 10 credits. Now, sometimes it's still the right thing to do. The difference between 10 and 16 is pretty big, but if that's what you need to not lose the game, you will do it. We have Banhar on HQ. Again, there's only 11 cards on R&D. We've only seen 8 to 9 agenda points. Going HQ also gets you a Bagad. Whether London just says it, sends it.
You probably can get in. You do have to still worry about the endless Eula. Have the two different crews.
The thing with the Eula, you can now just send it, right? Because you can crew the Eula if you find it.
How much strength is crew?
Crew?
Or is Eula?
Eula's 0. It's like perfect.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. But it is a concern, right? It's so goofy. Banhar takes 6 damage and there's no steel skins. So London has to consider running here. Now, if she had a 2-1 in hand, she would have scored it out and won the game. So whether that means you want to lock the top of R&D, but it looks like we're just taking money. Liberated accounts, finishing it off, drawing 1 card. Any single top deck can be a 15 minutes. Can be the bring your child to work card. Post-truth dividend, I think. Just draw credit. The game is slowed down, which is wild. Is Cobalt, like, there's no fast events. It's not like you have to hit biotic labor money, right? Like, she's just setting up to res ice, it looks like.
Yeah, I think just setting up for safe install and res.
Now, the longer you wait,
shocked.
the easier it is for London to find money.
I'm kind of shocked that they haven't, like, I don't know, with all the...
Yeah.
Oh.
Still 3 different cards. Parasite into Nuka into Laborites, getting a crew in. We're actually destroying this? Sick. We're opening up R&D. We're saying medium's winning the game. This has been on the table for a minute.
9 cards and 4 runs.
Now we're 3 tags in. We're actually clearing the tags. Okay, so we're not going to just lose the shipment from Vladisibirsk. But now we know the top of the deck. And if Cobalt can't close out the game this turn, you have to get a lot of ice on R&D and then res it for 5 credits. Install.
Oh.
Just double credit saying R&D is open, but server 3 has a winning agenda potentially in there. You have to figure out what the line is. We don't have access to ping, so if there's a QPM in the remote server, you have to take the tag off of a subroutine. R&D is open. You can see so many cards potentially here, but Cobalt will know with only 8 cards left in R&D.
5.
But yeah, she knows though how many points are in R&D, right? Like this could be safe if you're holding most of the deck. This is wild. This is a hard choice to make.
This also means there's almost certainly agendas in archives and HQ.
We liberated, install, gain 4. We're down credits from where we started. So now whether you want to run server 3 with 3 cards in hand, Banhar on the server, or whether you want to run R&D. Again, this liberated costs money, so it makes it harder to run this turn, unless you hit it one more time. London thinking this through. Again, it looks like we're not just sending it R&D, and I don't know if Cobalt would make this play unless they either don't have ice on R&D or know that R&D is relatively safe. Might not even have 5 points. Last click we're running.
Or could be a bluff. Just
yeah, that's true.
I'm screwed either way. I'm gonna bait you into going this way.
This is a new sound. Now this technically has 2 subroutines, but they're both 1 in net damage. So you're gonna get through there. Losing a Friday chip. Oh, that's cool. That's a Maryland. No res, no trash, no shuffle.
Letting it fire? I think you could have taken 2 tags to...
Sorry? The new sound?
With the 2 crews, you could have trashed the...
I'm pretty sure London doesn't want to end on 2 tags because of Vladisibirsk shipment from, which is in the format, I think. Or even just like backroom machinations could be a win condition.
It's just a Maryland.
Yeah. Yeah, London did not trash. So finally we get ice on R&D. Only on 6 credits. The Maryland is slowly ticking in. London with 2 crews can trash any ice on R&D. That is 4 strength or fewer. But Cobalt still doesn't have it 6 cards in R&D. We're just managing the cards and the credits. There's still 20 cards left in Seb. Seb has not found the Nuka, has not got good card draw. Now, these cards that are being drawn are known because they were shown off the top of the slot machine. So both players should be tracking what this is. And there's the Nuka that was on top of the deck. Just another turn off, hoping Cobalt does not find the 15 minutes that might be in her list.
We know there's... Okay. 3 king makings and 3 QPMs would be 9 points. And then 3
food? That's
food
20.
Is 18. That's 20. So
oh no, that's 18.
No, that's 18.
Yeah, you're right.
So you need 2 more points. So there's something else, presumably.
Maybe because you're on Harding Newt, you're on freedom of information. But the foods are really hard to score out. It's the QPM is the easiest thing that Cobalt can put on their remote server, and London has to run. Now, HQ has not been run, I think, nearly all game. And again, there's 5 cards left in R&D. Like, the points have to be somewhere. We have a Bagat on HQ. The question is whether London wants to res, because Cobalt clearly looks like she wants to put cards in their remote server, and they want to score them out next turn. So whether you want to stop it there, we're running archives. Just forcing a check. There's 8 face downs there. Saying maybe you're hiding in there in archives, but there's no spin doctors. It's a really hard bluff to take, but Bonhar's on archives.
Absolutely, they're hiding in there. There's no way there's not an agenda in there. This could be game right here, is my guess.
No res on the Adamouth. We still haven't found an advertisement ice. Just 2 points. A rebranding team. All assets gain advertisement. Of course you'd play that in Spark.
Yeah.
Now, this does show you where all the sweepstakes are. Cobalt's not been playing the sweepstake, throwing them out. Also, we find the second hard-hitting news. Now, London, keeping up on credits, very scared of potentially.
This is really good, potentially.
Piranhas. That's just going to fire, I imagine.
Yep.
That's fine.
Because you can't really crew that.
No, a bit too big, but I think overall this is probably okay. That'll mean Cobalt's on 5 credits next turn. If she's just trying to find, again, maybe she doesn't have a 15 minutes in your deck. I think you did a great job like tracking through the agenda suite. It might not just make sense. Losing a parasite. Now we're going HQ. Again, this ice can be rezzed and its subroutines will be relevant. With 11 and a bad publicity means tracing is going to be a bit more difficult. But this will fire not only a Bagat, but an Axis, and there's a food.
GFI, but that's not game.
London on 6 points. Cobalt on 6 points. Yes. There's now 1 unknown in archives. Just credit. You can't really throw hard-hitting news. Just putting a card in server 3. It's an upgrade, so probably the Holloman here, unless it is the product placement. If it is the Holloman, you kind of have to deal with it because you can fast them into QPM.
That's the Holloman, because there's no.
Now London has choices, right? If you can just force credits out, you can run HQ, get a Bagat. You can run archives. You can also see every card in R&D if you just draw up, at least into Piranhas, some amount.
Cobalt is going to need, how much is it? It is 2 to res Hollow Man,
yeah,
4 to activate it, and then 2 more to put 2 counters.
So you only have to force Cobalt to spend like 2 credits, right? Because she'll be on 9? Because of Maryland?
She'll be on 9. You need 1 to 2 credits depending on if 4-2 or another QPM.
You have to be careful though, because there's special offers too, which is like an ice that gives the corporation money, as long as you don't hit it with Banhar, which would actually be pretty sick. So that's Holloman or Bernice Mai. Bernice Mai is in the format. It is a tag on a massive Trace 5. All 3 top. Less than 10 was rough. I'm not sure what that means.
I think that's about the vamp, because London says, no, I want my vamp back.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, the vamp is so powerful here. Just forcing the corporation down to no credits. All right, we're just going to start with Nuka. That might suggest either we're looking for something or we just want to throw the Piranhas. Again, we can see 2 cards on R&D. That's most of the deck. Cobalt has a good understanding of exactly what the deck is. And you always can run HQ first if you want to and then run the Piranhas and you'll see the whole deck. Well, technically, you actually can win the game here if there's enough trashables in R&D.
I wonder if she's thinking like, all I have to do is get into R&D. Get into R&D, I can see every card.
Yeah. Oh, we're charging server 3. Actually, you won't win the game because the Maryland shuffles back and then you draw the Maryland, which is your whole deck. That's so goofy. So London, Banhar and server 3 just saying, I'm going to run this. Either you spend too much money and then you can't threaten Holloman, or I'm going to deal with the Holloman. Newshound does not end the run. It's just trace 3, take a tag. That's sometimes good with Seb. We have 1 bad publicity. We have 2 Aquaceres Crew and Banhar. So it's going to be hard to res enough stuff to keep you out. Also, this draw here does play around another Piranhas on their remote server, but it's going to start with Slot Machine. Event, resource. So that's 3 credits down, 3 credits up. So it's a free res if you're going to let these subroutines fire. And I think these subroutines have to fire.
Yeah, there's no way you can reduce the strength.
The top of the deck has a Nuka into Ashen into Banhar. So there is an Ashen in this list.
Because this is the bound card.
Yes. Oh, yeah, you're right. You're just going to take 3 damage.
0 credits, but it is 3 subroutines.
Yeah.
So 3 net.
So we're going to take 3 net. Again, it doesn't matter which of these subroutines are relevant. All the subroutines just have far less words than are on the Slot Machine now. Just take 1 net damage. Going to lose a labor rights.
Losing labor rights, rogue trading, and employee strike.
Now, this card could be a special offer, not being res, so the new sound is just going to be Trace 3, which London can either pay through, and that means you can take down, and I honestly think taking down the Maryland's interesting, because it shuffles the deck, and it gets 1 more card in R&D. Again, Kobold having 2 more credits seems important. She's taking a couple turns just clicking for credits. So Trace 3, no boost there, so Seb does not have Link, but with 1 bad publicity, you can pay...
You could also just let this fire and install something.
Yeah. And then Valentina actually makes money clearing the tag to some extent of the definition, make money.
You even have a bad publicity credit.
Yeah. So we're just taking the tag and selling in front of a friend. Oh, that's so good. It's going to be a click for 6 credits on the next click. And this means you have Maryland. You have Holloman. There you go. Trash for 2. Now, Maryland is going to get shuffled back if you trash. You're going to leave 2 credits for Cobalt. Now on 4 credits, we're going to clear the tag on the 15. Okay, so HQ still has a Vanguard. Definitely has agendas in it. 3 cards in R&D. The medium, you can't just send through the Piranhas because you don't have enough cards in hand. We're last click running HQ. Now, if you do get a tag here, it'd be pretty surprising. I don't know if there's any ice that just gives a tag. It's mostly stuff like this that traces you. And so you do have bad publicity. Where's the bad publicity gone? Oh, you lost it on the turnpike, but of course. So now there's going to be a
really interesting.
Trace 5.
What's really interesting here is that you do have to do this.
Yeah.
Because if you take the tag, you run into a QPM and you lose the game.
Yeah, there it is.
There's
it has to
GFI.
be in hand there. Going to find the full suite of foods in the rebranding team. Close game. Good game to both players. 32 minutes.
Mostly I'm reminded of how good GFI is.
Crying the whole game. Yeah, there was some respect there when Banhart would flatline, but the Aquaceres crew just paying 2 credits to destroy the Eula is not what you want. I imagine a bunch of these unres dice are Eulas. Yeah, especially also with Parasite too. There's so many ways it's not going to be good for you. Well played to both. That was exciting. I wonder if Cobalt now really wants to get the 50 minutes in there. Maybe it's in the bottom 2 of R&D. That's great. Good game. All right, time in the round. How are we doing, Kalava?
Is that
we have 10 minutes.
Oh, we can maybe jump into another one.
Yeah. How about...
How do you feel? Could you ask maybe table 7? It's Lucy versus Nightjar?
Sure.
Thank you. Again, for those tuning in, this is our second round of Random Access Memories, the off-meta month tournament that Cold Lava has ran. It is an absolute treat of an event. Hopefully you're doing having a good Sunday, or if you're watching the VOD later, hopefully you're doing well. We had 36 players show up today, which is...
We are good to stream, and this is with, although it might not be for long.
Okay.
Oh boy. Oh yeah.
Oh boy.
Very quick.
Okay.
That is a 5 advanced healing.
We're playing RP Glacier. Andy is playing with some amount of knives, and the border control here on their mode server is going to flip to 1 Matryoshka. This is going to be a Vientian killing flatline in just a moment. Now, Lucy's only on 1 credit, but a double advanced card in server 2 has to be a Biovault here. So you can either prevent the border control or prevent the Biovault. Charlotte's going to give you some money. And there's still 1 unknown upgrade here.
Biovault in the format?
Sorry?
Biovault was in the format.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, we had Biovault. Yeah, there you go.
Wow.
So this is Keeling.
Biovault, border control, Keeling, RP is miserable.
Banned in standard. But here in RAM, if it shows up in the card pool, your hand size is going down. And you're going to flatline next turn if you can't run it. Now, Lucy only has Charlotte. has a boarding control. You still have to run central servers before you run. And again, all this ice is probably going to do something rough to you. It's going to hurt you. And if you have no cards in hand, you can't even face check into net damage ice. Now, Matryoshka on 1 is so rough here when you have to run multiple times. And Nightjar's list is actually pretty cool. You see Asmoon for a bit of card draw. Of course, we're on Knives. We have a Jack Sinclair, which is such a cool inclusion with Andy with Link on top of running Knives. Jack Sinclair Knives is sick.
There is one hope for the Keeling thing, which is that Blue Mayor's current. Oh, never mind. Just use Charlotte to get 4 credits. I was gonna say you're on 1 credit, so you have a chance there, but nope.
Yeah, the cards
7
and credits here.
You can start rezzing terrifying thing.
Now, I don't know if Lucy is playing real 3-pointers. We haven't actually seen any real 3-pointers so far in our first 2 rounds. So like, this is why Global Food is so good. It's just the amount of accesses you need to win is pretty high. So imagine Nightjar here actually has a chance of maybe drawing up some cards and making a run twice on R&D if you can get through the Chrysalis. And maybe you can just touch enough points. The problem is also some of these agendas are fetal AI and you just need more cards in hand. We're going to start there. Jack Sinclair just to let the Tributary fire. You can't use programs during this run, so you actually can't Fazare them, but this means the Tributary will draw and install another card, banned in Standard, just the shopping list to play here in Random Access Memories. Yeah, Jack is really cool.
Wait.
This looks really great.
Can't you use the press here?
You can't use programs during Jack runs.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Now Lucy just declining to install, still going to get the card draw. And each ice gets +2 strength for this run. That shouldn't matter. Now with 12 credits, you could run the remote server. Maybe Lucy can't res too many other things, but with only the border control, if there's just one cheap end to run here, you're in a rough spot.
Yeah.
Now with 3 clicks, again, you're going to need to spend at least 2 running server 2. So best case, you install another Matryoshka and you can run it back. That's probably the top deck here. And we've only seen 2 nesting dolls so far. Maybe if she top decked one, yeah.
But also that is difficult because you need if another ice gets rezzed, you're in trouble.
Now 2 clicks left means you cannot contest server 2. The only way Nightjar can win here is get some multi-access on a central server. You would need yeah.
There's also 3 face down cards in archives and an upgrade on HQ.
There are 3-pointers.
Guess what that is.
You aren't locked out yet. Yeah, you're right. Probably this is I'm assuming Nana Civic, right?
It's got to be Nana Civic.
Yeah. We're running R&D here with at least 2 cards in hand. Means we can deal with Fetal, but we need 2 really good runs here. Let me think that might do it. Oh, that's really good to hear. Lucy being very encouraging for Nightjar, who's definitely in a really rough spot. Again, if you end your turn on -1 hand size, which is where Nightjar is, that is a flat line. It is a very rare type of flat line, but it is what Keeling is there to do.
If Nightjar does not win or get rid of Keeling this turn, then
with border control, it's not going to be that Afrun. Whoa, that's going to blank the Matryoshka, let alone. Yeah, that is just like a border control. That's wild.
Yep, that's it.
So you can bounce off this and run back. So your one chance here is to run back in R&D and find a real 3-pointer. Because this only blanks for the run. You have to get lucky
bounce, here. Run again, break the Hafrun, and then
just take 2 damage.
Just take the Chrysalis and somehow hit a 3-pointer.
I don't know what the 3-pointers of the format are, but yeah. Lucy seems to say that she's on 3-pointers. You have a chance of just sending it in here. You just bounce and come back. Again, a card was discarded, but this blanks the text on an installed runner card for breaking subroutines. So the Matryoshka, you can come back. You break enough rune for like 2 credits, and you get to see 1 single card here. Now, you could, in theory, run archives if you want to and let an unsee fire, but we're going to go R&D. Oh, improved protein source. Oh, Eli, huge. Yeah, there is actually real 4-3s. There's 3-pointers. This could be it. So here we have the Afrun. Nervous Nightjar going to pay 2 credits. This is the Chrysalis. It's an ambush, technically, but also nice. There's a couple of these back in the Flashpoint cycle.
Oh, yeah. Keeling is incredibly good in this rule, but a ton of cards are incredibly good in this card.
Single access for the game? 1 in 6. There's 2 in 12? Yo, Nightjar got it! What the heck? Oh. Take that, Keeling. Yo.
What a steal.
Dive straight into the bath after a real sweaty game. Oh, it was a 1 in 12.
12? Oh, because there was a fetal AI.
Yeah. Yeah, that won't win the game, though. It needed to be the 1 in 12. That's sick.
I'm very sorry to say that I love to see it, but I do love to see it.
Yo, that's great.
It's beautiful.
Real 5-3s in the list. Keeling one turned short. Well done to both players. Hen is loaded with points, so I put the Nan Civic on it. Yeah, it's really hard to run HQ. That was like the only server you could run besides maybe Archives. But just fantastic. Great game. Very, very good game. I'm glad.
Cannot believe that.
I'm glad we came into that one a bit
Oh,
late.
here's the hand.
Okay, nothing in Archives. The hand is probably loaded.
Eden Fragment is Executive Retreat and
And a
GFI.
food. Yeah, okay. Well done. Shout out to both these players. That's fantastic. Mind you, Lucy on the standard curation team, or sorry, startup curation team, doing some good work too, playing in other formats. Very cool. That's round 2.
I will say, I do expect to see this deck that we just saw with the really disgusting Keeling, Nana Civic, RP, all this Glacier, border controls and Nazi stuff. I think we're going to be seeing that a lot today.
It's like the wildest thing, right? Like the card pool supports so many powerful things. Like I don't even know what the best RP deck is. Is it Keeling? Is it Holloman scoring with Sisyphus? Is it assets? Like there's a lot you could do in the card pool, as much as the card pool is obviously not a card pool anyone else has played Neverwinter in. Very cool.
That's the fun part about RAM. It's always some sort of a new card pool.
So we are getting to the end of round 2. Oh, is there a lunch or dinner break, Cold Lava?
Yes, we're going to do a short break after round 3, probably
Okay.
like 20 minutes.
Awesome. So this is just the end of round 2. We'll be back with the end of round 3 in about 5 minutes. So we're just going to throw to some music and a nice little graphic. But hopefully you've been having a good time watching some RAM. Again, a huge shout out to all the organizers of Off Meta Month, including obviously Cold Lava for putting this together. If you like interesting formats like this, there's other stuff going on this month. The next weekend, if I'm not mistaken, has 2 events. I think it's Purge and Snapshot. I should have researched that before I said it.
Restart.
Thank you.
Okay.
Also, one quick thing: if anyone is in the tournament, and you used our decks, let us know how they did. Are they doing terribly? Are they losing? Are they doing great? Well, let us know.
Yeah, I'd actually be really excited. I forgot to ask that. That's a really good question. Yeah, if you're playing any of these sort of decks that we put together, best of luck. Also, let us know how it went. All right. With that note, we'll throw it to a break. We'll be back in about, what is it, Cold Lava? 5 minutes? 10 minutes, maybe?
Maybe 10. There's a couple minutes left in the round, then we have to pair and stuff.
Awesome.
Maybe not quite 10, but closer to 10.
Well, we'll be back in there. Don't go anywhere. See you in a bit.
See ya.
Hello, welcome back. I turned the music off way too aggressively. My name is Andre, normally from the Metropol Grid. I'm here on the Null Signal Twitch and YouTube channel. We're bringing you RAM. This is the beginning of round 3. I'm joined by Cold Lava, the organizer. How's it going?
Good.
This is round
Exciting.
3. We've had a lot of players and we've had some really exciting games. I'm also joined by Juniper. Juniper, how you doing? I think we
I'm
might.
doing good.
Oh, there. Good. Fantastic. We've had some really exciting games on stream, and we're about to join a third one. Mind you, it's 6 rounds of single-sided Swiss, and then we have a top cut. What table are we jumping to right now?
Just double checking table.
Cool.
Just double checking this table.
Yeah, no rush. We have opened a wild card pool. I think we have some very, very sharp and spiky corporations.
We're good to stream table 12.
Table 12, thank you.
2 decks we haven't seen yet. Very excited about.
So this is a Shaper deck, and Faceless here is playing the only Shaper identity we've rolled in the pool, which I'm not, if I'm not wrong, which is incredible. Like, that's very unlikely. And so this is Isla. Specifically, you're going to see the Isla art from System Update, but Isla, technically the version we rolled is from Terminal Directive. The text is the same functionally, but at the beginning of the game, before mulligans, you can draw the top 6 cards of your deck and squirrel away 4 of them into your set aside area. And you can always spend a click to draw one of those cards. I think there's a bunch of different Shaper builds, whether it's Spark of Inspiration into Big Breakers or whether it's the World Tree, but this is a card we've seen in every single matchup today, and I don't know if that's going to change. Estelle Moon to start, 2 cards on the table. Thule giving you core damage. We have all of the Par healing cards, so most of Thule is alive and well in the card pool. You think this is kill? It must be kill, right? The Thule's trying to hurt you. There's no way it's not.
It has to
That's
be.
my assumption.
This process automation off of Isla as well.
Yeah, that is 2 credits and a card draw for 1 influence. So it's a bit of a smoothing card. Straight into some more money there with Lucky Find. Whether you want to run last click and deal with the Estelle Moon. Estelle Moon's really interesting because if you don't deal with Estelle Moon, Estelle gets bigger and bigger. But the big difference is that at some point Estelle gets maybe too big and the corporation draws like 7 cards and then they have to deal with agendas. But that's a strong start. Prototype into Maryland is going to give you so much money. And this now means you have a whole turn either to install more cards, crack Estelle, install even more cards, or just to keep pushing forward. 1 card was drawn off Isla, so Faceless definitely wants to get one of those that was put away at the beginning of turn. Eden.
You don't.
Yeah.
You don't have any protection, but might not need it if you have a big enough build. Good enough.
Yeah, we'll see what we push out. Again, we did build in the first 2 hours, we built the Thule deck. And there are some strong cards you have to play around. You have Distributed Tracing, which says if you stole an agenda on the last turn, the corporation can spend 2 clicks to give you a tag. With cards like Hypoxia and cards like End of Line and Scorched Earth, you'll see Scorched Earth more than End of Line. It's just strictly better than End of Line. That means if you're on too few cards in hand because of a couple pieces of core damage throughout the game, that will be a flat line. Unless you're running one of the, I think there's 2 or 3 tech cards that prevent you from dying to tags or damage. And we're icing up server 1 upgrades. Hendrik is in the set. We also found Heinlein Grid with Pulse, which is an incredibly obnoxious interaction where if you lose a click during a run on a Heinlein Grid, you also lose all your credits, which makes it really easy to get flatlined or end up underneath a lot of tags with hard-hitting news.
So that means any server with both an ice and an upgrade, you immediately have to consider, am I going to lose all of my credits by running this server?
Yeah. Now we're going to bring down the prototype, touching R&D here. Straight into a burner.
Great start.
Now there you go. You're going to see a bloop.
See all of
So assuming it's bloop and I think just pulse, but another Estelle Moon and a Scorched Earth. Now, unless you're putting cards on the bottom of the deck here, you can't just like rebound the hand with Estelle Moon. And technically the corporation could have popped Estelle Moon here, but this means the hand is entirely just at this point, a second Estelle Moon survived and now mandatory draw and 1 unknown card now past the known top of R&D. Now, we know where 1 copy of Scorched Earth is, and that is for influence. It being on the bottom of the deck might not be too big of a deal, because Maryland campaign will shuffle no matter what, as long as the corp wants that in the next 2 or so turns. And then we probably have Gaslight, that's a 0 to res 1 influence NBN card that just lets you search your deck for an operation. Those are pretty common in Thule decks that can't spend too much influence on too many copies of End of Line.
Yeah.
Wait, oh yeah, Scorched Earth.
If it was able to fit a second end of the line, I was really hoping to fit more than one when we were trying our Thule build, but
it's just
we couldn't
hard.
quite find a way.
Because unless you land the hard-hitting news, like it doesn't work with distributed tracing because it's a double, right? So you can't easily do distributed end of line. We should say Scorched Earth, right? And speaking of Scorched Earth, there's the no one home. So if you want to fire off Hard-hitting news, you have to do that trace twice. Oh, Lobby in the bin as well. I don't know whether that means it's a spark deck or whether it's just not a great card in hand in a deck that might be running too much ice.
Is there any
It doesn't mean you're gonna start immediately. I mean, we put Lobby in our Isla deck.
We
This
did.
could be ours.
It could be World Tree.
I don't know if we had a. I don't think we had any process automation. So
I don't think we did. Now there's the Estelle Moon. That is just so much value. 4 cards and 8 credits, and you still have your full turn ahead of you. So whether you want to put your first agenda, that is something I think we noticed in a couple test draws. Second Estelle Moon is that agendas are now definitely in hand. And while Thule slows you down so you can't steal too many in the same turn, and very importantly, ontological dependence is in this card pool, so taking 2 core damage really opens up score patterns, is the corporation doesn't have great ways to hide or score agendas on tempo. So we'll see if Eden, it's found another way to use agendas, because at this point, drawing through what's been, 15 cards now? You're assuming there's a couple agendas hanging out in HQ.
Yeah.
Actually, well, we saw no agendas in the burner, right? So there's probably a couple agendas off the Estelle here.
We also haven't seen a shuffle, so you know you're safe from that one spin dock.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean you're completely safe, but it means you're a little bit more than you'd expect.
Now, install advance in the remote server. If that is pulse into Heinlein, that's a 6 credit res for the corporation, and that means you lose all your money. That means the pulse will end the run, because the subroutine on the pulse says you lose 1 to gain 1 if you can't break it. But that means you actually can score in this remote server. Whether it's just an ontological or it's a 4-2, there's the successful field test that if you pop into Estelle Moon first, you can now score at a 4-2 and then install all the cards from your hand. It's incredibly powerful interaction. That's probably what Eden wants here. Faceless. Deuce is wild, getting a bit of card draw again. Whether you want to go for the expose. I don't think there's a lot of core damage ice you're too worried about, especially in the early game, unless there's a harmonics res and you have to worry about that big old bloop.
Yeah, I mean, just checking if that's a pulse might be worth it.
But you lose all your money.
Well, you don't have to run what you check.
Oh, just exposing it, yeah. And that's what Faceless is doing, finding out it's a pulse on server 1, now charging server 5. Whether it's just in Maryland or Launch Campaign, another econ card, but it's a warm reception. This is an interesting card because it allows you to de-res the Maryland if you want infinite Maryland, if you don't want the shuffle. It kind of makes sense.
De-res de-res stuff for warm reception if that's on the board.
Yeah. You can de-res pulses too, which is a sick reset. So now this is trashed potentially for 2 credits. You have to worry about hard-hitting news, right? We haven't seen any so far. They're only 2 influence. They're very easy to splash. Now,
no one home helps a lot against the hard-hitting news, though.
Yeah, the trace twice over can be quite expensive. And so they don't know whether they boost into the first or boost into the second. If they don't pay a lot into the first, you just beat it the normal way, which is very, very hard. Generally, you need twice the money that the runner has. Now, Faceless thinking this through. This format, I don't think has cards like Riot Suppression or Oppa Research, so trashing cards is not going to put you in an ugly spot. Oh, straight into Trick Shot.
Trick Shot.
We'll see what we do with this. We don't have a great way to use these credits. So this is just multi-axis, and whether you want to take down the Maryland or the Stell, imagine you want to just pressure the Stell. Now you have clicks left, and obviously you have credits here to steal agendas. This is just a bit of a tempo trick shot, not like the standard illegal trick shot. Molly off the top, into Rashida. So top of the deck unknown. Estelle going to get cracked here. Now this Estelle is going to get fired no matter what. Whether you're hoping there's a successful field test here to afford to spam your hand out, I think that's what Eden wants from this remote server. Now you have also made a successful run, or sorry, you've made a run, which means hard-hitting news is going to happen if you run into Pulse Heinlein, so you have to be careful. Now we have shuffled the deck, so Scorched Earth is no longer necessarily at the bottom. It's actually the least, well, it's not likely. So we'll see if we score out a 4-2. Again, SFT. Once you score it, you can install as many cards as you want from your hand. And that means you can just mag dump these 8 cards on the table while also getting an agenda out of hand. We've gone through nearly 20 cards without seeing an agenda and no shuffle backs. Eden, thinking through here whether you need more pressure for central servers. Mind you, there are some really strong reasons to be running R&D, whether it's indexing, catalog, or deep data mining. All of those would give a lot of value for Faceless if you're just trying to get out of the game by stealing 7 points. Thinking through what to do here. I imagine if it was a field test, you would just absolutely slam it. So maybe it's not that 4-2.
Yeah, what other 4/2s were we looking at?
I don't know, like
Remember.
paper tripping?
It could be an Anto. Like,
It could be, yeah, an ugly early Onto. Yeah, Eden's thinking it through. Again, Ontological is a 4/2, but for every core damage, its difficulty is reduced by 1. So at 2 core damage, you hit a really big corner where it becomes a 2/2. Second advancement.
Advance.
Now we do have
Single
Bio
advance.
Vault.
maybe it's just a food.
Yeah,
That
slow
it wasn't
roll
able to-
food. I don't know what other agendas the HB card pool has. I remember we looked at it and it was like brain rewiring is another thing if you can set up a combo. So if you actually do
Oh,
keep a card on the table that's 2 or 3 advancements, there's a kill switch. Second upgrade, Hendrik. Okay, so this could be lethal. If this server is brain rewiring Jupstad and you have more money than the runner, you can get a flatline. We're going to go straight to compile. This will see the pulse interaction. You're going to lose all your money. There's the Heinlein.
Yeah.
There it is, Heinlein.
Now I don't know if Faceless has seen this interaction, but once this is res, you lose a click. And if you lose a click, you lose all your credits. So now you've made a run.
Does that not work?
It's probably just not implemented.
Uh,
Can I check something? Yeah, Eden's
Yeah.
checking. This should fire. This should, like, you can still compile and bring out the breaker and put it on the bottom of your deck, but in theory, this should have fired if I'm not mistaken. And so Faceless should be on 0 credits, which means you can't break the pulse. That being said, you can just click through the pulse, but then you're going to take core damage either from the kill switch and or from the Thule text. So this will be 2 core damage.
You have to do it either way, though. I think just because, like,
To go through?
because otherwise you lose, you die.
Yeah, you're probably right. I think you do have to touch it.
Otherwise, a trace 3 kills you instantly.
Yeah, as long as Eden has the money. Yeah, if it is Jupstad into, yeah, you're in a pretty bad spot. Man, kill switch. Such a fun card. Yeah, I think Faceless is realizing that the pulse should take away all their credits. So that is an interaction, mind you. This shows up in Eternal. If I'm not mistaken, in the early format that Council ran, this interaction, I know Tuna was playing it in Mirror Morph. People are not expecting it. Go to message the judge channel. Kolob, I don't know if that's you or not.
It is. I'm already typing in there.
Okay, cool. Yeah, this is an interaction that for a while, 2 years ago, when people were playing Eternal at Crown of Servers at Worlds, there was a deck that could get infinite credits. And this was one of the only few ways to beat the deck. And so now Faceless is going to bottom out. 0 credits. You've made a successful run. That's hard for Harding News. Now, the runner loses a credit for each harmonic ice res. That unfortunately doesn't do anything, but we've kind of done enough here. You can pull out a breaker here with Compile. It's actually, you can pull a program. Wait, you can pull out a coalescence.
Oh, gonna jack now?
Wait, you could have compiled out a coalescence, gained 4 credits, and then actually got in and not taken the core damage.
Yeah.
That's kind of sick.
We don't know if Coalescence is being run, especially if this is a Spark deck.
And Lightning Laboratory.
Lightning.
Now this is going to be a Trace 3, so that's going to be 1 core damage. It is a Spark deck. This means you can now res your pulses at instant speed. You can res your bloops at instant speed.
And you can de-rest them.
No, you can't do Heinlein and Jupstad in the same server because they're both regions.
Oh yeah, definitely. Of course. Yeah, we should have seen that coming.
Losing a Spark hurts, definitely.
Now on 1 credit
on
with the
1
kill switch
credit.
online into hard-hitting news, that is
Oh no!
just misery.
Oh,
Trace 4, that's going to go cross. So now you have 4 card hand size. You have 1 credit to your name. Now you can force the trace twice over from no one home. That's actually kind of interesting. I imagine you probably want to consider it. There you go. And this forces Eden to pay 2 more credits. So it does force credits out the pocket. Now Eden needs, in theory, 3 credits for end of line. In theory, you want 4 credits because you want to do hypoxia into end of line to actually make that damage connect. So Faceless here has to win the game. The problem is every interaction, you have to deal with Thule text and kill switch. So if you don't have clicks and credits, every time you touch a card, you can take 2 core damage. There is a spoofing. Now you can trash this, but this is one of the few prevention cards in the format. It is technically a card. The art of this card has shown up on 2 FFG cards, which is pretty wild. Now, Eden needs money. That's mostly going to be assets. We've seen prototypes. We've seen Maryland's. We've seen 2 moons so far, but that money went somewhere. Rashida as well. But credits are going to be important here. Now, you can always trash this biometric. This biometric functionally puts Faceless at 6 hand size. Now, I think Eden's still in a pretty good spot with Kill Switch. You can't really touch the agendas, and that's how Faceless is going to try and win the game, by touching agendas.
Putting another card on the server. You can just keep the pressure on and know that at any time you can kill them with the HHN tags. Those are going to have to be dealt with eventually.
If Eden doesn't draw into Gaslights and into the actual kill, like the Hypoxias, it can just push out points. Like, it's obviously expensive, but technically you're on game point next turn. And every game point you score out, or every agenda you score out, still does more core damage. And once you get to 2 core damage, things are very different with ontologicals. Faceless needs credits. Again, running this remote server, you can consider doing it. We're going to do Deuces Wild. Probably going to get some money here. Then whether we need more card draw, we're just going to run R&D, not getting an expose. Top of the deck, no steal, no trash. Having money for at least the Thule, not so much the kill switch. This is a hard spot to win in. You could get through this if you have a really strong indexing. We're throwing out a new backs. That is Isla's console.
Yeah.
Ooh. Bring back hard-hitting news? More tags? I assume you'd get back here like a Nestel or Rashida. But it looks like the hard-hitting news is going back. I guess that means Faceless can't just clear the tags. And in theory, slowly you could do that. The corporation isn't pushing themselves too far forward too quickly.
Corporate hospitality is the recursion you want. I wonder if we'll see any... Oh.
There you go. That's indexing. Now, this not coming out click 1 means you can run back twice, so you end up going to take some core damaging here. That being said, too, if you do find some of the kill combo pieces, you can kind of just shift them down. However, this requires you to run back. It's largely cataloger, a bit faster, and it sees 5 cards. Faceless can't run back. I'm not sure what shuffle effects we expect to disrupt this. There's no spin doctors. So we're going to find an ontological. That's a great steal. Now that's going to be 2 core damage. 1 off the kill switch, which will turn off the kill switch, and then potentially 1 off of the Thule. So we're down to 2 hand size. With the biometric, we still survive end of line. We're going down to 1 hand size. TPR.
Ooh.
Preventing the damage, but that means you are done. That means you're in danger.
Oh, they use biometric to prevent Thule? That's wild. I didn't realize you could do that. It's not additional cost, right? Yeah.
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 Oops.
Oh.
That was just a hand? Yeah, I guess they were waiting for them to get down before hand size. Okay.
See it.
Wow, good game. That interaction highline to pulse.
Game.
If you haven't seen it, you're going to find it later today, that's for sure. But well played to both players.
Well, I'm much more scared of Thule than I was before.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was scarier than I thought it was going to be.
Spooky game.
What table should we jump into? We still have a lot of time in the round.
Yeah, 21 minutes left in the round.
I see... Maybe table 7, sticks and sauce.
Table 7 could work. Table 8 could also work. There's a Cider Laboratories game there.
Oh, sick. Yeah, let's do that. If you don't mind asking if that's okay with our friends here.
I'll ask, and then I'm going to need to take it.
Cool. All right. This is Random Access Memories. We are nearly halfway through. Again, 2 hours before this tournament started, we drew a random assortment of cards from different packs across the history of Netrunner, and in 2 hours, players have been doing deck building, and they've gotten to this point. This is technically their second game with the runner of their corp deck, so...
All right, we're good to stream.
Awesome. We're learning on the fly.
I'll be back in just a bit.
Yeah, totally. So, whoa, Satyr, going horizontal. This is a good card pool to go horizontal. So we have some stressful things going on here. Firstly, 2 knives are out. 3rd knife is on the table. If Quitoa can just run 3 times, this is going to be game. Gecko is only on 4 credits. Mr. Hendrick is potentially an issue, but you don't mind to take the core damage if you win the game. The question is, what is the R&D ice? We're going to de-res the Hendrik. Gecko has a whole turn here with Holloman on the table, Turtlebacks just getting credits from setting up. But if you're going horizontal, this is like, there's so many good asset spam decks in this format, right? We've seen CTM, we've seen RP, we've seen Thule. Like Jaichinho makes a lot of sense. And just Matryoshka Jaichinho, like that might be all you need. So Gecko this turn needs to figure out how not to lose to the third knife. We're assuming that Quechua playing Andy has access to things like spearfishing or ways to cheat around pieces of ice. Oh, there's actually cool cards in here like Black File and 3 Steps Ahead. That's pretty fun. It's hard to get a knife in with 3 Steps Ahead. You can technically do it and get paid at the same time. Well, you can play 3 Steps Ahead crowdfunding. That's kind of perfect. Now, on the other side of the table, this is an identity I think I've only played against like 4 or 5 times in my life. It's a 45-15. This was in Terminal Directive and says the first time each turn the runner loses or spends a click during a run, you may add a card from archives to the top of R&D. This means if you ever run to ice, like anything that takes clicks away from you, so if there's a pulse on R&D or if there's maybe sometimes a tapestry in R&D, that can slow down the runs. Actually, having an enhanced login protocols, that current makes it much harder than Jaichinho. Still technically possible. Quechua could run first click into R&D, then HQ and archives, and could have got the knife in potentially this turn. Depends what the R&D ice is. But now, as soon as you draw here, you're going to really need run events. But just saying, I don't have to go anywhere fast. Not even using caddy, just clicking for credits. Understanding there might be a molly on the table, I think is a good reason to maybe keep the credits in your card pool or your credit pool. 2 Moons is out the table. Is now getting a prototype. Another reason not to worry about caddy too much. I think we know that there's a warm reception there. There you go in server 2. So whether Gecko has the money to start scoring out behind Holloman, whether it's another successful field test, just a pile of receptions. Sorry we have to zoom out this much, but this is how it goes with assets. And on 16 credits, didn't go for it that turn. Server 3, looks like a pair of upgrades at a minimum because Holloman going to give you money to score out. That's going to be installed with the warm reception. This is also not unlike most of the decks or most of the games we've seen so far. R&D has 23 cards left in it. So we've drawn through 26 cards and we see one agenda, right? Like this does not have Spin Doctor. This does not have Jackson Howard. It's very hard for you to take agendas and shuffle them back into R&D. So it's not unlikely that Gecko is holding at least one agenda and there's at least one agenda on the table already, like server 6, server 10. This could easily be an agenda. Now, we got a card installed on R&D, a defensive upgrade. I don't think there's actually real defensive upgrades. There's only just like Hendrix. So you can take core damage. It won't matter if you get the third knife in. But every turn that Quechua doesn't go for it gives Gecko much more time to get ice. And right now, you can only break 1 ice with Matryoshka. So Quechua needs to run sooner than later. Now, spending most of your time on your starter turn triggers, that happens a lot of times with warm reception and wage workers. It looks like we're just hitting the money button. 3 times prototype for 9 credits. Not trying to get that bounce for 6, just trying to get the money up now. And we're going to start here with Window of Opportunity. This is a run event, so it beats the 2 clicks for your first run for Enhanced Login Protocol. It still means that you have to play a run event later. But we're going to install a prepaid voice pad. Oh no, we're just paying the prepaid, so we check archives there. Wait, we're making 3 run events? We're running HQ here. Now there's a Hendrik. You might just want cards in hand because you might take some core damage. The Hendrik's going to rest. I reckon you're going to take the core damage here because you need to run R&D. This can be the last turn of the game. Wait, the sequencing. So you'll see what Hendrik hits. You're going to access an Assassin and then the Hendrik. So unless you lose your whole turn here, Gecko's going to pay 2 credits. Going to lose a card to hand. We only have 1 card, and that was a window of opportunity. The question is if the last card in hand is a card you're going to use to cheat through the R&D ice, like a spearfishing. That means that if there's another Hendrik on R&D, you will flatline. Unless you run and then spend your last click to deal with the Hendrik on R&D. And if you do that, you can still get the last knife in. So this on ice on R&D has to be a pulse. And even if the pulse, actually, no, it doesn't matter. This is the right ordering. Because this is 2 clicks. Quechua has 1 card in hand. Hendrik will not flatline. Gecko needs either a defensive upgrade that will keep you out, and I don't think there's a lot in the format. There's a pulse. The ordering here is great. So now this, you have to break. You only break it for 1 credit with Matryoshka, so it comes down to the upgrade on R&D. There's no Mana Garbs. I don't think there's any true defensive upgrades in the format, so if this is the last Hendrik, which is what you expect, You just take the core damage and win the game with no cards in hand when the third knife flatlines not the runner, but the corporation.
You can, however, lose. I just realized if you see an agenda on
Oh,
the top.
yeah, you're right. Yeah, because I don't think there's agendas with additional costs. If you find a real agenda, you do flatline.
Yeah.
If that's the case, yeah, that's going to be bad.
Oh, no, wait, it's not Thule. You're fine.
Oh, yeah, wait, yeah, this is other HP. Okay. Heinlein. Oh, it was Heinlein. Great playing. That's 3 successful runs.
That's 3 runs.
The third knife slides into the win area.
Knife.
Crowdfunding for fun.
10 turns. Kuiwa figuring it out. Again, there's a lot of acid spam in this meta. The Jachinio plan seems kind of sick.
Yeah, and you do have, like we saw in that first deck from round 1, you have APOC as well, so you can your first quest can just clear the board to make the rest of the Jachinios easier.
Yeah. Especially, well, with Matryoshka, it's harder, but if you're playing the sort of breaker suite that we saw earlier that I think Haver was playing, that's like, a bit ephemeral. Why not? That's really, really cool. Well done. All right, we got a bit more time in the round. Is there a table we want to jump to?
Let's see who's still playing. Yeah, we have 15 minutes.
So we have, I can't see the identities because I'm only on JNet. We have table 4, which is London on NBN versus Golden Witch playing some criminal. I'm assuming it's CTM. We haven't seen CTM so far today.
It is CTM versus Andromeda.
Do you want to check that out? Maybe table 4? If you can do a quick check if that's streamable. Thank you. Appreciate it. This is wild. Like, you get to see the meta unravel, and obviously everyone made their choices about an hour and a half ago. Whether they would change some of their deck building, it's just really cool to see this like mini meta develop with play and counterplay.
Based on the discussion in the Discord, I think a lot of people are regretting some choices.
Oh?
There's just a lot of general, this deck is not optimized.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
That's
the format, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what RAM is all about.
I'm interested to see at the end of this event whether we're going to have a higher corporate run win rate. I'm imagining it's corporation. The corporation card pool looked cracked, but the runners are pulling it out. Like they're getting their good accesses.
Yeah, I believe I saw Losky post a quote from test running that said something along the lines of, "We built 3 runner decks that together are about as good as the one corp deck we built in 10 minutes."
Yeah. Oh, do you know if we're good for table 4?
Oh, I let someone check.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were checking. It's all good. Thank you.
Let me see.
Yeah, this is
Techie doesn't.
Yeah, we're 23 games on right now.
Go ahead.
Awesome. Thank you. All right, CTM. It has won Worlds, I want to say at least twice. It might be more than that. You only have 12 influence like a whole bunch of the corporations did back in the Flashpoint cycle, but a very strong ability. Now, this is Andy, and Andy has some good link here. We have Maxwell James, we have Jackson Clare, and no one home, so we are teched in for this. This looks like a quite resilient Andy. Now, Jack...
Honestly, aside from the launch campaign, this looks like a pretty normal CTM list.
Yeah. Bernice getting res, that's Trace 5, which is a pretty big number, so you often take the tag, and then you still have to trash her. The cool thing is if unsuccessful, trash Bernice, that's such a cool clause. If she's not doing her job well, she kind of leaves the company. So you have to watch out on the Trace. Now, Andy does have 2 link here. We also have a Shadow Net. I think we realized later into the deck building that actually might be a really good inclusion. Oh, and which she's on 4 tags. Right, like this might be the turn that she either goes tag me or tries to clear as many of these as possible. And I don't know if we've seen a networking. Deuces on prepaid is a great start. Amani on the table as well. Going to remove a tag. Let's see if we just get the money back. On 5 credits, we're going to be just a bit short unless we have another trick if we want to float no tags. And the jackpot on 8 credits is a bit tempting as much as London's only on, again, 1 credit. Maybe the Maryland and the launch will change that, of course. This Andy board looks really fun.
Yeah. Would you have Lucky Find's a good target for ShadowNet? I'm just trying to see what else.
Lucky Find's a great ShadowNet target. There's even Concertos on this list, which honestly is a cantrip into an acid matchup. Is probably fine. I think we're floating some tags here. We'll see if it's end of the line. as the tag punishment. We're going to get another CTM tag here. This is Trace 4. It cannot be avoided. Really just kind of cursed text on top of a really strong ability. And so we're going to be checking server 13 as well. Again, Amani Sanai could return the jackpot to the hand at any point. But 3 tags in means shipment from the Disperse. I would love to see an all-seeing eye just wipe the Andy board. I don't think I've seen nine resources go down. Yeah. Go to install server 16. There's a shipment. We're going to score out something here. Second shipment.
No, wait, is
what?
Beal? No, there's no
Beal.
Beal.
Just a.
There's 2.
Oh my god!
Sick. So Freedom was a 1 advancement agenda and Paper Trail was a 4-2 and shipment you can split the advancements. That's so cool.
Oh my god. That was awesome.
What a finish. Exactly the credits you need. Amani Sanai could trigger twice there, but just a fantastic ending. Golden Witch really set up for this board state, but CTM just grinding through and then having that finish, having the tag punishment be relevant. That's incredible. What an ending. Apparently, it looks like Golden Witch, she's been missing them on HQ. Those agendas obviously were in hand. And I do think that's how corporations are weak in this format, is HQ pressure is real. Realize they could have used the Shadow Net. Yeah, if you're going to lose the game and you need the Shadow Net, like trading your food for an event sometimes is right. I don't know what the call would be there. Like what you're playing with the Shadow Net. That's sick. Okay. Great finish. Do we have time for one more? What's the time left in the round?
There is...
It might not be that much longer.
8 minutes.
Okay. Maybe that's just enough to sneak into another match?
Yeah, we have the...
Which games are still up?
Lucy's playing that sort of Keeling RP against Soviet Lubhammer, and I think there's only one other table otherwise. Table 15 or table 10.
It's still going?
Yeah.
Check if that's still going.
Thank you.
And we have the break after this round as well.
Yeah. 20 minutes, you said?
Yeah.
Might not be long for a stream, but yeah.
We can jump in?
We can stream. You can stream 10.
The last time we joined the end of...
game is over as hell, though.
Yeah. This is exactly the board set we ran into last time, though. So who knows? 4 clicks, 2 knives in, the Keeling just on the kill state. We were just here last round. And it
knives
was...
with E3. But here you have E3, you have Mammon, you have...
Yeah, money, though, right?
So many tools.
Now we'll see if LL Blue Meal, if she wants to throw up the we're assuming on HQ is what's it called? The band, the Canadian upgrade. Nana Civic, excuse me, I got there.
Yeah.
We also know there's a Biovault on server 1, so it's gonna be very hard to land that third knife. Vampire NASA.
No one home to prevent a bunch of net damage.
So we're not going to retrace, and there's a Nana Civic. If you throw, there's so many flat lines here. That's just flatline.
Chrysalis, that's damage.
Yeah.
Well, it was in fact over as hell.
Yep. Yeah, Nana Civic is banned in standard. It is a card that as long as there's face down ice in archives, you can throw that ice at the runner. And there's a bunch of ice in this deck that does 2 net damage. Both those Chrysalises, Vampire Nasas. I would be surprised to find the Chrysalis, and that'll do it. Well played to both players. Keeling.
I think with that, we're ready to go to break.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Awesome. So, hey, look, this is just halfway through today. We have 3 more rounds of single-side Swiss, and after that, we're going to also have a top cut. So, hopefully you've been having a great afternoon, whether you're playing or watching. We got more Netrunner for you to come. Do you know what time the break is going to come back in our time zone, Lava?
Let me double check. I should know.
Okay.
I should have started the break. So, this ends at 45, and then a 20-minute break. And maybe another 5 minutes after that just for figuring things out. So that puts us at 5:10. We'll probably be back and around.
Okay. So yeah, about a half an hour. So the awkward thing is my stream setup doesn't have a text that says longer than back in 15 minutes. So I'm just going to have that up for a bit, I guess. Awkward. Thanks so much for tuning in. We'll be back in about 40 minutes, 30 minutes more accurately, to be back with our next 3 rounds here at Single Sided Swiss with some random access memories. It's been an absolute treat. I'm excited to see the rest of the tournament. With that, we'll be back in a bit. Don't go anywhere. Enjoy your break. Welcome back. Hopefully you had a good break. You're tuning in to Off Meta Month here at No Signal Games. This is Random Access Memories. It is a format that's gone back a couple years, but we haven't seen it in a long time, and I'm very excited to be spending this Sunday watching some RAM play. My name is Andre from the Metroball Grid. Excited to be here on the Null Signal channel. I go by he, him, and I'm joined by the tournament organizer, Cold Lava. How's it going, Lava?
Good. Great. This has been a lot of fun so far.
This is a great event. There's a lot of folks showing up. We had 36 players today, which is kind of a bit surprised. I reckon we thought it'd be a bit small. I cannot be upset about that. We're also joined by Juniper. Juniper, how's it going?
It's going great. Juniper, media team lead at Null Signal Games, she, her, and I'm real excited for this one.
So we have a
Want
bit.
to get right into it?
Yeah.
It looks like we started.
What's the table that we picked?
2.
2. Thank you. Let me see. Table 2. Okay, awesome. So this is Quitwa versus movable objects. So these are some ideas we haven't seen so far. So firstly, these are standard legal. So you might have seen these already. This is Mari. So probably going to say event every single turn after turn after turn to get 2 credits. Playing notably Quitwa's on like 54 cards, I think. So not even the 44 you can get with this Mari. There's just going to be a lot of cards in here. So that is like 22 agenda points. I don't know if you have that many great agendas. Excited to see what Quitwa is doing here in this big pile of cards. On the other side, Freedom. I think we looked at the card pool. There's like maybe 8 different viruses that you have access into this card pool, and Freedom really cares about getting virus counters. So while Apula is coming out to grab a consume, that's super consistent. This is a card that snowballs forward if you have other ways to trash cards, because this gets virus counters. You can use those for credits or trashing other cards. We just might see whether movable, if they're going to be aggressive in the first couple turns, because there's always this respect for hard-hitting news. Are you worried about it against the 54 card deck on turn 2? Who knows? But at least that's in hand, up on 14 credits after emptying a liberated account. What's our big win condition? Freedom has medium. I think that's probably the in-faction multi-axis you have. We think we saw a Bagot earlier today for some more HQ pressure. But we'll see whether you just want to get Parasite. And while there's not that much ice manipulation, strength manipulation, I think the one that we saw is Aquaceris Crew, which works quite well with Parasite for a couple different reasons.
There's also Xer, which isn't good, but it is something to see more.
It's like a Nyasha, run R&D C2 cards. The Corp can purge it. I don't think we've seen anyone purge virus counters so far today. Now we're going to open up.
One big advantage of Freedom.
Whoa, Surveillance Suite.
No
This is one of the NBN. I believe NBN has a couple currents. If you're not familiar with currents, they hang out on the table until another current is played or until the runner steals an agenda here to turn off this Corp current. And this is making you think, firstly, News Hounds on the table is pretty likely. It's a little cheap sentry that gets better. And Knob Curry Consume, that's just good enough of an engine. Let's see if we find something that has a 0 in the top left corner, because we can trash it into food. That's just points. Turning off the Surveillance Suite as soon as it came in. So we'll see here if we get a hard-hitting news, but you already have a Magnum Opus you can click for 2, or whether you want to go back here to see another card. Improved Tracers. We're up on 3 points turn 1. Yikes. I think this has been a thing we've been seeing with a lot of corporation decks, is that they just don't have ways to deal with agendas if they're not scoring out aggressively. And Quitwa on 17 credits can definitely push. The question is whether movable, they can deal with a single ice. But here, whether there's a hard-hitting news, it's going to be pretty expensive for both players, and at least movable can clear the tags and still have that Knob Curry Consume threat.
Yeah, the Knob Consume can just keep making you so much.
Yeah, that's really good. Freedom with Knob Curry and outside of Knob Curry is such a difference here. Quitwa now, card in the remote server, and until lag time, just currents for days. I'm pretty sure there has to be a News Hound on server 1 for these currents to be played that aggressively. And now Ice has +1 strength, but HQ is open with a single card, so at least Quitwa knows how many virus counters Freedom is going to need. Face checking in, let's see the Hound. I'm imagining, oh, Resistor 1 strength. You can just trace through this. This is a rough thing now. Quitwa is forced to pay credits every time you run this back if you expect there to be an agenda in here. Now, if Quitwa doesn't boost, you just walk away. If Quitwa does boost, right, like the corporation just spends 6 credits for this resistor. You're just happy to end the run and just run right back and force that basically vamped click after click after click. It's a diversion of funds. The corp just losing money. At least you're not gaining any, but I imagine movable, they can consider running back here. There has to be imported, right? Like, what are you spending so much money? Oh no, Parasite. Now this is actually only going to be 0 strength. So if you run HQ, like with lag time, sorry, it's 1 strength. So you have to run HQ to get the Knob Curry, and then you can run server 1. Such a cool line here. So touching the card in HQ. finding a Rashida, getting freedom as well, and trashing the ice. The sports state
Oh
does.
gosh, with freedom.
Yeah, and speaking of freedom, that's a freedom information.
Oh,
Movables
God.
on game point. Queedwa's board state. If they draw agendas, where are they going to go? That is 2 currents that lasted less than a turn. This is going well. Oof, feels bad. Now again, this is a 54 card deck, so there's not going to be as consistent as you might want. And you know that you're going to send it HQ. If Queedwa drew an agenda there, Movable might not have much else to do besides maybe draw once, run HQ 3 times. You want to get that freedom at a minimum or get the knob create on the consume. This is a click for 8 credits button. This could be the last run of the game. News team, okay, we have some choices here. Now this can make you slip back on board state. Now, I don't think you want to get the 2 tags. You could, and just spend your turn clearing the tags, hit the consume button. That means you might not get freedom this turn, but being so close to game point, sometimes you're a bit nervous of like sliding down to 4, which means you're going to need 2 more agendas generally to close the game out. It looks like we're going for the tags, consume for 10 because we trashed it with freedom. And then just clearing the tags, saying, I'm going to come back on HQ, find some ice.
You still have 12 credits. You can still take an HHN
Totally.
pretty easily.
Yeah, you're fine to HHN because the corporation will be spending more than you generally. Now we got an ice, then a draw. So the ordering there doesn't give you the best options, but Queedwa definitely panicking here. Whether you still have to build a remote server, understanding that you're going to face check into HQ. What's the bad face check here? Like I think an Archangel is a bit annoying if you have to trace into to protect your Knob Kari. A lot of the other ice we saw in NBN is pretty good, but some of it just gives you a tag. So we'll see. Movable hasn't been drawing a lot. Not that many Anar cards in the card pool, so card draw you're probably going to splash. We haven't seen a Laguna yet, but Dr. Nuka showing up, Quality Time, or some really cheap influence shaper options. Those seem quite nice. We're going to start with a strike. I think you do not get the 2 credits for playing the event. I forget how this interaction was. This is something you used to know back in the day. But now Asmari's not going to be getting the free credits. And they've already played 2 different currents. So we'll see if they have more slots in their deck to get that counter tech in there. Oh, we're going straight to surveillance sweep. Okay. Just the current war as intended by FFG. So now the ability to get credits off of events or whatever Queedwa wants to call here. Just drawing up.
It's fun to see this again. Actually, I don't like currents. I don't think they're good. I don't want them around.
yeah. I think that's a lot of people.
It's fun for a day.
Yeah. It's cool to see how they go. They're neat. Now, finally, card in Silver 2. There's a bit of context here that News Team is alive and well. What else you put on the table? Like if Freedom trashes anything here, Freedom, they get 2 credits back on consume. So it's hard to feel like you're taxing out. With a Friday chip, you even get more forward tempo. So Sansa and City Grid, I do not know if there's any 3-2s NBN has access to besides maybe Merger. So this, if you want to spend 9 credits to score at a 3-1, maybe that's something you're worried about. I'm not sure if this is a huge priority. Regardless, Movable is going to trash it. That's consume counter. That's a Friday chip counter. This is a click for 6 credit button next turn. I don't know what the breakers are. This is like the big question. It's like Anarchs just don't have a breaker suite in their card pool. What do you think you do to deal with ice? Just like Parasites? Banhar?
Yeah.
I mean, you might just be able to survive with just Parasite.
Ooh. Whoa, Trojan Horse.
Trojan Horse.
No, you still have to succeed by a fair bit here. Maybe you're just challenging the consume. Very notably, Surveillance Sweep forces the runner to trace first, but only during runs. So this Trojan Horse is going to interact the same way Trojan Horse always interacts. Now, Queedwa spends a lot of money to just trash the Knob Kari. Like, you're not happy about it, but then also Queedwa doesn't have money. You're kind of happy about that as the runner. So whatever you succeed the trace by, you can trash the program with that cost or less. So the cheapest thing here is either the Friday or the consume. Consume for 5 influence. That's probably a singleton in the deck. So we're paying just a credit trade. Understanding Movable only has to get to 5 to protect all the breakers. So just pocket credits out of each pocket. Friday chip. Sliding that virus counter over to consume. You do have a magnum opus here. Queedwa down to 6 credits. We've drawn now through 20 cards. And we've seen 5 agenda points, 3 agendas. So probably more agendas hanging out in HQ. We'll see if Movable needs to be aggressive here. I don't think they do. I think if they can find another liberated accounts or some sort of economy, they're pretty happy sitting back and just getting economy. Especially if this deck clearly cares about Trace Ice and you have Surveillance Suite. You can just beat that by having credits. It's also very common Asmari's calling event every turn, that you'll try and get a lot of events in your hand. So in a single turn, you can play 2 or 3 events. It's technically not great to play a single event a turn. So you'll see some of these setup turns where you just draw and don't do much and then have an explosive turn on the following. Throw out a Friday chip, not unique, but again, you only need so many of those, and a hush, which is interesting. It does interact favorably with Newshound. I think that's kind of cool. It does also interact with Slot Machine, but not in a really important way.
Doesn't it?
Yeah, it stops them from
Well,
putting
I
the
guess-
top card, so you can lock it on, like, lose 3 credits. Slot Machine's weird.
Yeah.
Install. Gain 2 again. These remote server runs, we haven't seen a hard-hitting news yet so far, but with a Friday chip consume, Freedom generally wants to touch cards. I do think if you find another news team here, the fake agenda point, you're a bit frustrated. But whether this is a Rashido or a launch campaign, a lot of these decks have to play assets that give them economy. I think a Maryland campaign wouldn't be too surprising either. Now, Movable has slowed down. They just haven't hit the sort of like card draw economy.
Well, you feel a bit safe slowing down here. You have 6, 5 points.
Yeah,
almost any more steals is an instant win.
And straight to strike. Raindrops.
Oh,
We're going HQ 3 cards in hand. I'm not sure you're going to flatline to anything here. And I'm not saying you'd have to pay 2 credits. That may be the worst case. Not expecting that in Asmari. No res. Touching a card in HQ. This could be it. Is a lag time. Just, there are so many. The current per card density in this game is absurd. That's like our 6th current.
Currents we never get to see otherwise.
Yeah.
We spent consume counters on it? Yeah.
Yeah, let's get rid of that. No more currents. I have the current. Now, Server 3 hasn't been challenged yet. I think Rashido would be the one thing you want to trash, but now that you've got your freedom value, consume is not once per turn, it's whenever you trash, so you can still just touch the table if you want to. Looks like Movable is just clicking up for credits, saying I trashed a card, I made a run, hard-hitting news is online. And now we'll see, again, no res in Server 3. Whether you want to call that and just say there's no way you put something valuable on the table. So I don't think I have to run it. Queetwan in an awkward spot here. The only good thing about Employee Strike is that it is technically a current. So if you're expecting to play 3 Newshound, and I think in this format in NBN you do have a hard end to run on a 4 strength, and that feels pretty good, even if the runner paid for the current. Drawing up. Again, at this point now, we've gone through about 25 cards. We've only seen 3 agendas. You're expecting a couple more in HQ at this point. We also know that we have freedom of information. So tagging is part of the game plan, which means hard-hitting news is something that Movable has to respect. And I think they're going at the speed where they can afford to respect it. Queetwa has a lot of work to do here, unfortunately.
Yeah, with no remote server built, I think the Freedom can just sit back and wait for something to be threatened.
Second HQ. Doesn't give you a way to win the game, but it does stop you from losing the game, potentially. And we'll see here if we want to use that consume to make a sure gamble's worth of Apex Virus. Just drawing up again. Another liberated counts would be so much money at exactly the right speed the game is keeping afloat to. I want to see breakers. What do we know? We see Noom. That's like fine. Noom breaks 2 credits to go through a dog, the data hound. Sorry, the news hound. That's good.
Yeah,
it also could just be no breakers and just running like Parasite.
Yeah.
Yeah,
there would be breakers just because there's so few Anarch cards eventually run out.
Parasite Crew gets you a long way.
It does, yeah. And maybe Banhar. I think we did see that in the sub deck.
Yeah.
That might be enough. And just, hey.
We don't have like...
Go ahead.
We don't have like Leech or the equivalent, right? Data Sucker?
No, I think we only have Crew for like ice strength management. We have no Carver. Icing up Server 3 again, whether it's a Holoman or whether it's a Sansan as we saw before. Some upgrades you want to protect. But Queetwa only on 7 credits. Sudden Commandment, click 2. So again, getting some of the card draw after you commit to the table. A lot of times you want to order that to give yourself the most options. But no event play, just playing Sudden Commandment to draw 2 cards. So a bit of click compression, but a bit expensive as well. Hoping to draw into an operation, I reckon. Now, spread real thin. That's 5 ice on the table with only 6 credits, and Movable is calling that, saying you can't res too much here. If you res HQ ice, your remote server is not going to work. So we'll see here if we get some pressure.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Does Sudden Commandment let you 1-turn kill?
Probably.
Wait.
Oh, that's a game.
With
Freedom of information.
game.
That's just 7 points.
With
Good game, but hang on. I'm just curious.
You-
Can you use that to play the HB thing that lets you
yeah,
tag?
You may
yeah,
play.
Get the click. Play one turn.
Yeah, you could do sudden
Yeah.
commandment into. No, I don't think
like
so.
distributed tracing.
It would
Yeah,
have to be scorched.
yeah. Sudden Commander distributed station scorch. I think does it.
Or just sudden. Yeah. I think that does it. Because you
you
get a click back.
Yeah, it would work. Or
It would work.
Yeah,
It's
or even
incredibly improbable. I don't think
Yeah.
we'll see it, but it would work.
even if you have like hypoxia to end the line, that might give you enough reach. There's a board state res. Look at that ice. Expensive. Again, trace stuff, not surprising. Assassin, information overload. A lot of this stuff is incredibly universal on all board states in the sand set. So unfortunately, Quidwa finding in a rough draw, a lot of currents, but not a lot of forward tempo. But hey, just good freedom pressure. I'm glad to see a freedom deck. That's a really cool
Yeah, I mean,
way to attack the
I
meta.
said earlier that I thought that freedom could be like the way to go with this, and
I'm imagining Cthulhu and other
excited to
stuff
see
like
it
that.
on.
That might be good.
Yeah, that was table 2, right? So
Yeah.
maybe we'll see more freedom later.
Yeah.
All right. Do we have another table to dive into? Again, this round 4. Maybe we could do table 6. It's D on CTM versus Styx playing Andy.
Sounds good.
That's
to
fun.
Me. Let me
Both
go check in.
fantastic players.
Although they're
D has already lodged a complaint with me that they have been paired against 4 QTM players in 4 rounds.
Yeah, that'll.
Oh, I saw a huge group of QTM players excitedly getting ready for the tournament, so it doesn't super surprise me. We're good to turn.
Awesome. Thank you. All right, D. 2 times in a row, World Top 16, World's finalist this year. Styx, also fantastic player. I believe it may be at the top 32 of Worlds last year. I know he was on a tear at Worlds as well. But it looks like CTM here. We're up on 3 points to 1 post-truth dividend and 1 knife in. Styx going for the knife plan. You see Mammon with E3 feedback implants. That's a really cool way to not overspend on power counters. Great interaction. 2 crowdfundings on the table. None in the bin so far. But you do see that sort of setup. Mammon, Dean Lister, even a jackpot might have fired sooner than later. Styx, 4 tags after hard-hitting news. We'll see what D has in the remote server. Credits not looking too great. 2 sweeps weeks, 2 hard-hitting news is all Archives is. This is potentially anyone's game. Now, we know the tag punishment is freedom of information, so if you float 4 tags, that can just be points into points into points, and shipment from Vladisburst is another way to seal the game out. It's actually possible for D to win next turn if they have the exact perfect hand, which with 2 cards seems very unlikely.
Yeah.
Styx.
There's a really good setup on Styx's side, but not a ton of money. But 2 crowdfundings will help with that a lot.
Yeah, crowdfunding is such a frustrating card to trash if the runner is tagged. I don't know if we've seen too much tag trashing. But now back to D. A card was installed in Server 3 last turn on top of an upgrade. I think the big upgrade we've seen so far in NBN is probably Bernice Mai, which is a really a lot of value for a 0 cost res.
That and Hollow Man.
Oh yeah, of course, Holloman. Huge. Straight into Server 2 here. Advance. There's the shipment. Just getting a 5-3 global food initiative is going to take D up to game point on 3 credits. We've seen post-truth dividends. There can be one more in the list as a top deck 2-1 and even a 15 minutes. So Styx here has to put the pressure on. You can't really sit back here unless you're hoping that D just does not top deck the exact right card.
And we do have those shipments, so we know that's a danger.
Going to start with Alarm Clock. D understands whether they have to res or not based on the perfect information of the 1 card they have in hand. If I'm not mistaken, I think Styx's team came in first at COS this year.
That sounds
believe so.
right, I
Yeah.
think.
Endless Eula, the 1 card from HQ with some Banhar respect. Not great into crew, but expensive to break no matter how you slice it. Styx still has 4 clicks left here on 6 credits. Now, none of this ice ends the run. Now, if you go for the second knife, I don't think that's a great line unless you have the third knife as ready, well in your hand. Wow. Already set up in your hand that you could maybe try and win in 2 turns. But we're clearing tags all the way down to no tags. Now, going down to 1 tag is fine because Shipment for the Disperse cares about that. Going down to 1 tag is fine because Freedom Information is a 3-2. But the big breakpoint is, again, 2 tags. And Styx saying, I don't want to deal with any of these. D has chances of just top decking a 2-1 to close the game out.
If D's running 2-1s.
We've seen 2 so far. They might be on the 3rd one. We haven't seen a 15 mins either, but card and server 2, click for 2 credits. Sticks now down on 2 after the crowdfunding.
I remember seeing the
Curious what
post
D's
truths.
influence is too, because so far only the GFI has any
Yeah.
influence.
I'm imagining
It could
Estelle.
be Estelle would make
Yeah.
a lot of sense.
I feel like Estelle is like the 6th influence hole, which is half of controlling the message's influence, very importantly. I'm not sure that they'd be on kill if they have shipment from the Disperse. So maybe one all-seeing eye. I do think resources are a big part of value in the meta. A bit harder with hard-hitting news around. We'll see if Sticks here wants to make those 3 runs to get the crowdfundings up. Whether you just send it through the slot machine and say, if I don't have money, these subroutines don't always matter. Again, every pull, something different can happen. But with only 2 credits, you have to make the decision here whether you want to load up your Mammon. It's a very interesting AI icebreaker. Looks like we're going to just click for 2 credits. Maybe we'll charge server 2 if we have a spearfishing. Now, server 3 has been sitting there for a moment. Whether you're worried about the Holloman, D doesn't really have the credits to leverage that. Thinking. Yeah?
No, I was just thinking.
Ooh.
There's a way.
You're fishing. That'll get you in.
So this gets you in, whether it's a Bernice Mai or whether it's a Holloman. You can trash the Holloman. If there's an agenda in here, you also take it, but that doesn't really help you win. You have a lot more work to do. There's an Amani.
Money.
So there's an agenda in here guaranteed. It's a
You could get stolen.
freedom. So important. Sticks cleared all the tags. If Sticks went down to only 1 tag, the freedom of information was a 3-2 that D could have scored out. So great call there. Now this is going to do a trace 4 off Amani Sanai to return any card to Andy's hand. Just 1 credit short of fighting. So as the goes Keegan Lane. Wow. I didn't know that was in the card pool. I guess that is a Data and Destiny card, huh?
I mean, yeah, that's a killer
wow.
thing if you can stick any tag during a run.
Now, Amani Sanai will return to Alarm Clock to get some of that HQ pressure off here. Sticks has only 1 click left and has only made 1 run so far, so it's going to be hard to get Dak down that those crowdfundings. It's just like going to return the Alarm Clock to the table. D, top decking down to 3 credits. Going to need some money here, whether it's a Maryland, a launch campaign, a Rashida. Getting a protected asset can be important here. Now it's 6-3. More hard-hitting news should be coming sooner than later. There's only 1 more, though. 2 have been played so far. So we're going to return a card into server 3 and take a credit. Sticks here could send it into HQ. Now, short a credit. You can't cupulation the whole hand. We know one of the cards is an Endless Eula, so not the best value. If D had an agenda, would they put it in server 3? Would they leave it on HQ? It's up to you to guess. I think Sticks would really appreciate to get those triple runs to get 2 credits a turn for the next couple turns. Could be the money necessary. And technically here again, Slot Machine might not do anything if you have no money. We're going to start with HQ run 50-50 to see a new card. D probably can't res here. Endless Eula, still nothing learned. But that is 1 run so far. It's really
Endless Eula is scary too, because it's hard to get.
Yeah. I don't know how you deal with this in Criminal very easily. This is really cool that you could do the Alarm Clock first to get a lay of the land and then decide if you want to put on Mammon credits, which again, Sticks doesn't have credits, so that window is not going to be that useful, but it's really nice when you can make a run before other start of turn triggers. I think it's fascinating.
Yeah.
Now, Info Bounty on R&D, I think I missed this card's on the table, but that actually can incentivize you. If you run R&D, maybe Slot Machine matters. It gives you a bit of insight too. Like, it's worth remembering that Slot Machine gives the runner value because they now know the top of the deck is Employee Strike into hardware. Well, that's unfortunate. D's going to get the 3 credits they really want here, but you're going to get an access gain too and see the top of the deck. Info Bounty, no steal, no trash. D definitely valuing those credits. You also now know if you go back through the Slot Machine, you're going to guarantee to find 2 hardware in a row. It'll be E3 into Wizards into Unknown, which means you don't really want to do that. Caddy, a bit of slow economy. We'll see if D can close the game out faster than that. Clicking for 3. D top deck. Now 1 unknown card after the mandatory draw. Breaking Lock and server 3 not moving. We're on Holloman credits just about. This is where it's tricky. Like, it's hard to commit to Caddy Jones while there's an Amani on the table. Because if you're too aggressive and you find agenda, you can lose all your setup. So we'll see how careful Sticks is around that. Not developing board, just clicking for credits. Maybe that means there's a Holloman in server 3 with an agenda, maybe a fast advance setup in hand. But 8 is the big breakpoint for D to fast advance a 3-1 from hand. Alarm clock going HQ here. Styx has the credits. Accumulation. It's an endless Eula. I'm assuming we're going to double click through this and see 3 cards in hand with the cupulation. There you go. There's a shipment. There's a Zealous
Judge.
Very cool influence spend. The first influence we've seen so far. So 1 card sneaking through. Caddy on 6. Still just taunting the Money Sanaya.
Really good with Zealous Judge. Fantastic with Vladisbursk. You go down to one tag.
Yeah, they float.
Click that, install, score a 4/2.
Oh, that is really cool. Mind you, Zealous Judge was banned in Standard, if I'm not mistaken. A very powerful effect attached to any sort of tag gifts. Just draw credit. Again, you have to be careful you don't draw too much. If the corporation can't get the agendas out of hand, they kind of just pool up there in this format, it seems. And Styx that's the one server that Styx he can definitely run, is Alarm Clock through the Eula. Do you think he does it again here? 1 card thrown out. Not gonna go for that morning run. So Caddy Jones, whether we're gonna take 6 or wait 1 more turn to get up to 9. Looks like we're gonna do the 9. So it's 4 clicks for 7 credits. Not bad. Back to D. Again, how many post-truths are seeing play? If you're playing 3 global food initiatives, that's 9 points. So you're actually highly incentivized to play 3 post-truth dividends because that gets you to an even amount of points so you can hit 20. So I would not be surprised if there's 1 more post-truth or 15 minutes left in the deck. Tarmar turning on and end the run for the news hound on archives, and we're going to call crowdfunding. Gain 6, gain 20. So this means now if we have news hounds,
each one.
Yeah, it's per copy. It's kind of great.
Oh, jeez.
That means if you install crowdfunding, you get 20 credits.
Good trade.
Oh,
Styx
that
might
is fantastic.
Be cautious about running into the money with the caddy. There's probably more cupillations in the list. I think the alarm clock run will definitely happen if you get an info bounty on HQ. But on this point, Styx has to decide whether he wants to crack the caddy or continue loading up on the connection. D on 7 credits. Again, if you want to res a Holloman, that's 2. If you want to use Holloman, that's 4. And then you're going to need 2 more advancements. So again, that's 8 credits. D's 1 short. Julie, that's cool with caddy.
We know 1 card in server 3 is Keegan Lane, right?
Yeah. So if it's like Keegan Holloman and then D just like top decks a 3/1, like a quantum predictive on 8 credits, they can finish the game.
Yeah.
Clickless caddy. Good friends with Julie. These were never in the format at the same time. It's always really cool to see those interactions and just throwing an employee strike after that to say, hey, your new sound still has the end of the run, but I'm going to play my crowdfundings if I want to play my crowdfundings. That means the Styx definitely wants to play crowdfundings, right? Because the CTM text isn't super relevant on the last couple turns.
Almost certainly.
Now
you're not. What are you worried about with Corp having? What's the problem there at this point? You're both pretty close.
Of the Corp having what exactly?
Infinite money from crowdfunding.
I think
so the current is gone. Sorry, I'm very scatterbrained.
We have a card in server 3. This is the turn that Styx is looking like he really wants to run. Now you can always just send it R&D and say what happens. But the question is, what is server 3? If the ice gives, I don't think there's any ice that'll just give you a tag. Like there's no ping in the format. Yeah, Styx there frustrated about rolling HQ on the info bounty. I think that's definitely what he wants, to be able to like get in there with the alarm clock.
There's stuff like News Hound.
Yeah, but you can mammon that, right?
Yeah.
So the question is like, if you don't put counters on your mammon, is there any ice interaction that just gets you, that you lose the mammon to? I think no. I think money solves it. Yeah.
I think you're safe.
So on 9 credits, we're going to set the mammon to 1 power counter. That should be enough. Even if there's more subroutines, you can just pay for E3 feedback implant. So it looks like Styx wants to make 1 run. Whether it's server 3 or not, we'll find out. Technically, Archives does end the run. It doesn't care whose current adds that subroutine. Styx starting here to draw up. Whether it's another spear fishing, we definitely want to get a run here with the mammon power counter. You lose it at the end of the turn if you don't spend it. Setting up on caddy.
Well, it's free with Julie, so
it is.
not even a click.
I wonder if you're worried about a money trace here first, though.
In a credit.
There's just a slot machine. Going to show event resource program. So we know the next 2 cards on the deck. This is just going to be a 3 credit loss. So in theory, you can figure out if it's cheaper to let it fire or to break it. It's cheaper to let it fire.
It's much cheaper to let.
And now there is a Keegan Lane and then 2 cards, 1 installed. One's a Global Food Initiative. That's going to be Trace 5. This is where, like, I don't know if you bounce the caddy or not. Technically, you're on game point. Sticks here, just clawing back. D not boosting, so if Sticks wants to keep the caddy, Jones going to have to pay 4 credits on top of Andromeda's list.
Alarm clock again, just to keep them out long.
I think you just reinstall the alarm clock, though. Like, what do you return here?
It saves you 1 turn. Exactly. That's all it saves you. But it is 1 turn.
Now, Holloman's the other upgrade on top of Keegan. If you do trash this, it will turn on controlling the message. Trace 4 to give a tag cannot be avoided. Now, if D's on 8 credits, this really matters. On 6 credits, it'll matter next turn. Then, of course, you can just keep putting cards in the remote server over and over again. Now, we've seen 12 agenda points. HQ might not have anything. Stick's definitely thinking whether this Holloman needs to be trashed or not. The problem is if you trash this, you can't actually clear the tag. Because you only have 1 click left and Holloman is 2 to trash. If you float a tag, again, single tag punishment, not sure what it would exactly be besides maybe a Keegan Lane. And it looks like we're going to leave it there. Sticks
We
just...
have seen the Zealous Judge.
Oh, yeah, that's bad.
Tags?
And the Vladisburg is in hand, so Zealous Judge is actually really bad. Because then D can install the Zealous Judge and just hit that button. Yeah, floating 1 tag's bad.
You don't have time to use it to instantly score something with Zealous Judge. Hitting it and then also getting something.
No.
Close.
Yeah, you're short.
Stall.
Now this could be game. D puts another card in server 3 and a second ice. Now the slot machine just losing 3 credits doesn't stop you from getting in. So it can just be an annoying tax. The question is whether Sticks can do with the outermost.
Could also just be a bluff.
Yeah, easily.
This would be a great time to try and bluff the runner.
I think if you had a Rashida, you'd probably still push it. So no matter what, you would push something here. Now, Sticks has to be kind of worried here. On 3 credits, you can clicklessly take caddy. That's kind of sick. Julie makes caddy a lot better. And then what of these servers do you pressure? You already have an alarm clock res. You have to do the math. If D has an agenda, would they keep it in hand or would they put it on the table? You can always run R&D as many times as you want. If you can see new cards, you can trash cards, you can just keep seeing deeper. Slot machine will never stop you. If D finds any agenda, largely, they'll win the game. It looks like we're paying 1 for Mammon. So we want to break 1 ice. That might be the outermost ice in server 3. Now, caddy, you can take up to 5 credits. There's no sure gambles in the format. So like burst economy is like falsified credentials might be the best that Sticks has here. And Sticks can guarantee it, knowing that there's some upgrades. Drawing up 1 caddy for free for 3.
1 credit on Mammon.
That breaks as many subroutines as you want as you have E3, but boosting can be hard. Going to click for a credit on 6 credits. Again, if you want to beat Newshound. Yeah, it gets through Eula, which is 1 known ice in hand. If you want to say this is the Eula. It also breaks Newshound, which is 4. So it is a Newshound. So to break Newshound, so it's 5 credits to break all of it, 4 to break the end of the run. In theory, you're going to lose your 3 credits to slot machine, so you might as well break all of this. And you can't take the tag because, well, Keegan Lane will eat the Mammon. You don't want to do that. So we're going to use the E3 Mammon interaction. So boost for 4, E3, and 1 power counter for 5. Slot machine now will make you lose 2 credits. It's not if able. Program event resource again. Just losing 3 credits, not doing anything great for the corporation here. And we'll see what's in server 3. Touching with no money. It's a Rashida, can't even trash.
Wow.
Now D is going to see 4 cards here. If one of those is a post-truth, if one of those is a 15 minutes.
That's such a good play too, because it means that you know the slot machine is going to cost them a ton of money, and you know that you're going to have that time.
You see Stick serves at a Nexus?
Yeah.
Sick.
Awesome.
HG2 is actually a really good inclusion. We didn't put in our Andy, but like I think in the meta, it's like fine. It's just 3 card slots. And I do think Styx built it into a bit more. There's the box. Sweeps week. Not winning the game outright, but any card that goes in a remote server, beating Newshound is difficult. So we know there's a Holloman in here. So in theory, you can even like never advance a 5-3. That'll cost you again 8 credits.
Yeah.
The question is whether can Styx deal with a Newshound. Now, we know that the one bypass trick in the format is spearfishing, and spearfishing breaks the innermost ice. So what is the cheapest way you deal with a Newshound? I don't know. Now, running HQ here makes a lot of sense. There was a lot of card draw. 4 off Rashida, Singa only a Maryland in HQ. Now, this only gives Styx 2 clicks left. Whether you run R&D, maybe it's a Eula. That might force D to have not enough credits to win out on the following turn. But you need to touch cards here. Because it looks like the remote server has your number. What do you do? Do you just run R&D on 0 credits and hope?
You almost have to. Like,
I don't know what else you're running.
clicking for a credit first doesn't even help. Yeah.
We're just running it, forcing a res here. We knew D had a Eula. This is actually big because now D can only score 3-2 or 3-1 in the remote server. So at least you're forcing out the corporation's money. Styx being aggressive here. That might give them the time. He now puts credits on Caddy Jones. Just a Maryland. Yo. This game. So Holloman still might be there. If D starts their turn on 8 credits, D can like Holloman fast advance. Going to just trade Tarmar for an employee strike again. The Newshound doesn't care, just wants a current, but this forces Styx off of certain options. And the really cool thing with targeted marketing a slot machine is you know what Styx is top decking into.
What do you name this time?
I don't know. I don't think you can get back the crowdfunding. Maybe you do falsified. I think that's like the only criminal burst economy.
Mm.
The thing is like D has seen the top cards of the deck and we haven't seen a falsified.
Yeah. What were they?
D's naming falsified. What were they? We can check in the log. Oh, overinstalling the Maryland, shuffling it in on 3 credits. Ooh, I don't know when did it happen? It was Mammon, falsified, Julie. Okay, so there was a falsified on coming up on top. So that makes sense. It's 4 credits for the runner, 10 credits for the corporation. Now that still might be right. Styx knows exactly how much money is needed to get into this remote server. Styx can take Caddy not for free anymore. But if you do 1 on Mammon, which is very important, you end your turn on 1 credit. If you do 1 on Mammon, oh, then you can't falsified. Oh, this is tight. You could consider running HQ.
Awkward.
You could consider running HQ and hoping. But if you put 1 on Mammon, you can do Caddy for 1. You can, you can't run a slot machine. The cool thing about running slot machine is that it forces a draw, right? Like it takes the top of your deck and puts it on the bottom. So well, it's the same as drawing. But if you can do that click compressed, it matters sometimes. So now the next card I think is falsified. I don't know if Styx drew last turn.
No alarm clock run.
So now he can falsified run. The issue is he can't break the Newshound because he didn't have the credit for the Mammon. He might be 1 credit short here. Where can he run? If he falsifies, he's on 5 credits, so he can't even break Eula. Like, break Eula, run R&D was another option. He honestly might just be 1 credit short this turn.
Yeah, you almost need to not falsified, because if you give D the 10 credits from Tarmar, you're giving them a lot of options.
The problem is, like, if D has an agenda on the remote server, D already has the game, right? Like, maybe money doesn't matter. The thing is, like, you're assuming this remote server has to be a 3-1 at this point. Like, this might just be a QPM, quantum predictive model. Styx clicking it for credits. We know the falsified in hand. Going to discard some cards here. I think there's a second Mammon. Yeah, and a Maxwell James. Just another Maryland.
How long is this going to go for?
D just struggling to find a window, and that was a turn that you're hoping Styx overextends, but just I think was 1 credit short if we did the math right. On 4 credits again, we've seen 12 points so far. We're down to R&D on 15 cards. Every turn that you don't push the remote server, the alarm clock HQ run gets better and better. D drawing up again, probably frustratingly with 1 more post-truth somewhere in the list. They're just trying to draw. Thinking. Hey, what's time? This has been a 41-minute game, right? Is time gonna matter?
Oh, yes. 2 minutes in the round. I should go around.
This game's been so tense. You forget about the time call.
It's tied right now, isn't it? Yeah.
6-5. D has it technically.
No, it's fine. Oh, right, because
Food.
GFI is different.
Yeah. Food's
Right.
good.
Okay.
Back in the day when you could look at two completely identical scoring areas and one person could be winning.
This was...
Yeah.
Shoot, that was... The thing did not... sorry. 1 second.
D continuing to draw up again. Every draw that's an agenda that's not the post-truth gets more and more difficult. And Styx has been putting on pressure on HQ, whether the info bounty rolls the way that he wants it or just understanding you drew a lot. Amani Sinai getting trashed over installed in server 2, whether that's a Maryland. We might have a time problem here. And Cold Lava is sorting it out for sure, but the timer just went off. All right. I'll figure out what this means here. This might mean that this is the last turn for Styx. Not sure when time is called. So how it works in organized play, when time is called, the active player finishes their turn, and then their opponent gets one more turn. My guess, and Cold Lava will let us know, is that time was called on D's turn. So that is it. And then Styx has one turn. Now, if D was aware of the time call, they might have played slightly differently, put a second ice on HQ, anything like that. You just have to prevent yourself from losing on that turn. But regardless, Styx has one turn now to find at least 1 point. That will get you a draw. That's okay. It's only worth 1 point. But if you win, that's worth 3 points. And it's very important once time is called, whoever has the most agenda points after those extra turns wins, and it's a full win. So if D has 6 points to Styx's 5, D will get a full win. I don't know if D will have another turn there. So we'll sort that out. Again, this has been just a wild game. Yeah, Cold Lava allowing D to replay that turn if wanted. Just so it was a clear understanding that'd be the final turn. I have new info. Yeah, that's true. We'll see if D wants to install something different instead of card in server 2. Again, Amani Sinai doesn't really matter if we're on game point entirely. In theory, if Styx finds a 1-pointer, that could stop Styx from finding the next agenda the same turn if we return a breaker or a trick or some economy. But we'll see how this is. Again, we're assuming that D played this turn as if they had another turn coming or they needed to close the game in 2 turns. And so at least Styx has to understand that. Obviously a bit awkward. But D saying, I can't fairly make a different turn. Yeah, that's pretty sporting. As unfortunate as that situation sometimes becomes. Okay, so what option Styx has here? This is the weird thing about targeted marketing is like, if this is the final turn or the final click, like Tarmar doesn't do anything. Now it does, like, this is the funny thing is when your employee strike is up, sometimes you just be like, I wish I could turn my own employee strike off to turn off the news hounds. But giving the corporation 10 credits doesn't matter if this is the final turn and D can have a turn back. So if you play the falsified to get the 10 credits to the corporation, D just needs to have 1 click left here to try and hold on to the 1-point lead, 6-5. Styx here is set up in a reasonable spot. 2 credits means you can hook up the Mammon, so you can run HQ, run R&D this turn. I'm pretty sure you can do that. You can also probably, well, you definitely can. You can run HQ. You can double click in with the alarm clock, see a card in HQ. You can pop Caddy for 6 credits and run R&D. Styx can definitely see 2 cards this turn. I think that's probably what we'll see.
Does Styx try and check archives is my big question.
Yeah, it's a hard thing to say because you're going to need 4 credits for the news hound, which is kind of difficult. You're going to need a good info bounty. If info bounty is on HQ, you might have been able to do it. You have to run the math, right? If you put 2 on Mammon, you can run HQ, access a card, gain 6 on Caddy. You have 2 clicks left. With 6 on Caddy, you can run R&D. You'll lose all your money to Eula. You'll lose all your money to Slot Machine. You'll get 2 back, and you're short 2 credits from running archives. Maybe actually 3 credits. Well, actually, no. If you find an agenda, then archives you can just run because there'll be no current. But if you find an agenda, you're already doing it good. Has it rolled HQ even once? No. The turn made a huge difference too. So let's see how many cards Styx touches. Very important to start turn trigger with Mammon. You can always go to alarm clock first, but you at least can run HQ and then run R&D. The 4 strength new sound, again, that is expensive for Mammon, is 4 credits. So you technically need 10 credits to break Eula and Hound on R&D and archives. So maybe you can alarm clock, double click. No, I think you can just do caddy
the alarm
R&D.
clock to get in first.
Yeah.
It's too good.
Zealous judge here. So you probably can just do caddy, run R&D, or you can do caddy archives if you want to put Mammon counters on. I think it's your shot.
Try and do caddy server 2 if you wanted.
Do you think D puts? I don't know what D would put in server 2. Like maybe it's a Zealous setup, like a second Zealous.
I saw D play. I saw D play in Worlds. I absolutely believe D would put agenda in server 2 just to get it out of.
Yeah, that might be reasonable. So here what sticks runs, whether it's server 2, whether it's R&D. We do have a Mammon counter, which kind of suggests archives or server 2 is more likely because you don't need this Mammon counter for running R&D. There's no way to gain clicks here unless, like, imagine Styx throws out the sickest deep trick shot we've ever seen. Thinking this through again, 1 click left after the caddy, 1 on the Mammon. So we're going to be able to break 1 ice. The question is, where is the agenda? There has to be agenda somewhere in play, whether there's 3 face downs in archives, the top of R&D, or whatever D is done to server 2. I don't think you're the kind of person to try and hide something in archives here. Yeah, making some calls. But how your opponent thinks you're going to play?
So much fun.
1 final click. We're going to go gambling. It's the top of R&D.
Right, let's see.
Now, Eula, you don't technically need a breaker, as Mammon is set up to deal with this. Technically slightly cheaper. You can actually Mammon and pay 5. Well, you technically paid 6 for it. You just did it in a way that feels better. It looks like we're going to do Mammon pay 5. Now, in theory, you lose more to the slot machine, but...
Slot machine makes you lose 3 credits. Doesn't matter.
Top of the deck. Going to get 2 from Info Bounty. GG.
GG.
D's going to keep their secrets, narrowly getting there 6-5. The win is in HQ. I'm assuming that might be another post-truth that they drew halfway through the turn. I don't know what server 2 is. It might just be a Maryland that got shuffled back. I don't know if we'll see the reveal, but that is the game again. So for those who are watching in, D gets the full win, 6-5 Styx, almost getting there. A news team,
It was
sick.
A news team.
Very cool.
Awesome.
You might expect one of those in archives as well. And unfortunately on this turn, they don't actually do anything because you can just float to tags. One of the forced decision
Solid
space.
drawn out there.
Yeah. Good game. That was exciting. There was a couple turns there. Both players are just hanging on.
Oh.
Well done. All right. That's round 4. Is that the final game, I reckon, in the round?
Yeah, that was the only one that went to time.
Okay. So we're not going to get the results. Just you updated the results, didn't you?
I did.
Oh, look at this guy. Okay. So round 4 standings. We need a way for round 5 to be paired for these to be updated, right?
No, I think I concluded the round, so I think they're updated.
Okay. I'll hit the refresh. If you're just tuning in, welcome. This is Random Access Memories. This is part of Off Meta Month. I think the 4th event this month. There's been some fantastic stuff going on this month and even more coming. So shout out to Tron and Eternal that was on Saturday. This is also a really fun limited format.
It's really fantastic.
We had 36 players show up today, and in 2 hours, they had to make some competitive decks out of a limited card pool that was drawn just this afternoon. And so far, we've been seeing some very sharp corporations with strong win conditions, maybe some agendas that are hard to deal with, and then some aggressive runners, whether they're throwing out knives, or whether they're just getting some money back and trashing some stuff with freedom and crowdfundings. It's just been an absolute treat. And we're going to start round 5. Again, what do you think it takes to make the cut? I don't know what cut math is in a tournament of this size.
Once again, the limited card pool that has basically none of the cards you would normally expect.
Yep.
I'm not sure how big is the cut. Is it going to be 4 players?
Yeah, it's top 4, I think Lava was saying.
Well, right now there's 3 players in the top 3. 3 players that are completely undefeated total. So
yeah,
if any of them can win 2 more games, they're in.
Yeah, we have 2 replicating perfections. We have a Freedom, an Andy, and a Seb. So actually, like right now in the top 4, a lot more Anarch representation than we might have expected, which is incredible. And then, of course, it's just reds and blues trading it down with the CTM, and then mostly Andy on the tail of maybe the one Steve, the Adam doing all right, and then the Isla. So shout out to these players.
I'm so happy the Adam is doing all right. Let's see if we can. I want to see Adam go all.
Yeah, let's see if Adam's playing. What round do you want to watch? Actually, no, unfortunately, Doomrat's not playing Adam this round.
Are pairings up?
Yeah, should be.
Let's take a look.
So maybe, do you know what might be fun? Table 5, Hill is on Isla, and then we have Eli, and Eli plays just a bunch of mean Wayland classically. That might be a fun one to
Ooh.
watch.
Yeah, that sounds real fun. Isla versus Scorpios.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at.
I have no doubt Eli, she was really happy to be able to play Hunter Seeker again. That's my bet. I don't know if you want to check if they're down to stream.
Yep, just what table.
Table 5, thank you.
Just
I believe, as far as making the cut is concerned,
Mhm.
I believe that the OP guidelines has it so that X and 3 pretty much always, someone at X and 3 will make the cut, no matter the size of the tournament.
Whoa. Okay.
Huh.
Wait, that means you can go win half your games and make the cut? That doesn't.
Yeah, that doesn't.
That can't be it.
How many games are there?
6.
There's 6.
So it can't be X and 3 because we already have more games.
Yeah, I guess not. Maybe that's only for larger tournaments. I was reading a little note in the OP policies that was.
That's probably for a top
doing
8
this.
cut at this size,
We are
which is
good to stream.
Thank you. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not that great at that sort of thing.
Yeah.
For this, looks like,
I mean,
I
top
don't know,
4.
we'll see who wins. It'll be easier to tell next round. At the end of next round,
Yeah.
we'll have a good idea.
So here we have Shishu. He's playing Scorpio's Defense Systems. This is from Terminal Directive. This is the Terminal Directive matchup. The other side, 44 cards is what you're going to be playing with 15 influence. And it says once per turn, when a runner card is trashed, and that can be after the event resolves, after you destroy an installed program. There's a lot of ways cards get trashed. You can remove it from the game. Now, for what it's worth, that ability matters. There's certain parts of the card pool that are recursion based in this format, like crowdfunding. That's a big one. But there's not that much recursion in this format outside of maybe Shaper playing Muse, which we could see. So that ability, it feels good. It's also a 40 card minimum Wayland. Well, we'll see how impactful that is. However, Isla, this is Shaper. And I think there's actually some really interesting Shaper builds in this card pool, whether it's, again, World Tree Isla, you have a lot of flexibility, whether it's Spark of Inspiration, Lobisoma, Orca, Big Breakers. We saw a bit of that earlier today. I think there's a lot of really creative things you can do with that. And also Isla starting the game with a 6 card kind of like half hand that starts tucked away. They can always spend a click to draw those. That gives you the ability to get cards out of the matchup, but also specifically in the matchup. So whether you're going to rush out a Spark or a World Tree, Hill has a lot of options here. It looks like both players mulligan, so hopefully they have better hands because they got to play with what they got now. There's no spin doctors. It's very hard to control the agendas in HQ in this format.
It is also interesting, as we said, like there's not a lot of recursion, but we did see earlier a game that was Scorpios versus Steve,
Yeah.
which is all recursion. So
The
that
most.
matchup is definitely, you don't want to see that as Steve.
And that was like the Terminal Directive box. It was so goofy to play that matchup. It looks like Shishu drawing up, discarding a card, and we're going to get the Technical Writer into World Tree from hand. Now the
Wow. Wait,
the order was backwards. I guess we're selling the Technical Writer. Okay, that makes more sense. So let's see what we get off of this. We can get any 3 cost or cheaper resource. So we're going to go straight to Caddy, finding a Kimberlite off the top. Hill, great start.
Gosh. So we saw this earlier. Kimberlite plus Scorpios lets you trash something and immediately remove it from from entirely.
Yeah, it's not coming back.
Yeah.
Again, I don't know what comes back in this format. I guess we do have Praxis as well. But Trojan Horse. Oh no, that's a World Tree gone on turn 1. Going a bit too low here. Shishu gonna have to pay a couple extra credits, but you touched a card. I'm gonna chop that tree down. You have to pay 2 extra credits on Zero Link. Oh, wait.
How many? Wait.
Mind if I redo? Oh, Shishu might have an economy card here.
No, I think Shishu just didn't pay into the trace. Forgot.
Oh yeah, I'll have to boost. Okay. So what you succeed the trace strength by, you can trash a hardware program of that cost or fewer. So Shishu needs to boost here just slightly, just to get up to 6, because very luckily Hill can't boost. That was just an immense start for Shaper and just getting it pulled.
Oh god.
Oh, Eli. This is the sort of decks that Shishu loves to play, and it is just mean. That is that's a start. No, not a lot of credits for the corporation, so Hill can just send it back, but that ground all of the forward momentum to an abrupt halt. That's really funny.
Oh, I was going back to the discussion about recursion. There is compile in the format,
Oh,
but
true. Yeah, there's compile. Yeah, and praxis. Okay, maybe there's a bit of recursion. Muse, I think. I don't think you're happy
yeah,
to muse your world tree in, but if you have to, you have
no.
to. What do you do here for shaper economy? You just click for forward, touch cards, hope. Now I think you're
It's got
running HQ here. There might actually be an agenda in hand. It is after a mulligan, after a couple card draw, and I don't know if Shishu can res a credit ice on HQ. So we're just gonna click for a couple credits. Just see the top of R&D. Now you have to watch out if you touch a card like that and then just set up and install a program, like you can just straight lose it into another Trojan horse. So you have to be a bit careful if you're touching cards, if you're installing things you hear about.
This is always my biggest problem with World Tree as just a thing. I always feel like I see the World Tree and it's so tempting to just push so hard and go, I've got all my tools, I've got everything set up, I can blow the entire game out of the water with this perfect turn.
Yeah.
And then if you lose it, you're completely sunk.
I think World Tree is going to be a bit tricky into hard hitting news if you have to run early without getting like good money. Like that's just hard because you're run based engine and hard hitting news just cares that you ran. But hey, Nuka came off of, it looks like off of NVRAM, the set aside area, and it's going to draw 6 cards over the next 2 clicks. So Shishu pushing here in a remote server on 6 cards can probably res. There's some good ice here, like Hailstorm will just end the run. But whether it's, again, border controls, Whoredom, gonna get an employee strike thrown out and a Valentina, and a Deg Deer is coming down. So this Daemon, again, liability to some extent. If you host a nest of Daemons, they can all be destroyed by Scorpios. But we'll see if Shishu pushes out install advance credit. Going to give you enough to res ice. At least with no res cards, Kimberlite Field can't do anything. So we'll see what agenda.
Is this R?
It looks like it, but there's only so many cards.
Yeah, I think this might be pretty close to ours.
Ooh, Excalibur on HQ.
Ooh, Excalibur.
Sick burner. Now you can't set up the top of R&D. You can't set up HQ. It's going to take cards at hand, but you can't run back. There's an armed and a 24/7. This is what Shishu's going for. So score out 2 agendas and then set up a kill combo. So this deck is definitely going to have End of Lines or more likely Scorched Earths. And then you need to make sure that 24/7 does not come in on click 1.
Oh, this is fun.
Yeah, this is a really fun fork. So we're going to leave the armed in hand, which makes sense. Next turn, you can go for the 1 and 4. And now you know those 2 win conditions are out of the deck unless you see a Maryland shuffle.
I wonder if you put it on top of the deck just to... Oh, well, you can put the other card. You want the other card. Never mind.
Burner. Wait, when does Scorpios fire? At the end of the turn? It seems like that's what's happening.
Scorpios is manual on JNut, so you have to kind of do it, keep up with it.
Oh, okay. Ugly. That's fine. Yeah. Like, I don't think that matters. I just did not know it was automated. That's the weird thing about dredging up an old card pool. Is like you figure out which cards aren't automated because at that point it was not worth doing. But yeah, this is a really weird trigger because you have to always ask, like, after this event trashes, do you want to remove from game before you can go on with the rest of the game? It shouldn't matter.
You do only get 1 card per turn.
Yeah.
But that's still a lot.
Now, drawing, understanding maybe the 1 and 5 is tempting, but not pushing out the card in the remote server. Saying that's going to stay there with advancements. If it was a Charlotte, we probably would have seen a res, so maybe a real agenda here. Or see how Hill wants to run back. Again, last click, you always, I guess, nearly always should just send it HQ, just to have a 1 and 5 of stealing and being on maybe game point. We'll see here.
Yeah, it does put you in danger of getting Hunter Secret and all.
Yeah, but if you lose a Deg Deer, right? Whatever. Maybe. Top of R&D. Trashing Rashida feels good. Now we're going to HQ. It's a 1 and 5 at a minimum. Could be more. We know there's a logjam in there. So we're not going to make any runs this turn. Scorched Earth. The next card you're expecting. And we'll see here if Shishu wants to score out in the remote server or keep up some healthy credits. Hopefully maybe on 6, it's a really big turning point because the corporation can do credit IPO to kind of get out of the low credit world.
Discarding employee strike.
Do you think Shishu's on hard-hitting news, or is she just planning on doing the combo only, just relying on that completely?
It's hard to tell. You might play 1 hard-hitting news. I don't think people would play around it. It seems good. But I also think Shishu might just go for combo because Shishu likes combo.
Second advancement.
Yeah, slow rolling here. So the big thing about the second advancement is if it is another one of those 4-2 agendas, the play pattern is set it up so you can score it with a click left. So the runner either takes 5 meat damage and loses their whole hand, or with the tag, you can do, if they don't have enough cards in hand, threaten the end of the line, or the Scorched Earth.
Yeah, the Scorched Earth.
Yeah, so you don't often want to score it and just pass turn. Now with 24/7, you can score and pass turn. So we'll see what it is here if it's a second copy. Yeah, there you go. So this gives a choice. Now if you go take 2 tags here, you're not going to flatline. And that actually forces Shishu to play the Scorched Earth, which I don't know you want to play the Scorched Earth for tempo here. So I think you're actually probably better off taking 2 tags. Now you'd have to clear those tags, but you also still have to redraw your hand.
There's no Angelique's not in this format, right?
No, Angie. No, I don't think so. No, maybe. I would have to check. I'm not sure if Angie's in. I think Angie's in art in the first half of this art. I think it's in TAI.
Yeah, I think you're right. And even so, it's only threat 2, so.
Now Hill taking the meat damage instead, going down to no cards in hand. So if you did have an Angelique, yeah, threat 2 is going to matter. Scorpio's going to remove a Lobby from the game, but not taking the tags instead. Pushing again, that could be the next agenda here on 5 credits. Yeah, I wonder what you're meant to do there. If you take the tags, like, I don't know if Shishu can play end of line there. You might be okay. Ooh, quality time, back up.
We didn't have any quality times in our version, did we?
We cut
I think
one.
we took those out.
Yeah, we're already seeing cards that we didn't play. Like, we didn't play multi-threader.
Okay.
So.
No, we put one multi-threader in.
Wait, did we?
I thought.
No, that was on Thursday, I think.
Yeah, it might have been on Thursday how we salvaged our Anarch deck.
Well, either this is a varied version of our deck, or someone else saw the card pool and went, I can do the exact same thing we did. Either way, it's awesome.
Yeah.
Now, Hale drawing up again. I do think that quality time came off of Isla. It looks like it did. And that's nice to be able to rebound. Maybe that's a reason why you want to take the damage. Shishu, now we know in hand, had an agenda, has a Scorched Earth.
Also, wasn't that much important stuff in hand. I mean, the biometric spoofing would certainly be nice.
The
but...
Lobby might matter. Like, there's a chance there's only singleton, right?
True.
Now Rashida in archives. Sorry, now in archives, drawing 3, gaining 3. And so now the 2 iced push. So all Shishu really needs to do here is score another agenda. And once you score another agenda, the play pattern is 24 new cycle into end of line, end of line. Or sorry, Scorched Earth, which means that costs you 8 credits. So you need to get all that in hand, which against Burner can be rough. And then you need to score out 2 agendas. Wayland doesn't have any 2 1s or 2 0s in this card pool, so you actually have to score out a thing on the table, which can be tricky. So we'll see how Hill interacts. Server 2, mind you, there's also a whole bunch of like weird Wayland assets from this cycle. So like the arms factory that gives you a card and a credit every turn. I don't know if Shishu's going to be playing any of that stuff, but I guess we're going to find out. 3rd Rashida. Wow. Okay.
Rashida.
3 in a row. I mean, server 1 probably holds something more important than this. Burner's huge. If you can put the Scorched Earth on the bottom of the deck, it's going to be really hard for Shishu to find the combo.
You really want to see some of the cards that you want, like the stuff here with.
Yeah.
Some good stuff. Global Food Initiative, Hunter Seeker, and Kimberlite.
There's a lot of points in hand, but unfortunately, you're not finding the kill combo. You know the Scorch is in there. You did miss it. I think that's actually one of your best targets. Now, Kimberlite's on the top of R&D. That means it's going to be the mandatory draw, but very importantly, you can't run it. You just got Excalibured.
This does mean you can just keep hitting HQ and trying to see those agendas. You know they're there.
So this assumes that also the other copy of Armed Intimidation is in server 1. You can run it and force Shishu to spend some money, right? Like if you res a border control, you res a hailstorm, that stuff is fine. Just cycling coalescence again. Deck Deer makes it 1 cheaper, which is kind of sick. So this is actually an install for 3 credits.
And you put stuff on Technical Writer. That's a lot of credits.
Yeah. So Shishu drawing the Kimberlite field. There's also some expect. Okay, double advance, setting up the fork. Now for this fork, oh, whoa, wait. That's good.
Oh,
wait, that means the hand is like 3 agendas. So Shishu's going to get some ice there on HQ. Yeah, Logjam. So now the HQ dream is closed up. Shishu now, we know, if I'm not mistaken, the hand is 3 agendas and 1 Scorched Earth. No, that can't be the case. Where did the 24/7 news cycle go? Did that get bottom too?
I think that got bottom.
Yeah, that got bottom. Yeah. Okay.
But that plus Scorched.
I think they got bottom. Yeah.
Is a kill.
Yes. So, you need 2 Scorched. Even if
the runner to make a mistake.
Yeah. The thing is, like, double scorch still beats biometric spoofing, which is kind of hard. So just cycling caches again. It's an install for 3 credits. It's fine. And technical writer. We're going to remove that coalescence from the game. So Shishu now still needs to find that 24/7. I think one's on the bottom. I think I messed up the tracking of what's on HQ, but I think we know there's a Kimberlite, an Armed, and a Global Food in there. So it's very points dense.
You definitely really want to see some sort of way to get. Oh, targeted marketing. That's an interesting include, actually.
I have no idea what we're going to call here. Trick
Uh,
shot? Okay, cool. That makes sense. Card in
Makes
server
sense.
1. Advance. We're down to 3 credits. I don't know the cheap end the runs are in the format. I think Descent. But I don't know what else. I guess we're going to find out first. It's Descent.
Yep, Descent.
Now,
That'll keep you out.
with the Lobby removed from game, you have to figure out how to break this little code gate. This is also technically one of the like spin doctor type effects in the format, which kind of seems nice.
I mean, with the Lobby removed from game, Hill could just be playing on I don't have any options and I'm just bluffing that I have stuff like that. We don't know.
Now we know
Checking
there's a
R&D.
lot of points on HQ on the table, so R&D is less likely to eject an agenda here. Lady, okay, it's a fractor. We're going HQ again. We know, I think actually most of the cards in HQ are agendas. Now Lady does break 3 strength for just 2 power counters. Actually, wait, that's great.
Yes, but also you are running with 3 cards in hand, which means you only need. I think we still know where the 24/7 is, but if there's another one or a scorched, there's a scorched in hand. So this means that 24/7 plus scorched is death.
No, but Shishu has no money.
True.
Yeah, I think you have to wait, right? Like if you need to be on 4 cards in hand, but yeah, it's like 5 credits and then the big jump is 8 credits. We saw the scorch though. That was a 1 and 3 to whiff there. The hand is like Kimberlite, Global Food, Scorched, and now 2 unknowns off the top deck. Like that was very unlucky. Now Hill can go back. It'll be a 2 and 5. Shishu still doesn't exactly have the money. I don't know if we might just not have a way to deal with Descent. Going back in again, emptying the rest of the Lady counters. Again, this is Proto Propeller. Very good. This card was banned. Excalibur going to stop
really good,
preventing runs. Armed, okay, that's good. Now we know the deck's on food, so you're probably going to have to steal 2 more agendas here. You know there's a food in hand, a Scorched Earth, and 3 unknowns.
Or potentially a food in server 1.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it could be the food in the server 1. Quad advance. Okay, we're going to give a choice, I think, to our opponent here.
That's a Kimberlite?
Oh, nice. Okay, what are we trashing? Excalibur, going to get rid of the technical writer. Oh, that's great. Okay, that's some money lost. Now Shishu's down on 0 credits. I think Shishu understands that got to score out, right? Like, I don't know if you can wait for the 24/7 news combo. Top of R&D. We know there's a food in hand.
They are a bit R&D locked here.
Yeah.
You're seeing every card from.
There's still only 8 points left in R&D, unless there's some extras in HQ on top of the food. But Nuke is drawing in here. Trick shots are alive and well. If you want to get some multi-access, probably not in this board state. The thing is like, oh man, the Lobby's never going to come back. Like this is actually where Scorpius matters. Because if push comes to shove, you will play a Coalescence. Or sorry, you'll play a Muse to grab your Lobby Somyu.
There's a pretty good chance you build this deck thinking, well, I have all the Muses. I can get the stuff that I need back.
I wonder if you have a Phaserum to deal with the Descent. Like that could work. Paywall, second current. Stock buyback gains 6. Okay. So you gain 3 credits for every card in your opponent's score area. It says each agenda. That's technically kind of correct. And we're going to start with the trick shot there. We're going to see 2 cards here. Now, we don't have a good way to spend the money or get the click impression. This is just a weak Maker's Eye. Still, that can be all that matters here. We still know there's 1 global
Especially
food.
right now when you now know the next 2 cards that the Corp is drawing.
Yeah,
Corp
exactly.
doesn't really have much to do except.
Just going to take some money again. This plays around Hunter Seeker if you have credits here. Also, if you see an hard-hitting news coming up.
There's also a really interesting problem here where you might have been thinking you could flicker the Cerberus with Muse or something. You can't do that anymore against Scorpios.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah. You technically need a bait Scorpios to remove an event or something during the turn, and then you do it, right? Like, you have to force out the Scorpios. You have to be, like, cheeky about it. Now, Descent.
Dissenting.
Yeah. Oh, Kimberlite and food are going back into R&D. That's actually the place that Shishu can least protect. So we're going to see ice on R&D. There you go. And stock
I mean, that
buyback
could
for
just
6
be
more.
could be another descent, and you're still not getting through that.
Now we're technically on combo credits. There's an Excalibur. This is fine. You can still see the top of R&D. R&D lock was broken from the no, actually now R&D lock will be broken. But also very importantly, the descent shuffled, which means the combo cards that were on the bottom of R&D are no longer necessarily at the bottom of R&D. And I think Shishu needed that sooner than later, especially now that she has enough credits to be able to score out. So we'll see here if he wants to just draw for a couple turns, another ice on R&D. But Hill would like another trick shot in the next couple turns. I honestly don't know if there's another way to break code gates in this list. The descent might be bulletproof. You can just score out behind it. 3 clicks, 12 credits. You cannot run anymore. We're just taking credits. Keeping the liberated counts around. I'm assuming because we have a world tree. Going to start for a draw after mandatory. Ice on R&D, understanding. You can just send it. Now, there is technically sentries that trash programs. Colossus, I think, is in the card pool. I think Hammer as well to some extent.
I guess that's the old version of Colossus.
Yeah, right? There's a logjam. Okay.
Logjam.
Gonna refund 2 credits on the res. Shishu's combo is 7 credits. So can have it. Now the burner count here. We've played 1 so far, but you have to figure out how to beat the logjam. That's really difficult. You're right. You can't flicker the lady. That's Scorpius actually doing work.
I'm impressed with Scorpius in this turn.
There's a world trade. Now the other thing you can do is you can play employee strike. You have 1 more employee strike maybe, and then employee strike flicker the lady. World train to cash.
Blowing up the cash.
Okay, so if Shishu removes the cash from the game, you are free to do the lady flicker. This is what you have to do.
I think you immediately try to do the lady flicker.
Yeah.
I think you just get rid of the lady as quickly as possible for this reason.
Yeah, you can just overinstall it too. Yeah, that works. That's so cool that you have to bait this in to get recursion to work. Nyasha, so it looks like we have a way to deal with the logjam. We just produced a program that does R&D. Going to RFG cache. Wait, that actually is huge. We'll see if Hill has the window here to trash the lady just to get in the pool.
Can Hill do it? Can Hill realize what has to be done?
No, Hill might have another factor. Considering they installed the Nyasha, right? Like they might have a way to deal with it.
It seems like it.
We don't have... Oh, no, that doesn't change it. The chemist teacher isn't in the set, right?
The
Ari's
R&D.
partner? The Run HQ, CR&D? I think that's in TAI. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's in the first half.
Era isn't it either.
Yeah. All right, draw, ice on a remote server. So it looks like Shishu still wants to push a remote server, but whether that means that he's closer to the combo, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, as fun as the combo is, just threatening to win on points very soon. The runner can't get in.
And the runner,
well, I mean, depending on the ice, but
I'm assuming the runner needs 2 more agendas to win the game too. So even if the runner has 1 trick to deal with the remote server, that might not be enough to close the game out. I'm just so interested because the Nyasha makes it seem like maybe there's not enough programs in the deck. All right, we actually are using the lib account, so we don't have another resource swap unless we want to throw the Nuka. Now you can just get rid of the Nyasha and push yourself forward. The lady also here matters less, but I think we want to keep it. Oh, losing the liberated account's removed from game. So you have another turn, another window to do the lady flicker. And now the lady's getting trashed. It's happening.
Awesome.
Wait, going for medium? How are you running R&D? Oh, do we have like a lamb or some way to make logjam look silly? This is so much R&D pressure. We have no idea how the logjam gets broken. I guess now with the muse in the, the lady in the bin, we can muse it back.
Yep.
Have we seen Muse yet?
Yes. I think we saw one early. I might be making that up. I'm making it up. I'm assuming there's a muse in here. We haven't seen one.
There has to be something.
It seems like a natural inclusion with World Tree, but maybe we'll be wrong.
The medium might literally be just to trash something. Or, well, you'd probably trash the Niashi, but just to like, one of these things is going to get trashed to get him. Oh, 24/7.
Okay, so we're going to forfeit an agenda to do the win scored. So now it's your choice what to do. Hill, unfortunately, is not on 5 cards. If you're on 5 cards, you actually can take the damage, but it's going to be end of line, that's game.
Oh, there it is. Yep.
Oh, so actually having one too few cards in hand, if you just are on 5, and we see the cards that were trashed there, it was a Muse, it was a Trick Shot, and it was a Lamb, so there was a Fractor in hand. The setup was there. Well played.
Beautiful game though. Fun to watch that. I love to see the Scorpios tricks actually be thought through all the way.
Yeah.
All these weird.
That
I never
turn
got to see Scorpios. It's really cool.
1 was disgusting. That was so wild on both sides of the table. Like massive setup until immediately just removed from the game. Wild.
I've seen that with World Tree so many times.
Feels so good until it's gone. Yeah, what table do you want to jump into?
Let's see. Maybe table 3.
3's good if you want to just dump into that. That's Doomrat versus D. Yeah, I think D is also playing Isla. I'm assuming World Tree. That'd be cool to see. D is, mind you, very well known for publishing a World Tree Shaper deck in 2 metas ago, just about.
Yep, we're good.
Sick.
We're good to stream. This is definitely a World Tree, although some interesting choices.
Okay, Thule, Jupstad, card in remote server, up on 4 points, 3 core damage. So the ontologicals are going to fly. This is a mean Thule. Hostiles on the table, Estelle Moon, cohort. This in the remote server could be a 3-point agenda, potentially. I think actually you're missing a bit of click compression. And on D sides of the table, biometric spoofing for survival, no one home. And we do have the Matryoshkas, a nice old Ubax cooking, and we're going to go straight into a trick shot. Doomrat on 5 credits. Now, if we can see one ontological, this will win the game.
So let you trash crowdfunding, probably, I'd assume.
Yeah, that's a cool thing to keep trashing.
3 crowdfundings in Isla. That's 9 influence.
Might be right.
That's fantastic. You know what that's really good with? Trick shot.
2 runs?
It's 2 runs from 1 click.
D's thinking what they want to trash. If they have another biometric spoofing, that might be worth something. Again, I think you lose here to score out sooner than anything else, because we are on the point where the ontologicals are pretty ripe. Now, kill switch is online too, so just having credits, like in theory, a brain rewiring in their mode server, that also could be lethal with a kill switch, so keeping your money up. No World Tree use. Sing 2 cards here. We have 6 credits to burn. When you want to run another server and trash things, you are going to take some hostile damage. So we're running server 1 here. That's going to start with the next bronze. Ooh, salvage memories. Are you assuming we're going to see some silvers here? And as much as D can only break 1 ice from this board state, Matryoshka, if you can bounce, you can at least break this, but that flips your Matryoshka. So you cannot run into, oh, well, you can't break ice again this turn.
Love to see the next ice.
Now
we'll see if this is like a damage ice or something. You do have the biometric spoofing. You have the no one home. Oh,
prototype. If you trash this, it is 2 damage. So you might want to let that stand there. We don't know what's going on in HQ. Again, this is actually not...
There are no counters on the working prototype, so it's not the worst danger.
Yeah, it was just installed this turn. Now, the warm reception can accelerate it. That's for sure, but we're not too reliant on resources, I don't think. Now, we've seen 11 points so far. 9 and 18. That's not unreasonable, so HQ might be clean here, depending on how the game went. And in Isla's heap here, you get to see some cool tech cards. Hunting Grounds, of course. 1 Matryoshka in the bin. 2 burners are gone. And a Because I Can. Yo, Because I Can. That's really cool into some of these upgrades that you don't want to trash.
I was really hoping we'd see with all of this stuff, with all of the... I think it's in the format with all of the asset spam that we might see in Marathon, but...
I don't know if we have Marathon. Marathon crowdfunding is incredible. Next bronze, we're bouncing. We can't break here. I don't know, D running HQ for an access or whether D wants to like technically get notorieties off. I'd be surprised to see a notoriety. D needs 2 of them to be able to close the game out on 5 points, but still just setting up 16 cards left in the stack. 2 coming off of Isla so far this game. 3rd crowdfunding. If you want to make another run here, running archives technically clicks for 3 credits, but you have to watch out. If you find an agenda in archives, you will take a core damage. Archives is face up. I wonder what's in there. Should be face up. Probably some sort of over installation for some sort of board fix. So not actually unknown information. That's the final Estelle Moon on the table. Now, if you make a run on Estelle Moon and Doomrat cracks it, you're not going to get your successful run, so you won't get your crowdfunding back. I don't know if that's super important, but I don't know what you do. Maybe you draw here and discard. It's a Lycean multi-munition. So 3 cost ice that you have to keep resin for the rest of the game. Have fun. I wonder how many of the Matryoshka decks have been Hunter Secrets so far. Isla?
I feel really bad for us setting everyone up and me being like, oh, there won't be Hunter Seeker. And then every single Wayland player who remembers being like, I know what I'm going.
Hey, Net Celebrity. It's technically a Rizeki. It also turns off currents if you don't want to spend influence on your employee strikes in this format and Shaper. It looks like we're going to start with a warm reception, getting an Estelle Moon counter, a card in server 1. That's on top of a prototype now that's just left. And we're going to start with a single advance here. Double advance is possible, but we're just going to advance and let it hold. What's going? Whoa, that was a wild turn. It's an ontological, so we can get more credits to do jupe stat and to kill switch.
Core damage too.
D's going to be on 0 hand size here.
Yep.
Kill switch jupe stat is just a wild combination. Losing the lady. We only have 1 breaker so far, and then the second ontological. That's not only a. That's so cool.
What a play!
That's the second turn or second game we've seen a double score in the same turn. That came out of nowhere.
Beautiful.
Wow. Some of that might have come off the Stell. It was hard to track what happened exactly on JNet.
Yeah, where was that Onto? It was already on the board.
It was install, advance, install Onto. So the Onto now becomes a 0-2, so you can just score it, and the other Onto is a 1-2. No, a 2-2.
You score the
it was
the 1-2, and that makes the other one a 0-2.
Yeah, but the first one was a 2-2, wasn't it? I think D was on 2 core damage. No, D was on 3 core damage. Yeah, you're right. So it was a 1-2. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Had everything but 2 1-pointers in HQ last turn. Other 2 rewirings are in R&D somewhere. So yeah, the HQ actually was really, really dense. That bronze kept D out. Could have been game if D could get through that bronze on HQ. Good game. Very exciting decks. This is a cool Thule. It's like going more for the core damage than the lock so far, like with the Heinlein.
Yeah.
I think that's the first runner game I think Dia dropped.
I wonder if Durat's trying to actually do brain rewiring combo stuff, or if
I think so. Because I think brain rewiring, kill switch, jupe stat is lethal.
Like ontological is good enough. You don't technically need all.
Yeah. That's what I'm wondering, if it's
any other
just score.
What's the time in the round left?
There is 10 minutes.
Looks like table 2 might still be going.
Yeah, if they're cool with us, we'll drop in. If you don't mind checking, that is.
Yes.
Sick, thank you.
We are good.
All right, this is the end of round 5.
This is a hell of a table.
Got 10 wins around. I hit the button. Oh, we've loaded. I wonder why it took so long to load. So many images. It's all advanced.
Sisyphus protocol has been scored.
No knives in. But Dolores, she is on 6 points. This is turn 33. Wait, what? What turn is this? This is turn 31? Card in the remote server. It double advanced. It could be a Biovault. We're trying to figure out what the board state is. This is RP Glacier. We have Cloud Eater, Anansi, even Slaw Machines. Like, you can burn a Slaw Machine and get it fired twice. But Dolores, she's on 37 credits. Like, a caddy was getting to work.
Dolores just sacrificed it. Yeah, just sacrificed fetal AI.
Because there's a viral in server 5. Wants to find out what it is because she has to break Cloud Eater twice.
Oh my god. I mean, 36 credits, you can do it, but wow, that's miserable.
And here's the breaker suite of just Mammon E3 feedback implants. I honestly don't think there's any ice in the format that doesn't get broken. Like, I don't think there's AI hate in the format. Maybe there's Hordem? I think Hordem triple advance might be the only hate.
If you can end up with 35 credits, then yeah, you can do it.
Now we go through the Anansi again with the Mammon. It is 6 credits plus some extras for subroutines. You have the E3 to go a bit further here. We do have crowdfunding. We also have a Maxwell James. That's very useful if you can make a run on HQ, but we're assuming the HQ upgrade is probably Nano Civic Grid. So this is going to trade 2-pointer for a 2-pointer, get some money, get some information, and Dolores just going to sit back thereafter with crowdfunding with Caddy Jones and just keep hitting those buttons. There's a viral.
For a while.
Now, very importantly, this timer in the log, 34 minutes. So Haver on only 3 credits, no cards in R&D. Wait, there's no cards in R&D.
well, there's the game. Never mind.
Absolute
We were sitting here like, oh,
control.
what can people do? We didn't notice there was a 1 card in R&D.
So the agendas have to be in
Oh.
hand there, but I love that falsified shadow net just saying, okay, that's fine, I'll run it. You got me. Wow.
I mean, it could have been a 5-3 or something.
It
could
could have
a way to do it.
been. I think still Haver has an issue if it's a 5-3. Like if it's scored out, you have one more turn. Like that's your last turn, right? I am not in prison. I am the prison. Well played to both players. Yeah, this looks like the Jinteki RP Glacier deck. Like tributaries there. You have good ice like Vampire Nasa. You have Slot Machine. You have enhanced login protocols, border control. Like this seems good. I think the econ is the weird thing. Like cohort IPO is probably what you have to play, or not cohort. Yeah, you do play cohort. Charlotte, I mean.
Cohorts. Aside from that, we have table 9's finished. Table 8, I think, is the only one still remaining, so I can check them.
Thank you.
Or we can just take a break.
Let's see the end of table 8. I'm okay with it. We take maybe a 5-minute break before our final round of Swiss.
Yeah, we can see where we're.
Let's see if they're still. Nope, never mind. They are done.
All right.
Okay,
Absolutely
I made
awful, horrifying Jinteki board state. Basically the reverse of what we just saw.
So what I'm noticing is that we don't have all the standings so far, but it doesn't look like there's an obvious trend across these tables about what side is winning more than others. Like here, this looks like a 50-50 between runner and corp. I'm on the round 5 submissions. I'll be very interested to see after this to crunch the numbers to see what the actual meta shook out to. If there's like one ID that is just unbeatable, but right now things look kind of reasonable, which is great.
Also, interestingly, in terms of standings, Rain and the Soul of Dolores Day are both 1.
They're
So
still
they're both
undefeated.
at 15 points.
Yeah.
London didn't win, so is at 12. Then who else made it to? Let's see. There's a number of people at 9.
D is still on 9. Doomrat is now on 12. We'll see as it comes through. But again, the top 4 after one more round are going to be going in. So we're pretty sure that Soul of Dolores Day and Rain are locked in, if I'm not mistaken. And then there's going to be a fight for the what is going to be the 15 place finish, I imagine. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
I just need to get one result, and then I can get us the next round.
So nearly, okay, that's not exactly true, but if you look at like the top 10, the top 9, there's only one corp game drop. Like I do think the runners might be struggling a bit actually now I'm saying it, but there's out of like these top 8 players, there's one corp game that's been lost so far, and that obviously changed this round.
Really good corps might be really
yeah. Yeah, nasty corps out there maybe. That's cool.
Excited to see where the standings end up because I'm really curious I'm curious which identities managed to pull something like this because Ram's not just about Ram's not just about like, oh, this card's so powerful. It's about finding the weird thing that works against everyone, understanding this specific meta.
London's saying RP is 18 wins, 5 losses. I would say that is a standout. There's a chance our top 4 could be all RP. I wouldn't be incredibly surprised.
Oh yeah, you're right. Let's see.
Yeah, the corp sides does actually seem a lot stronger.
Yeah, RP has 3 losses. CTM has a few more losses. There's some there's not that. Boule also a bit more same all over the place, but
I see Thule
RP
being,
definitely stands.
Yeah, Thule is almost like I think it's 9-5 maybe, but
there's some really good Thules that are undefeated. Basically,
I endeavor to put CTM in the top 4. Hey, we're rooting for you. We don't want to see only RP, but yeah, these players are fantastic. That's for sure. We're gonna see some good games. All right, I think we're gonna throw to a little break. Kolov, do we have a bit of time? Like a 2-minute break, maybe? Okay, I think
you should be good. I'm doing pairing and everything right now, so you can take a quick break.
Okay, we'll be back in just about 2 minutes for our final round of Swiss. Again, we do have a top cut coming right after, so we'll be back in about a minute. See y'all in a bit.
controlling the masses. And now, broadcasting live from our near-Earth hub studio, we bring you this NBN special report.
Welcome back. We are just about to start the final round of Swiss today on Off Meta Month. This is Random Access Memories, a random card pool that players had 2 hours to figure out what's good, and so far it looks like they might have figured it out. My name is Andre from the Metro Ball Grid. Excited to be here. I go by he, him, and I'm joined by organizer of the event, Cold Lava. How's it going?
Great. Looking forward to this last round. I also go by he, him.
And we also have Juniper joining. Juniper, what's up?
Hi, I'm she, her. I'm so excited for this tournament. I'm so excited because it's like we're finally going to try and see Adam.
Yeah, mini faction. We did get Data and Destiny in here, so there's one Adam player doing quite well. Doomrat is in contention. So the top 4 are going to be making it to a very simple top cut. It'll be single elimination, I'm guessing, but that means you want to hit about 15 points. These 2 players, Dolores Day and Rain, might go for the ID, and then it's up to the players at 12 and maybe even 9. I don't know if it's possible to sneak in. Maybe if strength of schedule is really, really good. I'm not great at that sort of math, so we're going to be jumping over.
Yeah, this game is important. Whoever wins this game definitely is in.
Yes. So very, very important. Now the tables are going to be coming together. Have you checked? Are they okay to be on stream?
I'm checking right now.
Oh, thanks so much. So again, started today, did some deck building. I think we're like the corp size. There seems to be a lot of very powerful corporations. I'm assuming corporations might be winning a bit more than runners, but we've seen some really interesting runner win conditions. And seeing here at the top table is that we have a Freedom, a Seb, and an Adam. Might not exactly been what we've expected. We've seen a fair bit of Andy, and whether it's just value Andy or whether it's knife Andy or somewhere in the middle, I think that all has been working. But it's these last couple games are gonna be kind of interesting with the ID spread.
You're good to stream.
Thank you. So we're jumping over again. This is single side Swiss. Surrounds are only 40 minutes on one side of the table. Adam, no choices to be made. If you've not seen this with the original Byroid runner, shows up in maybe the Meeting the Minds, you might have met Adam. But all Adam does is starts the game with 3 directives in play. And while the card pool got bigger, you did have some choices. Here at the top, you have 3 of these. And to go over them, always be running. You have to run your first click a turn. But at any point in the turn, if you find a subroutine you don't want to deal with, you can spend 2 clicks to break it. So you want to be aggressive. Secondly, neutralize all threats. If you run HQ, you get to see 2 cards, but the first time a turn you see a card with a trash cost, you have to pay for it. You have to trash it. Now, there's ways to turn this off. If you run Archives and Archives has already trashed cards in it, you can deal with that because you've access to trash card, but very important, very impactful in a meta with a lot of trashables and also some hard-hitting news. Finally, safety first, hand size goes down. That can be a bit rough into core damage. That can exacerbate things, but you do get a free card draw if your hand is not full at the end of the turn. Now, the big play pattern you're going to see is early aggression, and if Doomrat can steal an early agenda, you'll get down your console, and your console gives you additional hand size depending on how many agendas are in your score area or how many points in your score area. So a lot of times Adam will start kind of on the back foot and then get more and more powerful. Is everything okay?
Yeah. I think I forgot to drop someone. I think we're gonna have to repair.
Oh, beans. Okay.
No.
If it happens, it happens. It's totally understandable. Now, interestingly, Nervous Nightjar is playing a 54 card deck. So on Thule, that means you have to be playing 22 to 23 agendas. Actually, it's kind of difficult, I think, to get a Thule like card pool together. There might not be enough agendas. We're going to start by running Archives here. We just got to touch something, not even wanting to touch R&D. Oh,
yeah.
full repair.
It is a repair. Try and get everyone back together. If you wouldn't mind telling them in that
Yeah, I
game.
did.
Thank you.
Oh, do you have to come into every game and tell them to leave?
I'm telling them on the Discord, but
Okay.
sometimes if people aren't checking.
Yeah. All right. Well, bear with us. Do you want maybe 5 minutes to sort this out?
Yeah, probably about 5 minutes.
Okay. So on that note, we'll be back. There's still a final round coming up. This happens. It is how it is. So we're going to throw back to some music. We'll be back in just 5 minutes once it gets sorted out. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a bit.
NBN
Welcome back. The penultimate round, sorry, the ultimate round before the top cut. This is round 6. So we had our quick repairing there. Shout out to Cold Lava behind the scenes getting all that done. And it looks like a lot of the top wasn't entirely disrupted. So there was a drop, and that obviously impacts things, but it looks like we might have some of the same matchups. Again, Rain versus Soul Dolores Day, both undefeated. They're going to be playing each other, so that will just happen. And so we might just still jump into table 2. We might have to remake the table, but otherwise we're in a good enough spot. Shall we?
Yeah, I'm excited. We've already seen fascinating.
Oh, they're just playing it off?
We've already seen turn 1. We saw Jackpot, ShadowNet, Employee Strike from Adam.
Oh,
Employee
sick.
Strike feeling real good against
So they didn't
Has to be
recreate the
original.
room. They just continued the game on.
I don't think they did.
Oh, sick. Okay. So
Employee
Magnet.
Strike has to feel great.
Yes.
You're turning off kill switch, and now you can steal without worry from the Thule.
Now we're going to double click through the magnet. No, it's really interesting because you probably want to touch the card. Like you need to make sure you touch the, you're going to have to trash something you access. So Ontological from Hand is a great start here, not having to deal with Thule, finding a Scorched Earth, but the upgrade is Mr. Hendrick. Now Nightjar doesn't have the 2 credits to pay for Hendrick. So you're not forced to lose all your clicks on this turn. However, you are forced to trash Mr. Hendrick here. Now we're looking for the console here, the brain chip, because now you're going to have +2 hand size. Doomrat having a really aggressive turn. Jackpot is optional, so we're going to leave the Jackpot there with 1 credit on it. You don't have to take this. And we also do have a Shadow Net, so at any point, if you just want to get the Employee Strike back, it'll cost you something, but at least those Nightmare Archives are a bit of a liability. That is a really good meta inclusion, just to deal with some of the news teams and the Nightmare Archives that I think Nightjar is probably on. Now the credits are gone here. If Nightjar can't get cards on the table like Launch Campaign, Maryland Campaign, the sort of expected, Estelle Moon would also be pretty swell. Well, Doomlat needs to trash that card, especially if he touches it. He actually has to trash it. It might be difficult here to build a board state on just 3 credits. I don't think we've seen Nightjar play the Corpse, so we're not sure if it's going to be on that sort of high line grid pulse interaction, but we're just trading an Employee Strike straight for a kill switch. So this makes every agenda steal functionally like a 5 credit tax if you don't want to take core damage. It makes it very expensive.
One of the biggest advantages that Adam has here, though, is if you can get that console down, you then, for sure, you're starting at 3 hand size, but as soon as you steal 1 more agenda, now your hand size is 7.
And
There's no way you're going to get.
You need that hand size because if the corporation has 6 credits and you steal an agenda, it's good game. Distributing to Scorcher does 4 meat damage. If your hand size is only 3, you have a problem. So you're going to say Doomrat just like run archives for a while, doesn't actually want to touch agendas because agendas are going to be how you end up getting flatlined. As long as Nervous Nightjar starts their turn on 6 credits. Now Doomrat has to burn a click a turn with always be running, whether it's just a bounce off the magnet. But Independent Thinking is going to get rid of the Jackpot as well. The Shadow Net, the safety first. So getting rid of the hand size, keeping the always be running, but getting rid of the Jackpot, I'm surprised. So we're going to remain with some of the directives. We have that HQ multi-access. We also have to run every turn, but we did just trash and draw a whole bunch of cards. It's 1 for 1 for each card you trash, but you draw 2 if you trash a directive. And we're going to trade that in for another Employee Strike. Yeah, another Employee Strike, another Jackpot. Throwing at 2 Matryoshkas.
I assume that was what was being looked for, was another Employee Strike to get rid of that kill switch.
It is so hard to deal with Thule with both kill switch and the text. And now with 2 kill switches in the bin and recursion being kind of rare in the format, there's a chance that Doomrat can now just touch cards. Now the problem with always be running is you need to run first click. So if Doomrat doesn't have 2 credits, you're going to take core damage somewhere. But now Nightjar unfortunately can't just do the combo by feeding an agenda on 6 credits. Card in the remote server. It looks like Doomrat's just going to lean on the always be running for the first couple breaks, not needing icebreakers, of which doesn't really have the credits to support. So this card on the table could be Rashida worst case. Hendrick in theory could lose your whole turn, but Doomrat needs to run here and needs to touch this card. If it's an agenda, you're taking core damage, but it's just a Maryland campaign. Going to click get a caddy down. This always be running is going to be really annoying when you're losing a click a turn into a deck that really cares about those clicks. Maryland. Sorry?
It does let you run without fear, though.
Have we seen the start of a Keeling deck yet? I feel like we keep dropping into the end of them, but
we've never seen the start.
Of a deck.
Do you think this is it?
No.
Upgrade on HQ? Card in server 2. checking server 2 here. Maryland campaign, so brain rewiring. So this is going to be our first core damage, guaranteed. So you don't have to click in 2 credits to pay for this. So the brain rewiring is going to go across.
But no, because employee strikes down.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah.
There's no core damage at all. Adam is safe right now from so much of what Thule
totally
wants to do.
safe. Not needing the money straight up. Now the Maryland is going across. Now distributed tracing, in theory, you can just send that as a tempo tool to trash one of the resources. Not sure if you want to throw your win condition out that quickly. So Nightjar just going to be drawing up. Two clicks left here. Up on 3 agenda points. Doomrat definitely looking for that console. As soon as you get infinite hand size, it's really hard for Thule to do anything too rude to you. Now, if you take too much core damage, Ontological is still technically a win condition. But again, Nightjar's deck is like 54 cards, if I'm not mistaken, so it might not be that consistent in finding some of the power pieces. Might just have a more like an average, enough things to throw into the table. If Doomrat finds something, this the Maryland campaign is forced to trash it for 3 credits. Now, not going to shuffle back in because it's not res. Checking this as a warm reception. So allows you
Can't
to
do anything about it.
de-res, re-res the Maryland if you want that Maryland to last longer. It's technically makes sense
Also
over a long
lets you
enough period of
install
time.
things, which can be
Yeah.
really good in this sort of a
And Logic
Logic
Bomb.
Bomb comes down.
And a 5 influence card. Very importantly, this came out not in Data and Destiny. That this did come out in the Katara cycle. The mini factions did get some support.
We managed to get it in this pack, which
Yeah.
makes Adam very slightly more playable. Obviously, it may be better than him very slightly since Doomrat's doing
Seems
so well.
good. Now we're going to de-res the Maryland with a warm reception. Does warm reception de-res itself? Yes. Excuse me, it does. Yeah, I totally forgot about that. So we're going to de-res both of those. Whether that means that there's also a prototype somewhere, that is the combination, whether you want to use that to deprogram Adam. But the second ice on HQ shows you there must be some pressure here. Again, Logic Bomb is down, but Nightjar is kind of showing, unless this is a bluff, that agendas are in HQ. That might not be too surprising. We've drawn through a fair few cards and only seen 2 agendas so far. But Doomrat looking there for the top of the deck. Going to use Caddy Jones as a way to offload the credits to not be forced to touch a card and be forced to trash it. Two clicks
See
left.
what- This looks good for Doomrat. If he can like, oh,
First
good to see.
breaker. Now we know there's only going to be 3 more Matryoshkas to host, and the Maryland campaign in server 1 being re-res there. I think you have some incentive to maybe trash that. There's a lot of money going to be on it. So we'll see if Doomrat's going to allow 8 credits to go across for the next couple turns. Nightjar needs the money. So far, all the money in the deck has just been the Maryland campaigns. I'm not sure if you can continue to let that go. We'll see how Nightjar uses the credits. And server 4 is a warm reception. Also, the warm reception wasn't rezzed. Now, sometimes you can miss that trigger, but that might mean like the hand only has cards that are operations. We know there's a distributed scorched in there, but also just like agendas that they're not feeling comfortable just putting on the table. Like not rezzing that can tell you something.
This hand might literally be this.
Clicking to draw after the Mandatory. Mandatory was known on the top of the deck. Pausing to figure out just credit into lateral growth to not install, just gaining 2 credits, not installing on 15 again. Whether the hand is just combo or agendas, whether Doomrat wants to double click through the magnet, Logic Bomb. Again, Logic Bomb is really difficult if you think that HQ is having a Mr. Hendrick, because you will end your turn with a core damage. It's not the end of the world to take a single core damage, but I think Doomrat wants to draw in here for more Matryoshkas and maybe the console coming down sooner than later. Lucky find to get up to 9. Not too bad. No caddy this turn. But 9 credits and the ability to at least break maybe 2 ice with a Logic Bomb ABR setup. Nightjar has to consider putting things on the table here.
That one Matryoshka is, you gotta find something else. I mean, right now you can just keep hitting RNG, but
Yeah.
you really want to find something else because then you can get into that HQ, which you know is full of agendas. There's no way that it isn't.
Nightjar keeps drawing up. One of your options too is you can throw out multiple agendas into archives. And then once the runner runs that, you can have a nice surprise for them. But the problem is with Employee Strike, that surprise doesn't really work out that well when it's just free agendas. Also,
And
really,
with the runner already on points, and how much surprising can you do there.
now this brain rewiring is so cool because it's only a 1 pointer, and obviously all points matter. But in theory, you have a click for 9 credit button with Lucky Find, or 6 credits, excuse me. But that's pretty good. Or is it 9 credits? Oh wait, we threw out our, excuse me, we trashed our Shadow Net. It would have been click for 9 credits. Running archives, we saw Hypoxia there. Second Matryoshka getting nested in. So again, another card that needs a bit of a setup. Now Doomrat can end up in a situation where distributed tracing into Hypoxia might be a good enough turn. But again, once you start getting your console down and you build up your hand size, you're far, far away from Scorched Earth being a problem. Nightjar, unfortunately here, hasn't built too much of a remote. Doomrat's also not trashing the Maryland, just letting those credits come through. And still that Warm Reception is not being rezzed. First card onto the table in a minute.
Unable to find anything that isn't anything, and unable to score anything or find anything to get rid of that employee strike, which just completely shuts you down here. You have to do something.
No, whether you're going to put an agenda on the table and say like, hey, I need to get a distributed tracing across, that's technically an option. We'll see if Doomrat does check this. I don't know what's on the table that you're really worried about. Maybe your brain rewiring, but it's just a gaslight. You have to trash. Well, you don't have to trash that. You ran archives. We're going to leave that. Say, I don't care what operations you get from your deck. That's wild.
I guess. Well, I guess the biggest danger is that they're probably able to get another kill switch to turn employee strike back.
Yeah, another console. Current. Yeah, I think that's actually pretty important.
Maybe there's another kill switch. Maybe there's another employee strike in hand, just waiting.
So Gaslight, you can search your deck again. You can get another Scorched Earth. It technically matters if there's a hard hitting news. Doomrat wants to keep the credits up. You are having to run turn after turn. So we'll see what Nightjar gets. Again, the operation you get, you have to reveal it. It's a hard-hitting news. Okay. So now Nightjar can actually leverage a credit differential. This Maryland taking for a while. You have to beat the 9 credit trace. But if you do that, Doomrat has to consider spending the whole turn clearing tags, which you actually are not allowed to do with always be running. Like, you have to float a tag.
Oh no.
That means you could do Hypoxia. You can't do double end the line because oh no, you could do double scorch actually. This could be the last turn.
Yep.
Wait, what's happening?
Well, I don't know if there's the influence for double scorched with.
What have we seen so far? We know there's one in hand. That's 4 influence. We've seen only Gaslight Harding. There's only 3 more influence. It could be there. It's a 54 card deck though. Maybe there's a Gaslight on the table in server 6. We do know what server 4 is, but Doomrat now has to figure out what to do here. Hypoxia is an option. We know there's 1 Scorch in hand, so we're just running HQ, saying we cannot clear the tags in any meaningful way. Now it's Highline into Pulse. Oh, his credits are gone.
Oh no! That's
immediately being reset. Now this means the Pulse. You can get an access onto HQ here. You have to use Logic Bomb and you have to double click, which means if Nervous Nightjar has everything in hand, this is just going to be lethal.
Wait. Oh, yeah, no, sorry. You have to...
I think they just broke the wrong...
mistake on which thing you do. In theory, you should just be able to bypass it. Just continue.
Wait, what does this matter?
You can click through the pulse and then bypass the magnet.
Oh, right. I thought Pulse... Yeah, right. You can click through Pulse. You don't have to pay credit. Sick. Because I was assuming that they're going to always be running through something. At this point, though, you might as well always be running. You don't need to use your Logic Bomb. Right? Because you're going to lose your turn anyways. You might as well keep the Logic Bomb.
Oh, yeah, maybe it's that.
Wait, I don't understand what's happening here. You can go through the Pulse for a click.
I assume this is just a desperate, I'm just going to check. I'm just going to go for it. See what I see.
We have an axis here. It can't really change the game much. There's no 4-point agenda. You find the distributed tracing. You find the Hypoxia and the Highline. So you know if Nightjar has Hypoxia, maybe feeling bad throwing out the first Hypoxia, because in theory you have a flatline there. Hypoxia, Scorched. We'll see what the hand holds, whether there's another Scorched or another Hypoxia.
Here we go.
Server 6, we're not sure what it is. Warm Reception is going to start to de-res the Maryland. I reckon we can install a card. I don't know if there's any card that draws cards on tempo in this format. There might be a high influence NBN character, but we're 4 tags in here. So Hypoxia is 1 core damage, giving Doomrat fewer clicks on the turn, which means it's a fine setup. But actually this second Hypoxia, the Hypoxia that was discarded, is actually the winning Hypoxia here. We know that Nightjar's hand can do at least 5 damage. Can it do 6? You needed this Hypoxia for it. So Marilyn gonna get trashed. You might not want to shuffle that back in if you don't want to draw the Marilyn, if you're looking for another combo card here, but it was shuffled. So Prototype didn't de-res anything. Oh, sorry, de-res the Pulse, which is a fun interaction. You just can't run HQ really, if you have money. So with 3 clicks and 11 credits, we're going to start with the Hypoxia. That's 1 core damage hitting an Employee Strike. That will leave you with 3 clicks, but also 4 card hand. Now this means the Scorched Earth does not end the game. You need the second or third Hypoxia. And unfortunately, again, we know one was discarded into archives like 2 or 3 turns ago. Now, whether you want to take a time here to trash the Always Be Running, I could see that being relevant. It is one of the few ways Doomrats can interact positively with ice. And then whether you want to hope that you draw into another Hypoxia in the future. I don't think you want to Tempo Scorched Earth here. I think you need to keep your kill combo, considering it's going to be hard for Doomrat to clear 4 tags. Hoping maybe for the second Gaslight is likely. Interesting fork. I don't know if there's any other tag punch we're expecting. I think it all has to be lethal. So we're going to click for credit again. Whether you want to trash one of these, again, I think the Always Be Running is a real threat because Doomrat knows there's probably points in hand if you threw out a Hypoxia. Now, if you re-res the Pulse, it doesn't change much. You can click through the Pulse and then double click through the Magnet with ABR. So you can always touch HQ and you will see 2 cards with neutralize all threats.
Yeah.
But this turn you only have 3 clicks actually, so you can't do it. Oh,
Taking 2 credits, just ending the turn.
Not dealing with the resources. So Doomrat checking server 6. Again, this is the unknown, if I'm not mistaken. 4 should be the warm reception. It's a successful field test on the table. This puts Doomrat on game point. Now, can run R&D. You can't double click to the ice, but just drawing up and saying, I hope you don't have it this turn. And now on game point, again, you know next turn that Doomrat can run HQ, get through these 2 pieces of ice, see 2 cards in HQ. So unless...
And we know there's got to be some stuff in HQ.
The Hypoxia thrown out, I'm pretty sure. And the last couple turns for Nightjar, there has to be points in HQ.
You have to trash the neutralize all threats at this point, or the Always Be Running.
I think the Always Be Running does enough, unless Doomrat like drops a Logic Bomb from hand. That might be okay. Because if you do Logic Bomb, but you have to run first click actually. So yeah, no, it's tricky. Warm Reception installing a new card. We got a mandatory draw. Again, if we find a Hypoxia, we do win the game here. Because we do have the Scorched. Server 7 cannot be scored this turn. Ontological Dependence is also only a 3/2. So it's not as if Nightjar can get those out of hand if those are waiting there. So still holding on 4 tags and 1 core damage is exactly just enough core damage to not be flatlined. Nightjar gaining a credit, not advancing board state, trashing the Always Be Running, understanding 1 good run on HQ will do it. So Doomrat needs to find a way to break Magnet. There's the brain chip. Oh, we have maybe got past that tricky point in the road because now you have +5 hand size. That is 9 hand size. So
at this point, you can just on your next turn draw 4 cards and Scorched won't kill you.
If Nightjar can't find the kill combo this turn in the top deck or the next card draw, Doomrat will probably survive the rest of the game. You still have an angle with another core damage to score at Ontologicals, but that is only going to get you to 4 points. So Nightjar needs it. It looks like server 7 is not the Gaslight, which would have been huge. So you have 1 click here to exactly find a Hypoxia or maybe another Scorched Earth. Because next turn, we're getting 4 more cards in our hand. And that's so much harder to kill the late game Adam. Anytime you play against Adam and even Apex in the late game, those mini factions were nigh unkillable with their consoles. Their consoles basically were just like, don't die.
It's so much fun to see this because I think at this point, everyone who plays Modern Network Standard is used to the math for kills.
Yeah.
Because like end of the line is still the same as a Scorched Earth most of the time.
Yeah.
But now you have this and you have to remember how Adam works and remember how you have to kill Adam. There's so many fun.
It's really hard. Nightjar pausing here again. That is definitely not the card you want to hit the table. 22 cards left in the stack. Actually took Adam some time to find there, to find the console. Nightjar drawing. Okay, if this draws exactly a damage card, you have a window here. Otherwise, you have to play the long game. And I'm not sure you're excited about the long game. Now, breaker count, not that we have many money. There's only 2 more Matryoshkas, so there's only so much ice you can break. Not that this Thule deck is going to have much more ice than just a bit of ice. And on 5 agenda points, looks like there's real 4/2s and probably foods as well in the deck. So besides the brain rewirings, any access can be game. Neutralized threats, also alive and well in HQ. So in theory, you can get into HQ with just 2 credits if you run early, because you can click through the pulse and then just pay 2 for the magnet, if I'm not mistaken. Technically, you need 3 because the pulse makes you lose a credit. So Doomrat can draw up a bit. I wonder if he's going to be scared and be on 8 hand size for most of the game. Even in theory, 9 hand size is the most safe, because then you don't die to scorched, followed up by hypoxia. Because technically 5 is pretty safe, but 8, if you're worried about double scorch, that's the most safe. All right, Estelle. Now Nightjar went for a draw instead of going for the Estelle draw. Oh, just tempo scorched. I love to see it.
It gets rid of a logic bomb.
Logic bomb out, not hitting another Matryoshka. I think that might have been your good hit, but just drawing up here. Now, Estelle Moon, card on the table. Whether that's an agenda the Nightjar puts out on a turn you do not think your opponent's going to check, Estelle Moon is now going to pop off. But Doomrat needs to find Matryoshkas. Technically, still a window here for Scorched Earth into Hypoxia. And it is just an agenda on the table into an ontological. Love that fork.
Which will get rid of the employee strike.
Yeah.
Not that it probably doesn't matter since you're on 5 points, but it's good to see it gone.
Doomrat still on 0 credits. Good trade back there. Understanding Doomrat feels like he needs to draw up, but we're going to put the winning points on the table. What a wild risk. Now, Server 9 is new. Whether that's the next ontological, we do think Nightjar has more agendas in hand, so an aggressive push like that could have made sense. Doomrat drawn up on 6 hand size now. On 3 credits, you're pretty safe. It's going to be at least 6 credits, technically 5 credits. You can do Scorch, but with 1 in the bin, that is 4 influence. So far our influence count is 4, 5, 6, 7. Checking gear last click. You can take a core damage. Just a Maryland campaign. Can't trash it. You'd have to if you could. We're going to keep 7 cards in hand. Passing it back Maryland campaign. Estelle Moon's going to get more time. Nitro needs to now build a scoring remote server. The question is, does this deck have any defensive upgrades? And I think the answer is you have to set up another Heinlein into Pulse on the remote server.
I think you're looking for another one of those, but that isn't.
It's not bulletproof. You need like another ice in front of that or behind that. Like you need Heinlein into Magnet. And even that, like Logic Bomb does it. Now again, there's only one more Onto. So like, what do you do? Score out a brain rewiring and then 2 4/2s? Do you score out a food and a last Onto? Like scoring out a food seems hard.
Brain rewiring really doesn't do much against Adam at this point. You need a ton of money. And Nervous Nightjar's on 4 credits.
Imagine.
Estelle does help.
Yeah, Estelle helps a lot.
So never mind.
But imagine flatlining an Adam who has like 9 cards in hand from scoring a sick brain rewiring. Like it would be awesome.
On server 10.
Rashida, have to trash it. Don't have the credits. Again, Doomrat's now choosing to run like first click. Technically that wasn't first click, but there's a Hendrik. So Nightjar is going to spend 2 credits to force Doomrat to lose all the turn. In theory here, you could actually take a core damage because taking 2 core damage only matters for the last ontological. Yeah. Going instead?
No. Oh, because it would matter for
only the last ontological.
10?
Sorry?
It's 9 right now.
Yeah.
9. Okay.
Now, you know, Nightjar is not doing anything with the board state, but like with Estelle Moon, that can change in a heartbeat, right? Like, so you have to be prepared for it, especially because it's now Rashida into Estelle. Like across the next couple of clicks, you can draw half your deck nearly.
Yeah, but even so, I don't know what the corp's doing with all those cards. You need a Heinlein, like you said, you need a Heinlein plus an ice plus a pulse to really start doing anything.
It's tricky. Now we're going to start there with a warm reception. We still have the Maryland ticking in the background, and Estelle Moon is ready to take 10 credits at instant speed, let alone draw 5 cards. Now, this is where like Estelle Moon at some point, you actually end up in a situation where Estelle Moon becomes unmanageable, right? Like if Doomrat can pressure HQ, and in theory, Doomrat can pressure HQ on 3 credits, especially seeing 2 cards from HQ, how do you crack Estelle Moon, right? Like at some point, if you leave Estelle Moon for too long, it becomes impossible.
It does mean if you are on 2 Scorched or some other strategy like that, you can potentially just
set it up.
Estelle Moon to draw your entire
Yeah.
deck and then kill.
You could do like Hypoxia, Scorch. It comes down to the influence spend. Oh, Logic Bomb's coming down. I think we're running. We can't run HQ here. We could do. Yeah, we could run HQ here actually.
How?
You Logic Bomb run HQ. You lose a
we're
click
Logic
on
Bombing.
Pulse. Oh no, because you lose a click to Pulse Res too. Yeah, you can't do it.
Wait.
Yeah, Doomrat's thinking this out. So if you install a Logic Bomb in your run, you have 1 click left. Pulse reses, you lose your click, so you can't click through the Logic Bomb subroutine. So this run actually doesn't work. It forces Nightjar to res the Pulse, but if Nightjar reses the Pulse, you have no clicks. And that means that we have 2 end the run ice in a row.
It might just be trying to force the res of the pulse to get the res of the pulse out, because if you res the pulse, that costs you 3 credits.
Yeah, but there's an Estelle, a Marilyn, a Prototype, and you can de-res the Pulse. Right? Like, I don't know what this does. Now, Nightjar needs to trash the Logic Bomb. You're also technically at a spot with on 5 hand size. It's unlikely that you flatline from 5 hand size. But here now, it's whether Nightjar... Yeah, I can't get the math right. I think Doomrat did the mistake where you forget you lose a click and then you have to lose a click. So you need 3 clicks to do that. So that's unfortunate. We'll see how Nightjar capitalizes on that again. Not going straight for the D-Res of Pulse. So you really want to consider trashing the Logic Bomb. Again, we've gone through so many cards. The deck was on 54 cards. We only have 22 left, and we've only seen 7 points so far. So running HQ and seeing 2 cards seems kind of like a given. There goes the Logic Bomb. Now you still can make this run. It only costs you 3 credits. You lose 1 to the Pulse, 1 click to the Pulse. So you can't actually do it this turn.
The Warm Reception didn't de-res the Pulse. That's interesting.
Yeah, Nightjar might feel a bit tense on money.
Do you just try and kill the reception at any cost? Because that's the thing that's keeping that server.
I don't know if the reception matters. It does actually, because of the Heinlein.
De-res the pulse.
Yeah. Yeah, Doomrat needs money here. Now 11, I think we know server 11 is that the Hendrix server?
I think so.
So
Doomrat is drawing up. I think that's the 3rd and final Logic Bomb. So at this point, you just need to get your Matryoshkas, but you also need to get credits. Doomrat not clicking for credit. I don't know what card draw you draw into here to get out of this board state. Like jackpots are a bit too slow, and then if you steal an agenda, you might just win the game. So Nightjar is still just like taking through Marilyn. We're not de-resing it, we're just shuffling it back into the deck. Again, that's quite fair. It's infinite economy over infinite clicks, and now we're de-resing the Pulse on this turn. So that trap has just reset itself. Installing in a new remote server, advance, finding the last ontological. Okay, at this point, you can now take as much core damage as you want. The problem is you just need to be in a board state where you can always contest the remote server. Because if Nightjar does install advance on any turn, it can be the food and the game will be over. So Doomrat here on 9 credits. Again, technically Estelle Moon is plus 14 credits. You just need to keep your cards up.
Oh, lucky find.
Nice.
Oh. You can't lose
Multi-threader doesn't lose
credits.
That lets you, is that?
I shouldn't get, that gets you
that lets
through
you
a
break
magnet.
through the magnet.
Did Doomrat
That's not in your credit pool.
Did Doomrat put credits on Caddy last turn? Oh yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Okay.
With that, now that pulse is not, that Heinlein is not the end of the world.
Yeah.
You have to put down another ice on that server.
Nightjar here needs to consider trashing the resources. I think trashing Caddy last turn might have been a thing, but the neutralize all threats has to go. Because it's very easy for Doomrat to run HQ here for 2 clicks to see 2 cards on HQ, and 1 agenda wins the game. So drawing up, again, hoping that your hand gets better here. Whether you have a 3rd ice, that's technically a possibility. But in theory, Doomrat gets through here. So card in server 11 could be an agenda. Now, unless it's Holloman 5-3, you can generally let this agenda go through. If it's Holloman brain rewiring and to kill, like maybe that's a play line you have.
We're pretty sure that that's the Kendrick,
Kendrick.
right?
Yeah, but Holloman could be anywhere though, right?
Oh, that's fair. Do we know, I guess we don't know server 4 or 13?
I don't know if we know 4. I feel like we might. We definitely don't know 13.
You can also just pressure HQ and get in, or pressure server 11. Like
There you go.
any
Trashing,
server you could get into now.
trashing the neutralize all threats seems important here.
Oh,
So now Doomrat can
Please.
first check server 11. We're going to check archives to keep the corporation honest, finding a distribute tracing, no surprise. Install a Gabali. Wait, that's sick. You can now run server 11 and also run HQ this turn. Oh, okay. I guess now we have to use the Gabali on this run
I guess so.
because this pulse ends the run unless you can spend a click, and you lose a click to this. You also lose all your money. So you can Gabali this last subroutine and then multi-thread the magnet. If you ran a click sooner, in theory, you don't need the Gabali, but wait, what's happening? I guess we're Gabaling the magnet. That's fine too.
Okay, come on in the back. Makes
I
sense.
think you need to run 2 clicks sooner
Yes.
because you're going to lose
Yeah.
one to the pulse. Yeah.
So this plays around the res.
The math gets really hard and complex.
So now in theory, Nightjar can just draw 8 cards and say, like, I hope that makes HQ better. Like, you have the math there. If there's some agendas in hand, it might make sense sometimes res a Stell Moon. Your next turn is going to be weird. But if you know that you have more agendas in HQ, hold on, Axis. Do we pop a Stell? Cool. That's it. It's in hand. Probably been in hand for a while.
Wow.
How many in there?
GG.
There was food, warm reception, warm prototype, felt like a ton. There's 2 in there. So it's up to you to do the math whether drawing with a Stell would make the density lower or higher. But
Real drag out game there.
yeah.
Ton of fun though.
Raketa says, why did the Highline remove all the runner's credits? Is that a bug? In theory, if you run last click, yeah, it shouldn't remove all the credits because you have no clicks to lose, right?
Yeah, that's true.
So
Did it actually
I guess that's-
remove?
it looks like it. Because
Or-
Doomrat was on 4 credits when the run started.
Well, did he have 1 click left or
No,
Either way,
none. Yeah,
great
weird.
play. Either way, great play. We're seeing a combination we haven't seen in a very long time here.
Yeah, very,
Very
cool.
fun to see the weird intricacies of Jinteki that might.
All right, that's a very
That does
important matchup
mean-
because Doomrat might make the top cut now.
That does mean that almost certainly we'll see a Doomrat in the top cut with Adam. Absolutely awesome.
Do we want to jump
Love
in
to see that.
to table 3, which is D versus London? That's another very big
sure.
deciding game.
Sounds good to me. I'll go check on them.
Cool, thank you. Again, not much time left in the round here. Top 4 will be moving on, and we'll see from there. Again, it'll be single elimination, so it'll only be 2 more rounds. Again, single elimination is pretty wild. If you're used to double elimination, you don't have as thick
Yep, we're good to
margins.
stream.
Okay, thank you.
Although it is 6-0, it looks like.
Whoa, London on Seb into
With 2
CTM.
news teams.
Now, this is definitely my favorite so far. This is a fun matchup. When CTM fires and you know Seb is going to fire, it's fascinating. Now on the remote server, we have a slot machine, a card in server 9, and we do know that D's list runs more than one post-truth dividend, so any top deck could be the winning top deck for D. Now last turn, hard-hitting news went through. D did not score out, so they don't have it so far. And London just paid most of their credits to dodge a hard-hitting news. That just happened last turn. So down on 1 credit, again, rogue trading into Valentina is technically 3 clicks for 3 credits, or 5 credits. It's not the worst. Looks like we're going to do that here. Ideally, we get a Seb install. You have to watch out. Corp is acting. There might be a zealous judge in server 9. Action after this move. Okay, I don't know what that means. Spoilers, I guess. I think D missed it. I think there's a zealous judge in server 9.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
they missed the trigger for that.
Yeah, I think they definitely wanted to zealous. So zealous judge is an asset that you can only res when undo. Yeah, asking for the undo when the runner's tagged, and that gives you the button to give the runner more tags. And so you can just click that button and flood the runner with tags. Okay, we're going for the undo here. This is easier in person. So this is the zealous judge. It's only 2 influence, but only can be res if the runner's tag. Now from this point forward, you can spend a click and a credit to give a tag, and that's still expensive for D. But if you can get London to a situation like this, is the weird fork. Like, do you deal with the zealous judge, or do you infloat a tag, or do you let it go? And it's hard to tell what to do here. Zealous Judge is a bit expensive for D. I think D is just trying to keep London busy, maybe hoping to draw into a 2-1 sooner than later. Because D needs money here. 4 cards in hand. Sweep Sweep can go through. We've seen 1 so far. It'd only be 3 credit play. But D's fast advance is shipping from the Disperse. There's a Sweep Sweep. So you need 2 tags for that. Now, technically, you can install a connection here, but Seb did on the rogue trading. So we're just going to give 2 tags and say, not only do you have to trash the Zealous, you have to clear the tag. So this is an absolute, like, you can get in a really ugly lock very quickly.
Yeah, especially because we saw D playing Freedom of Information, right?
Yes, I
I
believe.
think so, yeah. And little on quantum predictives, right? Yo, D is on at 15 minutes. You know that other game against Styx where D couldn't find it? There was like a bunch of 2-1s. That's wild.
There it is.
Now Valentina just trades
Oh, this is
1 for 1. So you pay credit, I pay credit. You pay credit, I pay credit. I do not know who comes ahead of that, but I reckon it might be the Seb, the deck that has tag-based payoffs. I think D realized that button might not be a winning line here. Only 4 credits to res ice. Now Slot Machine sometimes gets res for free if you get lucky on that pull. Just clicking for credits, waiting for that 2-1 to come through. We know there's at least 1 more in D's deck. Now you can destroy the Slot Machine this turn if you want to take a tag with Aquaceres Crew. It'll go down from 2 strength to 0. And then you keep your crew around, which is kind of neat. If you trash the Zealous Judge, though, you will take a tag from controlling the message, and the Trace 4 will come across. So, Banar going on R&D. I do believe we know London has a medium for multi-access, but we're just going to poke here on R&D.
You
Only
could
12
potentially
cards
launch,
left.
Although you are risking any well, no, there's no tags anymore, but this is a dangerous thing because with the Zealous Judge out, you gotta poke carefully, otherwise you'll potentially lose on predictive models.
Seeing here on top of R&D, deciding whether to trash. Controlling the message, mind you, is an installed corp card, so it's not going to impact the trash off the top of R&D. But still, obviously, this is the card that D will draw, and there's a chance that D wants to draw a different card, specifically a 2-1. So you want to be mindful here. You also have to watch out, right? Like the deck only has, so far, this is 6, 7, 8, 9 points. The deck and the game only has 11 more points in it, and the runner needs 7 of those points. Like, I don't think we're going to see it this game, but you can get into situations where like you just can't win the game. Now, I think D will win sooner than that, but like you need to steal nearly all the agendas in the rest of the game to get the 7 points for London.
Yeah.
And there's not that much time in the round.
Oh, yes.
It's a Rashida, London trashing for 1. Whether you want to go back here, because D is drawing a new card. A 2-1 is going to be very important, but at this point, London can't play to not let D win. London has to play to let London win. Installed only. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Old CTN players are familiar with that text. Round ends in about 2 minutes, right?
We're very close to time.
Checking for Oppo. Hey, post-truth, there's a 2-1. D could have top decked that, closed the game off. But London just running it back. Freedom as well. 3 points.
That's 3 points.
Needs to find 2 more agendas here to have a chance to close the game out. But with D not rezzing, the agendas have to be somewhere.
The tension of seeing this.
Yeah. The score here is absolutely loaded. Install and server 8, advance.
That was
D has
sitting here like there's a chance.
Yeah, 4-2-1.
That it might just immediately happen.
Drew it last turn. Yeah, D just drew it halfway through the turn and clicked for credits just to get set up. But it is very hard for London to win off the top of R&D, especially with the 7th point in hand. Both 1 minute left in the round. Well played to both players. Unfortunately, London in second place a round to go. I'm not sure if that means they'll be able to make the top cut. We'll see if D does make it there. This was the 12-point game. So very important matchup if you want to make the top cut. Turns out Zealous Judge into the Seb tech I thought it was. Yeah, it's really awkward with Valentina, that's for sure. I'm going to give Seb so many tags. Yeah.
Oh,
very cool.
fun to see, though.
Yeah.
With D winning, I'm not sure who ends up in the top cut. It's going to be
Yeah.
close. I believe that the top cut is now definitely going to be Doomrat and looks like
Oh, Dolores and Rain
Soul.
played it out, it seems. I thought they would ID, so it gets a bit more volatile. That means there's going to be another 15-point player because Dolores Day did win that matchup. So we'll see what that does. Rain strength of schedule, I imagine, is going to be the best of the 15s.
Yeah. We'll see, though.
Cool. Also,
I'm excited
Lucy
to see
versus
this.
Styx. That was an important matchup too. That probably has wrapped up. That's one of the final rounds here. So yeah, this is gonna be close.
Either way, it's going to be close. Top 4. And I'm excited to see which decks are in the top 4. There's actually a shocking amount of variation amongst our top few. There's obviously more RPs than anything, but like,
I think the runner side is more diverse than I might have imagined. The corp, I think there's gonna maybe, if we're lucky, have at least 3 IDs, different IDs in the top 4.
the fact that we saw Adam at all in the top 4 makes me so happy. The fact that we're seeing Adam like this, just wonderful stuff. Wonderful stuff.
So we'll see here again, round 3 or round 6. Wow, it's gonna be wrapping up soon. It looks like there's one final match. How much time is left in the round? It's like a minute, so I don't think we're gonna.
Time is up.
Okay. They're in
extra
OT.
turns.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I don't think we're gonna bother them on that. So that means, are we gonna jump straight into the top cut once this wraps up?
I'm going to talk to the top 4, see if they want to break. I think
Okay.
we might try and make a small one because
Yeah.
we only took a short one earlier, so I imagine people may want a little bit more now.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay.
We'll see.
So what we're going to do is we're going to throw to a break here on the stream for about 5 minutes. And then 5 minutes, we'll come back with at least the announcement of the top cut. And then from there, we'll give you an update whether we're going to be back in 5 minutes or in 10 minutes. Sounds good? Thanks so much for watching. We're just about to dive into the top cut again. We had 36 players today. We're trying to figure out what the top 4 are. This is our end of our final round. We'll be back for some top cut in just a minute. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome and thank you for volunteering your time to the Symbian Consumer Marketing Focus Group. Your opinions are valuable to us and we want to know what they are. Tell us everything. 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 Tell us everything. Everything. Everything.
Welcome back. We have just wrapped up our final round of Swiss today, our random access memories, part of Off Meta Month. Huge shout out for everyone who came out not only to watch, but to play. We had 36 players today, which is a bit more than expected, and we have a clean enough top four, actually, well, mostly clean. Undefeated at the top. The Soul of Dolores Day did not lose a game all day, actually played out the final round, going undefeated, clean record 3-3 on both Andy and Jinteki replicating perfection. Right after, in 15th place, we have Rain. They are also an RP, undefeated. All the RPs didn't lose a game in the top cut, and Freedom going 2-1. That Freedom, I believe we saw one game, if I'm not mistaken. A very, very interesting deck. Then Doomrat winning it in on Thule, also undefeated. Lots of different Thule today. And then Adam only dropping one game on 15 points. And then on a very high strength of schedule, D on 12 points, dropping only one game with Controlling the Message and one with World Tree Isla. I'm really excited to see this top four cut. So we actually got 4 different runner IDs and 3 different corp IDs in the top cut, which like, I do not think that's what I expected. Did y'all think that was going to happen?
No, I mean, looking at this at the beginning, we were all talking about, oh, CTM, this is so scary. But now we've got like simple, pretty like normal or pretty like very varied lineup. I mean, I think we've got a specific trends. Like there's
Yeah.
some real prison decks here, I think.
There's some good stuff, that's for sure.
I think
I mean, just seeing an Adam is so wonderful. I'm so happy.
we built a Thule and we built an Ayla in the 2 hours at the start, so I think we were pretty correct.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
mean,
nailed it.
they're there.
Nailed it. With that note, it looks like our 4 contestants who are going to be doing a top cut. Now, the top cut's not going to be particularly long. It's just going to be 2 rounds, I believe. Technically, it can be 3 rounds, right? No, because it's single elimination.
No.
It can only be 2 rounds.
Yep.
So how it's going to work, it's still single elimination. The first seed will play the 4th seed. The second plays the 3rd seed. And in the first round, the higher seed can pick which side of the matchup. Will it be closed or open deck list, Slava?
It will be open.
Whoa. Cool. Sick. I like open deck lists. So it'll be open deck lists. Now this will be kicking off in about 15 minutes. So in 15 minutes from now, we'll come back and we'll have 2 last rounds to figure out who is going to be the champion of probably the only RAM that's run this year, which is pretty exciting. So you can pick your favorite runner, pick your favorite corpse. You got some choices here, but we'll be back in just 15 minutes with the beginning of our top cut. We'll see y'all in a bit.
Trust the Whaling Consortium. Build to last. The Whaling Consortium. Builder of nations.
Welcome back. We're just about to start the top cut here at the off meta month random access memories tournament. My name is Andre. I go by he, him, usually at the Match Ball Grid. Super excited to be here on the Null Signal Games channel. And of course, I'm joined by two friends. Firstly, organizing the tournament. It's Cold Lava. How's it going?
Hello. I also go by he, him, and I'm excited to start the first round of the cut.
We're also joined by Juniper. Juniper, what's up?
Hey, she, her. I'm so excited for this. I'm really excited to see the end of this tournament. It's been so much fun so far.
So the way
And we've got a
Yeah, go ahead.
shockingly varied final few for
We
what we thought
do.
was going to be a very defined meta.
There's not that many options for identities, and we do see like 7 in the top 8, which is pretty wild. So what's going to happen is now we have a single elimination top cut. So pretty simply, the Soul of Dolores Day, she'll be playing against D. I believe she's picked that she wants to play Andromeda versus controlling the message, and then Rain will be playing Doomrat. I'm not sure if they picked the sides yet. Whoever wins those matches, they will be playing each other. It will be, I think, either they'll have to play the side that they didn't play in round 1. If they play the same sides, it'll be randomized. And whoever wins that wins a tournament. It's just that simple. Now, if you want to see some of the deck lists they built, they're actually open deck lists. So both players get to review all the decks so they know card for card what's in everything. And so we can look through things here. So I think I've opened all of these. Let's start on, this is Dolores's. No, this is Rain's deck. Excuse me. I didn't open them in order. This is Dolores's deck. So we saw a bit of Andy on stream. So it is a Jachinyu deck and it has 2 Wizard's Chest, but it also has Security Nexus. I didn't realize that Security Nexus is a fantastic option with Wizard's Chest. Getting a free Nexus down if you really want to is sick. We
I
also
didn't even realize we had Wizard Chess. That's fun.
Yeah, so Jachinyu against CTM is probably what's going to happen here. It's going to be hard. We did see D ice up actually central servers a fair bit. We saw a fair bit more ice we might have expected, but there's good ways to cheat through ice. Whether it's Fazera, Mammon, Melandra Gem, Spearfishing, you're going to be able to cheat around things. When it comes to economy, of course, we have crowdfunding and we have Maxwell James for a bit more link. ShadowNet, if we want to just play our same. I do think that in this matchup, there is news teams. So ShadowNets will get some value. Sorry, Juniper?
Shadownet's so much fun with news team. I was gonna ask, do we know which game we're gonna watch?
No. What would you want to see? I think we can do either way.
We just heard back that Rain will be running, if that helps your decision.
So that means we won't see Adam. I don't know if that changes your options, Juniper.
We can do the deer game.
Okay, cool. So D, when it comes to CTM, We saw actually D score out a fair bit of points. That's how we're looking to win here. In terms of 1-pointers, the list has a couple. We're on post-truth dividends, 1 quantum model, and a 15 minutes. So there is a lot of 3-pointers. And then everything else is just global food initiatives, big old 5-3s, which are 5-2s for the runner, and then freedom of informations. So if you end up getting tag me, that can be a problem for you. We have Zealous Judge to ensure that you are going to have those tags stick. In terms of our ice, Resistor gets a bit better when you're tagged. Newshound, I think we have targeted marketing for current. We have Keegan Lane to trash some programs, a single Holloman for some fast advance, but then Shipment from Vladisberski is the real win con here. So we'll see how aggressive D can force the issue to make hard-hitting news connect, because for what it's worth, I don't know if Dolores Day's deck has that much burst economy in the first couple turns. We'll see if you can get across with the Falsified and Deduces Wild, because otherwise interacting, if you don't have early money, can be tricky. So Caddy Jones is going to be your slow option. We'll see how volatile the early game is.
All right, and we're also. I went in and asked. We're good for streaming. They're about around 1 turn in.
Oh, sick. Okay, welcome. So for those who don't know, controlling the message, we are, maybe 2 turns in. This one world's a couple times. It only has 12 influence. And it says the first time the turn to runner trash is installed corp card, it's going to be for trace 4 to get a tag. D has an okay econ start there, Maryland into sweeps week, but across the table, Andy gets the Maxwell James, has an info bounty, a jackpot, and 2 crowdfundings in the early hand. Again, Andromeda, all she does is have a big early hand with 9 cards. It's easy to find your crowdfundings. Throwing out a Mammon means that you probably have more breakers, and we're going to push in the remote server. I don't know if there's too much Deacon score out here. That's going to be a huge issue. Maybe a Rashida is something you need to protect. Deuces, just for cards and credits, falsified.
Because of the Maxwell James is also so important because of the CTM ability.
Yeah.
You're going to get 1 more trace on.
Yep. Now that's a food in the remote server. Now Mammon into Dean Lister, Dolores, she's just flying through her deck setting up. D doesn't really have a way to score out the food, but needs to move these agendas forward. Now next turn, Dolores is going to be on 4 credits. So D might be able to advance and say, I'm going to get on 3 points quickly. And then just technically there's enough 1-pointers to score the game out. But more importantly, just trying to force the game forward, because you cannot sit back next turn. It's very easy for Dolores to make 3 runs to get crowdfunding to do something. Double advance into Tarmar. Going to call crowdfunding on this, no doubt. So if you want to make your 3 runs for your 6 credits, that's going to be 20 credits for the corporation. We'll see if Dolores can just like spearfishing the remote server and turn this whole, turn the coin off. I'd be surprised if we can't get around this.
You can get in there. Then the crowdfunding thing no longer matters because you're going to trash it.
Caddy Jones, she might just play the control route and let this go through. So if there's no spearfishing, even Mammon with enough credits goes through, you have to risk the hard-hitting news, and she's not going to take some risks here. If you want to spend 2 turn cycles largely scoring out a global food initiative, that seems like it's fine for the runner here, who's going to eventually get a lot of money off the jackpots, and then of course eventually the crowdfundings.
You also definitely have those employee strikes in your deck somewhere.
Yeah. So a sweeps week was played. It might have been played on turn 1. I want to check the log, because hitting a turn 1 sweeps week against Andy is always a treat.
Explain all of the money.
Yeah, that probably is what happened. Falsified server 2 is a Zealous Judge. Now the no one home is going to be nice protection to use your link, and you actually have 2 link here to deal with the controlling the message. D needs to keep pushing. Maybe the window here is a bit too short, but even hard-hitting news into Zealous might cause some problems. 3 cards on the table, 14 credits. D next turn. There's a Holloman here. It could be on game point if it's Holloman into global food. So we'll see if Dolores wants to risk the interaction here.
Wild start.
6 credits.
And I did check. It was turn 1, click 1, sweep week.
Yes. Old school. Dolores running here for archives. Just getting the 2 credits off the info bounty. This is the first run, I think, for a bit. And up onto 14 credits. Not going to be risking the hard-hitting news.
Holloman.
Just Rashida.
No, just
now 3rd crowdfunding hit the heap, not wanting to install it to give 10 for the corporation. So it is powers that be. It's just an agenda on the table. We'll see a 3-1. Oh no, we're scoring from hand a 2-1. So this is going to be the 15 minutes. This will allow us to put a Rashida back on server 3. That's a nice way to get tempo. So that means that D is technically on game point. Now we know server 2 is a Zealous Judge. We don't know what server 5 is. Server 3 is a Rashida. But at any point, if there's 2 cards on the table that Dolores doesn't run, you always threaten global food into Holloman as long as D has 8 credits. So technically on game point here, we'll see if Dolores puts a pressure on 14 credits, going to run HQ with the Mammon, maybe deal with server 3, and hopefully try and turn off that Tarmar on the same turn you can run 3 times.
Dolores does have 5 credits on 5 credits on the jackpot means if you can steal something, you will get some credits back, which is nice.
It's like she's just setting up here, understands like, hey, in the late game, I have all this drip. I have this infinite economy. So we're going to identify the mark. Looks like Mammon is not going to go straight from the employee strike. So now we can check 5. We can check server 2 as well if you want to deal with the Zealous Judge before it's a problem. So it is a second Zealous Judge. I think the list only has 2. So if you want to deal with both of those, again, the only way those will come back is the powers that be. So that is 2 very important cards taken off the table. Now, if Dolores trashes the powers that be, there's a chance. Looks like she's just making the 3rd run to get the 3rd crowdfunding. That's 9 credits and 3 card draw. And will always be there for you. D.
D's still in a good place. I mean, lots of cards, 17 credits. You can do a lot of stuff with that.
The deck has
But,
only one
yeah.
Holoman. So like maybe you can install in server 3, install an ice, install another ice, and say if you're going to get in here, it's going to cost you enough money that I can maybe get through the no one home trace. Because Dolores next turn is on 12 credits with jackpot on 7. Like it's so hard to get a hard-hitting news across while also threatening an agenda with a jackpot. Like it's just the best insurance. I don't know what you do here. Like maybe Keegan Lane buys you a window. You know there's spear fishings. This is tricky. D again, thinking this through, a lot of options with 9 cards in hand. Now the deck is only on a single Holoman, which means if you want to threaten the Never Advance, it's exceedingly as unlikely as it can largely be in this deck to find exactly that 5/3. Now, hard-hitting news, if that can't stick, you lose the freedom of informations. They're blank 4/2s in your deck. For what it's worth, if D can get a 4/2 install advance, maybe that's something if that goes through, because then you win on any of the 1-pointers, and there's still 3 2-1s that D can score from any board state.
Getting another big agenda, getting any sort of large D is like a 4/2 here means you are at game point, instantly ready to win, running so many 2-1s.
There's hard-hitting news. Again, you have to beat the 2 link from Andy on top of the 9. So the question is whether we're going to fire the no one home. It looks like we are. And now D can't fire this trace again, spending so much money. So no one home resets the first tag trace, avoids all 2, 1, 4, 7, 8, 3, 6, 4, 7s. What is that? Cool. We're seeing part of J now we don't normally see. But now D has a money issue. It did get through Dolores's first no one home. I don't know how many are in the list, but crowdfunding is just going to turn the corner here. I do not feel good for D's position. 2 Zealous Judges. Security Nexus hard installed. We're going to transition to Jade Shinyo. There's no run here, so no hard-hitting news. Security Nexus, we're now 3 link in against controlling the message.
That's a lot of money too.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's only 3 credits, but with the Katie Jones and the triple crowdfunding there, that is really good.
Icing up 2 servers. This is a cool line again. Now, while there will be a bit of money coming in with crowdfunding and Jackpot is still working, this forces 2 different runs. You have to be careful. Again, Security Nexus, you're going to be hard pressed to beat the trace. Again, Andy has Link, but there is 1 QTM in the deck, or sorry, QPM in the deck. So Mammon not getting a charge. We're going to start here with the slot machine. Definitely don't need to Nexus this if you don't want to. You can first, well, I guess you can't see the on encounter. You have to decide first. So we're going to trace. This is trace 5. So that
5, that still costs the how much the corp currently has. The runners currently has.
Oh, it's a food.
Security Nexus is. Oh.
No, unfortunately, this is just trace 6. So even if D throws everything at it, you can beat it because you are on link 7 with 4 credits. This is just a money sink. So there's a chance here with another hard-hitting news if D can do credit, hard-hitting news, but Jackpot is going to change that math significantly.
Wow.
8 credit neutral econ card.
Coming in clutch.
Such a good backing card there. So only paying 2 to beat the Mani Sanai. D can't really boost into it. I don't know what D does from this board state. This is going to look rough.
Yeah, early game it was looking really good for D, but it's definitely starting to shift in Dolores' favor.
A lot of this ice will be traced base, and the runner does have 3 link. Like Resistor doesn't do anything. I don't know how taxed you're going to be with an Archangel if that's threatening the Security Nexus. I don't know what D can do here. The best case is maybe a Holoman sticks on the table, or D in theory can score out every other 2-1 in the list to get the 7 points. Crowdfunding cycled through, have a huge incentive to run 3 times Amani for 4 credits.
Trash the money makes sense.
No.
Don't want to keep having to pay for that, especially with the security nexus down.
Running
Going in again.
HQ.
If we start seeing agendas here, that's real right.
And we want one more
Stop.
run. We're checking server 3 here. We can definitely trace through this for 2 credits. We're not even worrying about our J2 plan and finding a Maryland campaign. Whether you want to trash that now, D can res it for neutral econ next turn, but Dolores just made 9 credits, making those 3 runs. This is why crowdfunding is banned in a lot of formats.
And all the crowdfundings immediately come back.
Woof.
So that's 3 drip per turn if you're counting at home.
Yeah, it's like Wizard, but it's your money.
And then 3 cards at the end, right?
Yeah, it's like really good Wizard. All right, with double icing, that actually becomes slightly more interesting. Whether D can thread that fast enough is the problem. Dolores is going to start here on 13 credits. Info bounty on archives. At some point, Dolores can just transition to centrals. There might be an agenda in HQ. Again, we've gone through only more than half, just about half the deck. And we've only seen so far 3 agendas still. A couple points. Going to challenge to Maryland, understanding that corps don't have economy if they don't have assets. And so while that'll be shuffled back, I think that's pretty very disciplined play just to keep the board in check. Now, archives run here. It is info bounty. Now, D could res an ice. We already have used the security nexus, so the face check on the ice will be relevant as much as it's only a 2 credit worth of face check. Whether it's a turnpike or a news hound, both of those are trace based, not going to line up too well. So D not going to res. Face down archives is a Keegan lane. Expecting tags not to connect at any point during this matchup. Now we're running R&D for a news hound. Looks like we might go for the first knife this turn. So this is trace 3. No current. Actually, there is a current, so this will end the run.
We've seen a lot of people playing crowdfunding today and stuff, but I don't know if I've seen anyone do it as well as this so far.
Yeah. No.
Really pushing at the right moments and getting on, which partially is just due to having the right moments to push, but also just really well done.
It's
knowing how to use security.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, it's really cool because parts of this seem like an aggro deck, right? You want to win by knife, don't you? Like we have Jchinyo, we have crowdfunding. It seems like a deck that wants to run all the time info bounty, but the way that Dolores is playing this is like, it is a control deck. She's saying you can score your first points. At some point, I'm getting 3 credits a turn. I just need to get to that point, and then I can use Jchinyo as my win condition. You're not rushing this out on turn 3 in Sable, right? Like it's very cool.
Oh my
Dolores
god.
Threatening to sell the life to ShadowNet.
You can sell Justinho to ShadowNet.
Yeah. Just sell one. Just sell one. It looks like we're going for the knife here, running HQ, finding a hard-hitting news. Again, 3 to 13 plus 3 link. First knife will be connecting. We'll see if we have the toolbox, or I forget the name of that Limes' champ design card. I really like that card.
Wizard Chest.
Wizard Chest, that's the one. There's the chest. So we actually can't do 2 knives, but you can search for hardware if you want to. I'm imagining we'll just keep this, and this game could actually only be 2 more turns potentially. Deinstall advance post-truth, turning off the E-strike. Now that means Newshound doesn't end the run, and D's down to 1 credit, drawing a card, but Powers is still on the table. So whether we're going to force a Rashida back on the table, looks like that's the case. Again, D has an out here. The Rashida really needs to fire for that out because she needs to find every other post-truth and still have 4th credits. So they have a lot of work to do.
There's no, I don't think that Rashida's firing right.
I'm imagining not.
And only 1 credit to res that ice, but it does cost the corpse something. You have to pay a few or the runner something. You have to pay a few credits to get in.
It costs 2 credits and then trashing the Rashida, which this is the turn you want to run 3 times anyway. So we'll see how Dolores can get that to work. But yeah, D, they need this Rashida. They need the time and they need the credits and they need the card draw. They need every post-truth to get to 7 if they can't stake a Holloman, which I don't know if they're going to stake a Holloman. Straight into the strike, just saying I'm trashing the Rashida, I think, this turn. Not having to worry about that CTM text as much as it's only a credit tax. Love it. Slot Machine, we're going to Nexus through this for 2 credits. Rashida will come down for 1 again. Neutral economy. In every corp deck you're going to see today. I don't know if there's a corp that showed up today not playing Rashida. Now we can't get our 3 runs, but we can check HQ, finding a freedom. Again, that's not a knife. This is the one you sell to the ShadowNet. Wish I had Baya.
Baya was not in the card pool, so we could not.
Yeah. Holloman, that is important to find. That's a one of in the deck. That is taking cards out of HQ, but also win conditions away from D. 3 crowdfundings coming back. I say that's a bit much. Triple credit. Again, D can technically have another post-truth in hand, but I'd be surprised if Dolores doesn't go for that Wizard's Chest into Knife combo. So needs to stay safe in HQ. Info Bounty. Going to make this entire turn free. Turnpike, actually. Now, you're losing a credit unless you want to bypass this. The problem is you can't bypass this. You need to bypass the new sound. So this is just going to be Trace 3. You're going to pay 1 credit. Throwing out the shipment. So that's the second one. New sound. We're going to pay 2 credits for this. Again,
going for the triple.
Yeah.
I think we are. I think we're going for the second knife.
Yeah, Wizard Chest. Oh, we have it in hand. Okay. Game's over next turn.
Yep. Game's over next turn.
D just does not have enough time.
Maybe we'll get to see the other game.
I think we will.
If the finals of RAM are won by Jatinho, that would be a beautiful thing.
And rightfully so. Like, this is like absolute lock. Like, this is not it's a very dominant Jatinho. And again, into the meta, it makes a bit of sense. Rezzing, it's another new sound again. Actually, Dolores needs a trick to get into R&D to close the game out. Probably having a spearfishing in hand. Funny enough, you almost might be able to install a second security nexus.
No, Sec Nexus does it because Physarum was on
Oh,
HQ.
yeah. Yeah, she Physarumed. Okay, yeah, that's game. Unless the Wizard Chest whiffs, which I don't think the deck is constructed like that.
I don't think that's like, I mean, I'm pretty sure you have whether or not you're going to lose there.
News team? Fine. Oofa. All right.
Sell it to ShadowNet.
There's the third knife.
And that is going to be at 1 click left here. 5 is equity. Third knife interspersed between some nice NBN cards.
Wins by assassination plot.
Wow. All right. That's not an easy matchup. I understand why Dolores picked that matchup. So we might not see that in the finals. That might be a deck you need to keep for the finals, but well played to both players. Shout out to D. Oh, we didn't see D's Isla deck. I think that deck is probably incredibly cool for a player that's very well known for playing World Tree, but Dolores will make it on to the finals for sure. Do you want to jump into the other game?
Yeah, I mean, might as well. We have the time now.
Awesome. I don't believe in 0% matchups, but again, it's 0% to you.
The other game might be done, actually.
Oh, yeah, I think that's it. How did the other game go?
Oh, let's find out. Oh, is it actually? Oh, wow.
Yeah, they're wrapped, it seems.
What happened?
We're flying through this. So it's Freedom against Thule, which like classically in the standard card pool, that's not a good matchup for Thule. So unless Freedom dies really quickly, Rain should be equipped to deal with the Freedom. Do we know what happened?
I'm going to ask.
They didn't report yet, so... Oh, Doomrat's typing.
Interesting. We might just be flying through this. Again, there's only one more round now, so the finalists of both of these rounds will be playing one final round to figure out who is going to be the champion of off-meta month's RAM.
Apparently Doomrat won.
Whoa, that must have been a quick game, like distributed end to line.
Freedom apparently just couldn't find viruses.
Ooh, yeah, okay. I played that matchup yesterday at a CTK in standard, and it's like, oh man, it can be quite rough, quite fast. So Doomrat found it. Again, it is a different format. You don't have all the viruses you want. If you open up with a consume, get it off an Asmonpula, so be it. But it looks like that's going to mean that our top cut is Thule and Adam versus RP and Andy. I think the cut rounds are wrong on Aesop's A. Kodlama. It says that Dolores played RP.
Yeah, the cuts are.
Oh,
the cuts are wrong on
Aesop's,
but
I need to fix that before it pairs the next round.
Yeah, it'll do the weird stuff. Well, that actually is going to work out well. So we know the final round because Doomrat played Corp versus.
Yeah, Doomrat did play Corp.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's going to be Adam versus RP guaranteed in the final. There's no coin flip from my understanding. Sick. Let's look at the deck list really quickly. We saw a fair bit of the Adam deck, but okay, actually we'll start here. This is Dolores's. This is her RP deck. We've seen a lot of different RP decks. This one seems to be a Keeling list. So you're going to see that it does glacier up a fair bit. So we have some great ice, some very expensive ice. In fact, almost all the ice in this deck looks incredibly expensive besides Tributary and Slot Machine and Excalibur. But we're at Cloud Eater,
I do-
Boto, and Nancy. We have one Sandberg. That's sick.
I do have confirmation that Dolores is someone in QTM. So this is if anyone knows how to do keeling, it's them.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm pretty
Those,
sure this is a Smurf or a handle that we're not familiar with.
Oh yeah, no, it definitely is.
Yeah.
But yeah. So, God, I mean, that's QTM like kind of made the keeling deck what it was, and then got it banned. So
Yeah, we haven't
horrifying to
seen
see.
keeling in a while, and we've seen some like keeling flatlines and near flatlines too. So the question is, can you keep Adam out of your remote server? Very importantly, like defensive upgrades, this deck is not on border control. So Nana Civic is the one defensive upgrade you can deal with, and Adam has to run all the time. Very interestingly, Adam running into this ice is kind of cursed. Like you can't double click through Nancy in a great way. You can't double click through Cloud Eater. Boto, you kind of can, not actually very easily. Like this ice is kind of rough. And if you have to add him into Tributary, I do not know how that goes for you. That seems quite difficult.
However, on the other hand, if you manage to get one big agenda,
Yeah.
manage to find one
Your hand size.
GFI, one fatal AI or something, you then can get more hand size with your console.
So actually on the Adam side, 3 employee strike, no surprise. That will turn off RP's ability. That can be quite relevant. We're on the 1 of independent thinking as a way to remove our directives if we need to, and we've seen that. Lucky find, a singleton alarm clock, brain chip, of course, that's a console, and we're on 2 E3 feedback implants. So at least if we're forced to click through a scary Vampire Nasa or a Nancy, you can't just pay credits to deal with the whole thing. We're on a lot of Dean listers. I guess that makes your Matryoshkas better. If you're running through a deep server, that can make sense, especially if we have massive hand size. And we also have a Love
We're
Good,
ready to go.
which is another way to blank your directives. I totally forgot about that guy.
Game is
Oh.
starting, so
Awesome.
Yeah, I just realized.
Yeah, we're in. Perfect.
starting with a slot machine. Immediately a slot machine and an advanced card.
So this has to be a Charlotte.
It
So the
has to
slot
be a
machine's finding program hardware resource. So Doomrat, if Doomrat loses 3 credits, that means he's not going to be able to trash the Charlotte. So this Charlotte will stick on the table. Now, is confirmed Charlotte. Archives has a Nana Civic in it. That's actually really important. Does Dolores's list have any of the recursion cards? I don't know if I saw Simulation Reset or not. But this Charlotte
sure.
starting early is going to be quite fortunate. Throwing out a Matryoshka again, you only have 3 hand size. So just clicking for credits. You're going to need a lot of these Matryoshkas. We'll see how many is too many or how few is too few more accurately.
I think a Charlotte
Dolores-
on the board just sitting like that is rough, especially against a deck like this.
Dolores is on 3 simulation resets.
Oh no. It's rough. Finding a tributary.
This is full in. This is the
Yeah.
QTM. I hate everything. I want to make killing which I do love, but oh, what a horrifying thing.
Now, Server 2 is a cohort. We're drawing 3 cards a turn. Now, this deck has a real 5/3s. It does also have global food, so they shouldn't have too many agendas across the deck. And all this value, again, up on 10 credits. You have to consider the cohort. You have to consider the Charlotte, but that's very tricky to deal with. Charlotte getting an advancement once a turn. Checking archives again, getting the flip. Going to keep the cohort. Throwing out the tributary. So expecting HQ maybe to be another tributary. Pretty powerful card. And we got E3 alarm clock. Oh, that's a good aggressive setup. If Dolores draws too many agendas here, you're going to get that multi-axis on HQ, and she's going to need 2 ice sooner than later. We'll hope.
Although having an Anansi on having an Anansi,
It's not too bad because you
means-
feedback E3 at the rest of it, right?
well, you can't because alarm clock just bypasses. It
No,
doesn't break anything.
Oh, yeah. I think you have to use ABR.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
ABR lets you do it.
Yeah,
lets you
ABR
do it.
feedback does it. And very importantly, ABR is actually, you must spend a click for a run so it doesn't beat ELP. So you're actually going to have to spend
Oh.
2 clicks on it always be running. Now, I think
I
it's...
mean, unless you play run event, because
yeah.
ABR lets you play run event, and so does ELP. But
This disables ABR, so I'm not required to play the additional cost. Wait, what does? Alarm clock?
wait,
It's
what?
disabled.
To make the first run not made through a card ability. So I think ABR just beats ELP. I'm sorry that we're saying so many acronyms, but for real?
What?
Wait, this is an alarm clock. Okay. So this is a tributary, which is expected because we saw one. So if you want to spend your turn bypassing this, you can let the card draw into a double access on HQ if you wanted to, but we're going to see 2 cards here.
Oh,
Eden-
yeah, alarm clock.
Whoa.
Oh my god,
The real
that's one of the
3-pointer.
best cards you can find because this means if you get your
Oh,
and there's the
straight
console!
into the console.
Oh no, this means the healing kill, especially if you can trash the
Yes.
if you can trash the neutral threats. This also means safety first is going to be drawing cards constantly.
That is
Oh, that's so good.
the best start for an Adam there, stealing the real 3-pointer. And Dolores understands now every card that's drawn, you need a double ice HQ. The problem is the tributary. While you can move it, you need this to be on the outside. So it does move immediately. We'll see how aggressive Doomlight wants to be here. Again, we have logic bombs. There's no border control, so you can't get into remote servers. And server 3 setting up probably a Rashida is my guess. Dolores thinking here, again, Tributary does say the first time a run begins, you can move this to the outermost of the server. It includes its own server. Yeah, going to take the click back, not and protect server 3. Very importantly, if you want to run server 3, you have to run centrals first. That is the text on Jinteki replicating perfection. So we're instead going to advance Charlotte, keep 2 cards in hand. Now, I don't know if we know any of those cards. The other card we accessed on HQ was a Sandberg, which we were compelled to trash. So if Doomrat has 4 clicks here, you have to run first click. Now you're running relatively with safety. I'm assuming that means alarm clock turns off ABR, right?
Yeah, alarm clock. Well, no,
What?
alarm clock.
Does it?
Alarm clock turns off the
current
enhanced login protocol as an additional cost to make the first run each turn. Runner must spend a click.
But
however,
yeah,
because you're doing it through alarm clock, you don't have to spend the click, and then that's your first run. So it basically makes, so long as you do the HQ run, enhanced login protocol is useless.
But doesn't ELP say as additional cost to make the first run not made through a card ability? Isn't this a card ability? I don't understand this interaction. But Doomrat,
yeah, no, it does. It does.
Doomrat understands how this works for sure. It looks like we would probably let the tributary fire here. It's actually kind of risky for replicating perfection to draw a card mid-run, and then that means you can double click through the HQ ice. I'm not sure what would be the worst case here. Like if you run into a 10 cost Cloud Eater, but yeah, we're gonna let this fire. Now this means you can install an ice, but if you don't have the ice, just jacking out. Oh, I thought you might go for the axis there. See, 2 out of 3.
Credits, I think you might just want to start trying to build some resources to survive.
The thing is, like, RP has drawn 20 cards. We've seen 1 agenda. Like, I'm assuming that there must be points in hand, and seeing 2 of the 3 cards seems valuable. Yeah, Doomrat's saying, I need a run now again. I think you might need a run again because of ABR. Your first click has to be a run. Now, luckily, you can run server 3. The problem is that you can't click for a credit, but you can definitely run remotes.
But you can run remotes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ignore this ability until the end of the turn. Yeah. The problem is, like, if you expect server 3 to be at least a Rashida, you need a credit. So we're going to see what it is. It's a Keeling. That's 4 to trash. Again, with 7 hand size, it'll take a while for that to be a problem. Doomrat doesn't have the time to deal with this. I think you need to get your credits up here. Just going to click for 2, put down a jackpot, slow roll, get a card draw, safety first, and the Keeling will start working again. This gives you -1 hand size for every counter. Now that means we're at 2 counters. Yeah, Keeling works like that.
Keeling, so currently 4 hand size, I believe.
Yeah, we need to
find out. 2 plus 3 is 2.
So if I'm not mistaken, if you find a love good, you can blank your safety first. That will technically buy you 2 more turns because it checks on the same trigger that you check your death, I think. You flatline.
Or if you can just trash it some.
Yeah, the only card that can trash is the independent thinking, and that hit the bin on turn 1.
Wait, there's only 1 independent thinking?
Yeah, it's only 1.
Oh no.
Now tributary, we're going this more
bad.
cards in hand. I think it's very likely there's agendas in here. Now Charlotte has a couple counters on it. I haven't been tracking if Charlotte's been drawing, but we'll see what this ice is here. 3 cards in hand means it is a Botu. So you can just double click through this. It's not bad at all. If you want to bypass with the alarm clock. Now that means you can run the cohort. There's a chance that Dolores needs to res a cohort to make it hard to ABR. That's a misclick. Yeah, looks like we don't want to ABR. We want alarm clock. It's ABR, but better.
This is such a complicated matchup. I'm seeing Jinteki do things I haven't seen in years.
Oh yeah,
fun.
you can't. You're right. The Botu, you can't alarm clock the Botu. So you have to ABR and then spend E3. Okay, this is a double axis.
Right. If it is ELP that turns off ABR. Sorry, I was just looking that up.
Fetal can't steal, doesn't have the credits because of the Botu. losing a Matryoshka and a liberated accounts.
No.
So the Fido is 2 damage when you touch it, but it's 2 credits to steal it. Jadet Evil decides, oh, that would have put Doomrat on game point, which you definitely are threatening to get to game point sooner than later, let alone plus hand size. So Doomrat understands to get into HQ. Tributary does so good against Alarm Clock. Oh, that's so rough. That is turned off trivially. Simulation reset. Going to shuffle the hand away. This is the big recursion card we have in the format. I think Dolores is just going to hope that she draws into a better hand here. It's going to be 5 cards. It could be the same cards. Could be worse. Could be better. A 7 in hand. Just icing up the Keeling. So there's a chance. Doomrat only has 3 hand size here. Whether you want to just send it R&D and double click through ice, that's a fair thing. But you just need to make sure that you're accessing with at least 2 credits because, of course, there are Fetals in the deck.
This is also when you start getting really worried about things like, okay, if I'm checking the main servers, are those 2 Anazis? Can I run those with ABR?
I think
Every server is now locked up.
Yeah. I don't know how worried you are about Anansi. I think if there's an Anansi, like you're happy that Dolores is on low credits because maybe you can contest Keeling. She can always like trash Charlotte, which is hard. Like she has more money than it looks like. Now she's drawing. Ice goes up on RD. That was the other weak server, I think, on this board state. Now just using that tributary to get through. I don't know what that does for you though. Like you still have to ABR.
Running on archives.
Wait, why do you alarm clock and jack out? Ooh, Vampy. Now this won't flatline you, but this is res for only 5 credits. 2 net damage is going to knock the cards out of hand. Now you can click through parts of this. You have to watch out. I'm not sure Fetal AI fires from archives. It's been too long. It does not, but you still have to pay 2 credits. You don't take net damage if it's in archives. So you're not going to flatline if you touch archives through the Vampronasa.
This is going to...
Yeah, Keeling is taking up. Now, Dolores has only 4 credits. So you can do the math on what she can res on their mode server. The problem is you still need Keeling credits. Oh, prevents the tributary from moving.
Charlotte, though.
Yeah, exactly. The Charlotte's the big jump. So up to 7 means you can res another Vampronasa and that will flatline the runner. Here at this point, Doomrat just needs like logic bombs. Needs to just set up a bit. One good HQ run could be it. The problem is like simulation reset just kind of throws all the waiting math out.
Not getting rid of the safety first is really rough, especially when you know you're going to keel.
Yeah. It is kind of cool to see Adam struggle to survive against directives. Like that is kind of fun, but we're now going to be down to 2 hand size.
I do miss it. I miss this version of it.
The thing is that we also saw this in Swiss. It's like not all the time do runners flatline to Keeling. They flatline to being on low hand size and then panicking while Keeling's going to flatline them, right? Like generally Keeling doesn't do the flatlining. It's like you have to run because it's the last turn of the game and then you die to ice. And that's possible to happen here. Now Dolores still in 9 credits, technically 12 with Charlotte. So we're going to start with Alarm Clock. We'll see if the tributary gets moved in front again. Oh, that's mean.
So you can break that with Alarm Clock, and you have to.
If you want to run this turn, and wait, what happens with ABR Excalibur? Who wins? One says you can't, one says you have to. I guess can't wins, right? Can't beats can.
Adam's brain explodes from conflicting directives.
The golden rule. All right, we're double clicking the Excalibur. That means we might go in here. So you could go through the Botu by double clicking to end the run. You take 2 net damage. Oh, there's 2 technical end the runs on Botu, so I don't know what that's gonna do.
Yeah, but then a Fetal kills you.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, that's not good.
None of this feels good.
No, this
all feels very...
Like Adam is still on the cusp of getting 1 good access. The problem is like it's all logic to palm dependent. I think you needed the Fetal credits to be on game point at this point. Because the remote server, I can't imagine that's going to be easy to run. Charlotte since turn 1 is like the best corporation economy in this format, it seems like. I think I want to let the fire. You mind if so I can undo this? Yeah, so ABR says make your first click each turn must be spent to make a run. But if you can't run, do you get clicks? I honestly don't know the interaction.
I have no idea how that
believe you
works.
would. You must. It's the same thing with ELP where you can deny the additional cost so you don't have to make your first run a turn.
But the thing is, like, the game never forces you to pay additional costs. This feels different, but I'm not a rules expert.
Yeah.
What happens? What does JNet do? Can't run for ABR. That's true. Click for 4. Wait, is this Excalibur like the best thing for Adam? Could take a turn off finally? All right, Doom Red down to 2 cards in hand, getting harder and harder to even deal with the idea of fetal AIs. Keeling, gonna drop to 1 hand size. Another simulation reset. Oh man, this card feels so bad whenever it gets played. 5 away, 5 back. HQ is just full random. It's so hard to do the math on what's in HQ because if the cards haven't been installed, they're probably agendas. So now it's just like a random 5 from the deck. Now, are there agendas and archives? I think there's a chance that Dolores could hide something in archives because it's really expensive for Adam to check. But Keeling, getting stronger and stronger. And if Doomrat can just find agendas, Brain Chip will just buy time.
Dolores only left 1 in there, so not that likely, I feel like.
Server 4 and Server 5 on the table. Again, we know where the 1 of Sandberg is. That's the only big surprise, I think. I don't know what these would be. Like Rashida, you probably don't need to fire. Alarm Clock, we're going to Excalibur. The question is whether you want to move the Tributary or not. I think it's very interesting. Because like letting this fire might be enough for Adam. Maybe to set up for next turn where you're going to let it fire. So this turn is we're going to take off. We can actually get through HQ here. You can click through the Boto and have enough cards. I think you need this run to connect. And this is a double axis. In theory, if Dolores has agendas here, you could win the game. Double Fetal, I think you flatlined.
Double Fetal, yeah. Double Fetal. Double Fetal, you just die.
I think there might be agendas on the table. I don't know what else you put on the table here. Fetal?
Fetal!
Wait, it is double Fetal. You do flatline. It's an axis trap.
Wait. Yeah, and because it's Fetal, you hit it. You do it when you access instead of being able to.
Yeah, it's not a steel trap. Oh, it was the right run, but it was Fetal for 4 net damage. Just you needed one of those. I wonder if there's another agenda in hand. Oh, 9 turns. What else was in hand? There was mostly agendas. It was 3 Fetals, 2 GFIs. Wait, what?
Oh my god! An ending.
That could have been anyone's game. The hand was 2 foods, 3 Fetals. That is ridiculous. And that was after a Tributary draw. Yeah, that was the outs for sure. Well played. Unfortunately, just not finding one food. You just needed 1 food there, and that would have been you would have been out of there.
Yeah, that would have been game.
Whoa.
What a weird game. And how much fun was that?
Weird.
That was strange.
That was awesome.
Yeah. I don't know what's on the table. Very, very interesting. I have no idea what's on the table. Keeling is getting there. And then once you start to turn on 1 card in hand and you have to run because of the rules of Adam, like it's so hard to interact with Fetals. Oh, well played. Dolores not dropping a single game in the whole tournament. So that's like what, 8 games straight? Well played. Both of the decks look really mean. This one does look like it has a good job managing the mid game, which I don't think a lot of decks we saw did that as well. Like the 3 simulation resets just to force you, and well, you still flood, but it's seems good. Seems really good.
Do we want to actually before this finishes? Do we want to see if Dolores wants to come and talk on the stream?
It is not the easiest thing to do because we're not in like a chat server. We have to like do a friend invite and invite to the group call.
Yeah, that's fair.
If it's possible, like if you have her on a friends list and can invite them, we can make it work. But the setup we have, unfortunately, is not super conducive to that. Which is a bummer because I definitely want to hear more about the building in the 2 hours to figure out how to get here. We'll see. Okay. Yeah, we'll ask. Nice. I saw you asked.
Yeah, thanks Cold Lava for running this. This was absolutely fantastic.
Thanks for helping with the stream. You all did a lot of work as well to help this run smoothly.
Yeah,
of course, my pleasure. This stuff wouldn't happen again. Like that's the big thing of Off Meta Month is folks, pitched ideas to put their time into organization to make fun stuff happen in December because December's a weird month. So unfortunately, yeah, we're not gonna get. It's 3 a.m. in the morning, so Dolores is gonna get some rest. But well played for sure.
Yeah.
So with that is weekend too, if I'm not mistaken, off Meta Month. There's still some great events coming up. I have them up on stream. Oh no, I closed the tab. Hold on. We can find them on the Null Signal Games website. But there's like 2 events just about every weekend. So if you're watching this and you want to watch more content or get involved in games, again, there's stuff going on all month. And again, this is all just folk from the community who want to come out and get some good stuff going on. So there is next Saturday on the December 21st is Restart, which is build your own basically startup, which is a really cool format that Lucy's running that. Lucy, we saw play on stream today. And then Time Traveler, that's at the end of the month. I believe Axie is running that, which is like a snapshot of different metas at points in times playing against each other, which is also super, super exciting. Again, yesterday was Eternal, which is on the VOD, so you can watch that. Tehran did the great stream, and so we had a bunch of people playing out some of the most powerful decks in the history of Neverwinter.
I'm going to try and make sure all the VODs are up so that anyone can watch them. We also have there were some other off-meta stuff that happened this month, and hopefully all the VODs from that will be on the stream soon. We're hopefully going to have a Sokka stream of the Chimera tournament on the NSG channel pretty soon.
Oh, wow. Super cool.
Yeah, and then later, in after December, the Circuit Breaker's coming up.
Yeah, very excited for that big tournament. Again, you have maybe another week or 2 to get your Circuit Breaker invites in just in time, but that's a massive online tournament just in January. That should be it for the stream. Cold Lava, do you want to have a shout out real quick? Uh-oh. You might be gone.
Sorry, I'm just muted.
That's all good.
Just shout out to all the players who came and played. I was amazed at the numbers we got, and I hope everyone had fun. It was a great time running it.
Seemed great. Again, thank you to organizers. Also, thanks for folks coming out and being on stream and stuff like that. A lot of this exists. We know we follow the top cut, but also just to have an excuse to come out and hang out, build some decks, and just have a space. So for all the folks who just had a good time playing games today, thanks so much for coming out. Stuff like this wouldn't also happen without y'all participating. Juniper, you got the floor? Want any shout outs?
Shout out to everyone who watched. Thanks so much for watching. I hope you'll tune back in for the next one. Yeah.
Awesome. And my absolute pleasure to share the mic with both of you. We'll be back, I believe, next week. Well, I know I won't, but No Single Games will be back next week with Restart, which looks like an absolutely exciting format. And with that, thanks so much for having me. I've been Andre for the Metroball Grid. And that was Ram. That was really cool. That was a great tournament. See y'all in a bit.
We got to run Ram again soon.
Yeah, I know. That was kind of sick. Take